I am live right now. Hi, everyone. Hope that I'm live. I hope that I am live. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone can hear me. Let me check and make sure that everything is up and running. Had some technical issues again. I don't know what's up with my streaming platform. It's very, very weird. It's always on Sunday that it starts acting up. I don't know if it's because I did an update, but let's see if I'm live right now. Let's check if I'm live right now. Some technical issues. Okay, yes, I am live. Okay, good. Yay. Hi, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I had to fix my technical issues. I don't know what was going on, but it got fixed. Oh, Lord. Yeah, sometimes YouTube is not uncooperative. Sorry, y'all. I'm just putting this on my lips. I hope everyone's having a wonderful Sunday. Let me check the chat, see who's joining today. Let's get this party started. Oh, hey, Francis Emmanuel. How are you, sis? I was in the middle of one of your other videos. Where are you? Which one? Let me know which one. Hi, Imani. How are you, sis? Hi, Ellie. How are you, sis? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the chat. In case you guys hear Mimi barking, she's acting up right now because you know what's so funny? Whenever Dom's here, she's on her best behavior, yo. And then as soon as Dom's gone, demon time. I don't know what she be on. She be trying to bark at me like she ain't got no damn home training. But no, we not doing this up in this house. She gotta know. She got a black mama. I don't play that. I really don't. So, you know, I could be nice and sweet, but one thing you ain't gonna do is bark at me like you ain't got no damn home training. Like you're my, like I'm your pet. Like, no, girl. She gotta know who runs this house. No, it's definitely not just Dom. So I had to get her straight on her straight and narrow, and now she's quiet. Yeah, we had to do a little disciplinary action because she's starting to act up, acting like she run this house. The Love Reaper. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, that one was a long one. I'm gonna have the I think I spoke about it yesterday, but there's gonna be like my commentary on Joe and Maddie that I didn't put into the video because it has some audio issues. The commentary, like the audio was it wasn't good for my liking. But I think I got some Swifties that wanted to hear my opinion about it. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to re-record it because that's not happening. But what I will do, though, is I will add, like, the extended version, I guess. I'll call it extended version, and I'll publish that this week, as well as the Maisley. If you're part of the membership, Maisley's coming. I apologize for the delay on that one. Yeah, this week was kind of like, you know, I just got Mimi last week, so it's been kind of a learning curve, but now we finally got a schedule going so I can start editing and doing what I have to do. Oh, by the way, another announcement, y'all. I will be hosting a members only live stream the day after Christmas. So look out for that. The day after Christmas, I will be hosting a members only live stream. Dom will join me for that one. And we're going to talk about some stuff. So y'all get ready for that. Wanted to do like kind of a special members only live stream because I was supposed to do one last week, but you know, things happen. And so I wanted to make it up to you guys, and you're going to get your members only live stream and your Maisley stuff. And Maisley will be done by the last year. What was the last week of last week of 2025. So that's going to be not this week. Maisley, the last part will drop by the last week before January 1st, 100%. So y'all gonna have the Maisley videos done. And then our next couple is Diana and Korea, y'all. So that's gonna be in the new year. If you're in the membership, you will get the Diana and Korea case study that is coming up. And if you're part of my regular channel, the next celebrity I guess I'll do, or the next couple, I'm gonna do a vote or a poll, but I know a lot of people were trying to get me to do Justin and Selena. We might do them because I'm talking about Taylor. So we'll see. I'll do a poll. It'll be either Justin and Selena or J-Lo. Because J-Lo crazy, y'all. She's still yapping away. So we might have to do J-Lo. I heard her Korean church asked her to stop having babies. Which one? Korean church? Which Korean church? Y'all let me know. Hey, Sarita. How are you, sis? Hope you're doing well. Hi, Ocean. How are you? Hey, at the Deaf Studio, I didn't even see you joined in. On the brighter side. Hey, sis. How are you? You heard her Korean church? Which Korean church you talking about? You talking about Maisley? Oh, They need to. It's actually okay. Let me tell y'all something. When you have a lot of kids, I think people don't realize how it how strenuous having children is on the body. And sorry if you guys hear background noise. The dryer is on, and so is the dishwasher. So yeah, you might hear a little bit of background noise for a little bit. People don't realize how strenuous it is on your body to have multiple children back to back. It's actually it's quite dangerous. And I don't think it's talked about enough because, you know, as you guys all know, women's health issue isn't like health issues or women's reproductive system and issues with maternal care. They're not researched as much as they should be. And so when we look at people who have multiple children, we think like, oh, like, you know, it's a blessing, which it is. It is a blessing to be able to have a lot of children, but not everybody's able to withstand that. And your body has to be able, it takes a toll on your body. And I don't think people talk about that enough. It's actually putting you at higher risk of other health issues in the future down the line. And so we have to be very open about these type of conversations. You like, you know, having a baby is not just a 1, 2, 3 you're done. Like, it does a lot to your body. It changes your body. If you're a mom out there, you know what I'm talking about. Like, your body's not going to be the same. And so every time you have a child, you just have to take precaution and make sure that you're in health. Because one thing I've realized is that people always think like, oh, everything's gonna work out. And yes, I do hope so, and I would always, you know, want that to happen. But as we know, life doesn't work that way. And so we have to be very mindful of our bodies and pay attention to your body. If your body's telling you, hey, like, you know, if you had difficulties having one child, then you might want to be okay with the one child. You know, like, sometimes your body reacts differently to different things, and not everybody can have multiple children. And not only just physical, like, there's a lot of effects on the children themselves, because then they're not going to get your attention, which they need. And we've already seen, like, if y'all saw yesterday's case study about Nick, what's his name? The little demon child. Sorry, I gotta call him a demon because he unalived his parents. Rob Rayner and his wife, they weren't able to be there emotionally for their son the way that they should have been in his development years, and look at what happened, right? And so we have to be mindful of that. Sometimes, yeah, you can have a lot of children, and yes, it can be a blessing to a certain extent, but you also have to be emotionally and financially and physically prepared to have all those kids. And so every child you have, you're taking away from the attention that they need and require. And I think people don't talk about that enough. They just be thinking, oh, I'm just gonna have a whole bunch of kids and da-da-da. But then, can you pay attention to all them kids? Are you able to provide for all them kids individually? It's not like a collective. Like, I think parents, sometimes they believe that you can have like multiple children and then all of a sudden you can take care of all of them. But what they don't realize is that every child has different needs. Like, maybe your eldest child might have a different need from the youngest child, or the middle child might have a different need from the second child. And I'm saying this as someone who grew up in a big family. My mom had 6 kids. I'm the third of 6. And I'm saying this as as a child who grew up in that type of environment. So I'm not just speaking just to talk. Like, I grew up in that household. And I will say that my parents, they don't even realize that they didn't give us individual attention. So in their minds, they're like, oh, we gave you attention. And I'm like, no, you gave all of us attention, but you didn't individually give us attention. Trust and believe me, because you didn't have time. You didn't have the capacity to do that. You were on survival mode. That's number one. And number two, you didn't have the capacity. How can 2 people be able to split time between 6 kids? And you're working and you have other endeavors that you're doing. It is almost impossible. And so there's like a gap of, like, you know, of what type of, like, you know, nurturing that you're getting. And so for me, I would speak for myself. I can't speak for my siblings. For me, it was a lack of attention. And so as a middle child, I just did everything independently because I knew that I was going to have to anyways. And so I lacked that kind of like guidance, right? The emotional part anyways. And so that's stuff that I had to reconcile as an adult. And so now as an adult, I realize the importance of being able to pay attention to your children and having that emotional capacity. And therefore, I take childbirth and child rearing and having children very seriously. It is not something that I take quite lightly. And I know that if Dom and I are blessed to have children, or if we decide, or whatever happens, you know, in the future, we don't know. As of now, I don't have any plans, but the Lord always provides, and the Lord always, has the last say so. But we got to make sure that we're in that situation where we can take care of the kids. And I'm tired of seeing people just act like it's just nothing. And no, having a child is a very big responsibility, and people are just not talking about it enough. So yeah, I really hope the church did tell her to stop having kids, if that's what we talking about, because having that many kids on your body is dangerous. Is extremely quite dangerous. I have a son and I'm a master's student. So I am tired. Sis, congratulations on getting your master's. That's amazing. And having a child and doing that, kudos to y'all, man. I don't know how people multitask being parents, man. I just have a fur baby, and that's enough for me. Dom and I were talking about it today. Dom was like, imagine if we had a kid. And we're like, yeah, gotta think twice, because it's a big responsibility, right? So we're already struggling with a pet. So imagine a child, right? And I can imagine how hard it is for you to go to school, but I'm really proud of you, sis, and I hope that you continue on that path. Let us know when you graduate. We're gonna congratulate you. And it's really hard. It's hard to get a master's, let alone a master's with a child. I can only imagine how difficult it is. So shout out to you. Hey Sudoshik, how are you, sis? About the transition from your 20s to 30s. Ali, you said that. Yes. Actually, maybe we should talk about that, about the transitions from 20s to 30s. We can talk about that at the members. Maybe I'll talk about it a little bit. I have talked about it briefly, but there's a lot of transitions, y'all. A lot of transitions. Your body goes through a lot. And even now, like, I'm about to hit 40 in 2 months. So I'm about to be 40, y'all. Yeah, your girl's about to be 40 in February. But my body has changed just within this year, right? So it's just like so many different, there's just so much difference in bodies, hormones, everything. So yeah, you got to take care of your body. You can't just do things just because people think it's easy. Like, I don't know why we have this concept like everything's easy in this world. It's really weird to me. Each kid is different, but if each child does need you to pay attention, yep, exactly. And people think they can do it all, and then no, you can't. Your attention can only be divided in so many places. Hey Rose, how are you, sis? Hi Kiki, you were on last night. Yes, I was. My live stream time kind of changes, but for the most part, I do come on in the afternoon my time. Right now, it's like 2:57, almost 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get my charger. 1 second. I forgot to get my laptop charger. Just forgive me. 1 second. I completely forgot my charger. So here we go. All right. Hold on. Let me go check where this girl at. I don't know where Mimi at, but I gotta see what she's up to. Okay. All right. Sorry, y'all. Now I'm back. I almost forgot to get my charger. Okay. Allie, I said hi to you already. Okay, moisturize. Gotta stay moisturized. Hi, RKO Love. How are you? I hope you're doing well, sis. Yeah, so, that's it. I was talking about the members only live stream that will be on the day after Christmas Day. Okay, I can't promise, but I'm pretty sure, I'm like 90% sure, not 90, I'm like 98% sure that I will be going live on Christmas Day, just for a few minutes, not probably for too long, probably like in the afternoon, late afternoon, evening. Dom and I will probably, you'll probably see like what we did for Christmas and stuff, just for a little quick chat, just to say happy, Merry Christmas, all that stuff, like I did last year. We did live stream on Christmas Day, and then day after Christmas will be members only live stream. And then the week after that, I'm going to do a live stream as well. Not the 31st, because I'm going to take that day off. That's going to be our personal day. But the 30th, I will do a live stream, which is on a Thursday, I think. Yeah, Thursday, just to kind of say Happy New Year to y'all. And then we're going to start off the new year with a bang. If you're on the Discord, we're going to start our chats on Fridays again. So that'll be coming up soon. Stay tuned for that. I'll make the announcement on the Discord. There's a lot of different things happening, y'all. So yeah, just stay tuned for that. And click on the link if you want to join the Discord. The link is in the description box. Yeah, so hopefully a lot of changes are happening. Website will be up soon, very shortly. Thank you for your patience with that. And yeah, just trying to go up and onwards for 2025. That's what time we on. Okay, so let's switch gears, y'all. We gonna get it started. Get the party started. Hold on, why is it asking me this? Hold on a second, y'all. What is going on with my control panel? Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, I gotta log in again. Okay, we'll just leave the control panel like this because I'm not doing that again. All right, so wait. Uh-oh. Why is it? Oh my gosh. Hold on a second, y'all. I don't know what's going on with YouTube today. It's a little strange for me, but yeah, something's wrong, y'all. Okay, anyways, I'm going to start the stream right now. Hold on, let me just put this here. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why it's like this. It is very annoying right now. Hold on a second. I just have to put something here. Okay, maybe it's gonna do it. Okay, give me 1 second, y'all. Ah, this is so annoying. Okay, try another way. No, it's not letting me do it. Okay, I hope you guys can see me. Hold on, let me check because something is wrong with my YouTube chat. It's not letting me log in. So, hold on. Romeromi@gmail.com. My bad, y'all. I'm having some technical issues yesterday and today. It's just very strange. I think it's every time I do a stupid update. They was asking me to update this dang on software. No, don't ask me for this. Okay, yes. Okay, got it. Okay, now it's gonna log in. Okay, sorry y'all. Give me 1 second. It's just really annoying. I've had to log in like 4 times today. It's very strange. Okay, finally logged in. Okay, it should work now. Okay, here we go. Yeah, YouTube on some, I don't know what's going on. All right, we're good. All right, y'all. So let's start today's stream because it's 2 o'clock already. Well, 3 o'clock now. So we gonna do a rapid fire. All right. Finally in the Discord. Hey Prince, how are you, bro? I'm glad you joined. You said no worries. It's a great pass. It is great past your 40s. Oh, I've heard that. I heard 40s are the best years. I'm not scared to like age at all. I think it's just a life thing, right? So just really excited for what 40 has in store because Lord, 20s, Lord, my 20s were awful. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, but it was good for learning. But if I could do it again, I wish that I had known what I knew now, at least 25ish. Man, I would have been onward and upwards. But you know, that's why I'm here to kind of give that advice because man, like I really wish that's one of my things in life where I was like, dang, I wish I had that guidance when I was younger. But you know, you live and you learn, right? So what can we do? All right, let's get started, y'all. We getting the party started. Let me get this low. I don't remember how we got a lot of stories to cover today. Got a lot to cover today. So we gonna have to just start the stream right away. Okay, here we go. All right, let's start with something slow. I think I had put it on my thumbnail. Let's start with AI. I think AI is always a really good way to start the stream. Hold on, let me turn this off here. Yeah, I want you to see the notes here. Yeah, so AI is a pretty good way to start the stream. And shout out to you, Mary G. You were the one who sent me this video. So let's make it a little wider. Sorry, y'all, I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it up, make it look a little bit better here. Hold on. I'm still trying to get the angle of how I can do this stream. I don't know how YouTubers have the layout, y'all. I might need to hire somebody to do the layout for me. But for now, this is just what we gonna have to do. We just gonna have to make it work like this. Okay, chat's supposed to be wider, but of course, you know. Here we go. Okay, this is way better. Here we go. Okay, I know you can't see too many things, but that's okay. I'll put the chat after. Okay. So, actually, you know what? Let me make it a little narrower. Just give me a second, y'all. Let's make it narrow. Let me transform it. Edit. Okay, let's do this. And I think this will make it smaller. Yep, it will. Here we go. Here we go. Hi, bruh. How are you? Okay, here we go. All right. Now, let's get started with this video. So, AI expert, we have 2 years before everything changes. We need to start protesting. Okay. I haven't watched this, y'all. So, let's see what they talking about here, because I have no clue what it is. And this is a long interview. We're not going to watch the 2 hours. But what I'll do is I'll jump. Yeah, let's watch the beginning. And then we'll go to the most replayed right here. Yeah, most replayed. Yeah, okay. So we'll do that. We'll jump from parts to parts because I can't play the whole thing. This is way too long. And shout out to The Diary of a CEO. He has other videos that I would love to review, but his videos are quite lengthy. So I want to do the cutoff with those, but let's watch his videos right now.
So I see messages all the time in the comment section that some of you didn't realize you didn't subscribe. So if you could do me a favor and double check if you're a subscriber. Tristan, I think my first question, and maybe the most important question, is we're going to talk about artificial intelligence and technology broadly today. But who are you in relation to this subject matter?
So I did a program at Stanford called the Mayfield Fellows Program that took engineering students and then taught them entrepreneurship. You know, I, as a computer scientist, didn't know anything about entrepreneurship.
Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I forgot about the guy who got on the live this week. Let's go check him out. Sorry, he was talking about Stanford, and that just made me realize there was one story I forgot to add today. I think he was Professor. Yeah, he was on the live here. No, not the MIT. Yeah, MIT. Yeah, this one. Yeah, we might need to do a special live stream for this one here. Yeah, sorry guys, I forgot about that one, so we're gonna add him here. Yes, this is very alarming. Okay, let's finish watching. Sorry y'all, my brain. Okay, let's watch, and then we're gonna get into the MIT professor who was recently recently unalived, and then the Brown University situation. We're gonna talk about that quite briefly. I might do an extensive study on that one because that's gonna tie into my lone wolf. I have a lone wolf case study I want to do, but that's gonna be probably we'll see. But I do want to talk about the uptick in these type of situations. Okay, let's continue. Sorry, y'all, I got distracted.
But they pair you up with venture capitalists, they give you mentorship, and you know, there's a lot of powerful alumni who are part of that program. The co-founder of Asana, the co-founders of Instagram were both part of that program. And that put us in kind of a cohort of people who were basically ending up at the center of what was going to colonize the whole world's psychological environment, which was the social media situation. And as part of that, I started my own tech company called Appsure. And we, basically made this tiny widget that would help people find more contextual information without leaving the website they were on. It was a really cool product that was about deepening people's understanding. And I got into the tech industry because I thought that technology could be a force for good in the world. That's why I started my company. And then I kind of realized through, that experience that at the end of the day, these news publishers who used our product, they only cared about one thing, which is this increasing the amount of time and eyeballs and attention on our website? Because eyeballs meant more revenue.
Right.
And I was in sort of this conflict of, I think I'm doing this to help the world, but really I'm measured by this metric of what keeps people's attention.
So, yeah, let's get into it because this is turning out really good. It's starting off real strong. Okay, so y'all know I gotta keep it real on the stream. So what I will say is this, the altruistic, wanting to save the world, wanting to do good, It's amazing. Trust and believe me, because everything that we do, we always want to do the better for humanity, right? Or be better for humanity, which is great. But it's so interesting because a lot of the time, sometimes you get into spaces and then you realize that it's not really what it's cracked up to be. And you'll realize that you're not really helping the greater public. You're helping other people get richer, right? And I know that we've already, like, a lot of us have already reconciled that. And I think now it's more so of strategically trying to figure out how you can better, like, how you can have morals and standards and stand on your stuff, right? Because there are going to be times where your morality is tested, and especially when you enter higher spaces and you get into different types of social circles, your morality will be tested, your value system will be tested. And so I'm really proud of this. It sounds like he's doing the right thing by sounding the alarm. And it's very, I think it's very noble of him. And I'll just say this though, like, yeah, like, when you reach a certain space, or when you start getting into spaces and you think that you're helping people, or what it is, like, it sounds like you're helping people, so you want to jump on board with the whole situation or jump on board with the project. But then when you realize what it really does, that's when, alarm bells start going off. And I think it's very brave of a lot of people who sound the alarm, because they're putting themselves in danger. I don't think people really realize that. You put yourself in danger. And whether it be your livelihood or, your whatever you're doing, it could be your livelihood, it could be your life. You put yourself in danger every time you speak truth to power. And so him even being able to go on this platform and talk about it, that is very, this is something that I respect. And I will listen carefully to what he has to say, because, he about to drop some stuff.
Only thing that I'm measured by. And I saw that conflict play out among my friends who started Instagram, because they got into it because they wanted people to share little bite-sized moments of your life. Here's a photo of my bike ride down to the bakery in San Francisco. That's what Kevin Systrom used to post when he was just starting it. I was probably one of the first 100 users of the app. And later you see how these sort of simple products that had a simple, good, positive intention got sort of sucked into these perverse incentives. Mm-hmm. And so Google acquired my company called Appsure. I landed there and I joined the Gmail team. And I'm with these engineers who are designing the email interface that people spend hours a day in.
Oh, another thing I'll say, I didn't mean to stop him in the middle of what he's saying, but I want to add more to what I was saying, is that sometimes, like, the intention, the purpose of the product, or the purpose of this, like, when somebody creates something, the purpose of it was never for it to get this far, and never for it to grow into this behemoth of whatever it is, right? And so sometimes, like what he said, he started his business, and when he got into partnership with Google, because this is going to be a theme that you'll notice, is that small businesses, and they might have started off with the best intentions, but then at a certain point, it's like, do you sell out? Do you sell your business? Or are you going to keep doing what you're doing? Because it takes a lot to run a business and also to scale. And so once you start scaling, you're going to need more revenue, more profit, and more employees. But unfortunately, if you're a small business owner, then you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. So for example, we could use YouTube. When it first started off, it was college students that started it off in their basement, and it was just meant to be a video sharing type of platform. And now it's turned into this really huge kind of like multi-billion-dollar platform, where there's a lot of ad revenue, and then you have a lot of people doing a lot of sadistic, like very weird type of behavioral videos, weird shit on YouTube, right? But then there are also other people, as myself, who are doing educational, right? So it just becomes like a wider platform, and there are so many issues on social media as it is, especially when it comes to exploitation, and I can name so many other things, right? Now, what I will say though is that, I feel bad, because sometimes small business owners don't have a choice, and they do need to sell. And so we have to be mindful of that too. Because I know some people, they usually get mad. Like, for example, let's use hair care, right? So I just use Carol's Daughter on my hair. Y'all know Carol's Daughter is no longer owned by Carol's Daughter or Carol. It's owned by some other company. Same thing with Shea Moisture. And same thing with Mielle Organics. So at some point, you know, you have to stretch and you got to figure it out. Are you going to stay small? Are you going to grow big? And that's usually when the friction happens, because they're thinking of the bottom line. They don't give a damn. So once you sell it to a larger company, they're not going to hold the same values that you used to hold when you was in the kitchen trying to cook up the hair products, right? And so I'm using that as an example, but we can see that this is where he's going with his company. I'm pretty sure that when he started it, he didn't realize that it was going to get to the point that where it is now. So, all right, I just wanted to say that. Let's listen to more.
And then one day, one of the engineers comes over and he says, well, why don't we make it buzz your phone every time you get an email? And he just asked the question nonchalantly, like it wasn't a big deal. And in my experience, I was like, oh my God, you're about to change billions of people's psychological experiences with their families, with their friends at dinner, with their date night, on romantic relationships, where suddenly people's phones are going to be busy showing notifications of their email. And you're just asking this question as if it's like a throwaway question. And I became concerned, I see you have a slide deck there.
I do, yeah.
About basically how Google and Apple and social media companies were hosting this psychological environment that was going to corrupt and fract the global human attention of humanity. And I basically said I needed to make a slide deck, it's a 130 something pages slide deck that basically was a message to the whole company at Google saying we have to be very careful and we have a moral responsibility in how we shape the global attentions of humanity.
The slide deck I've printed off, which my research team found, is called A Call to Minimize Distraction and Respect Users' Attention by a Concerned PM and Entrepreneur. PM meaning project manager?
Project manager, yeah.
How was that received at Google?
I was very nervous, actually, because I felt like I wasn't coming from some place where I wanted to like stick it to them or, be controversial. I just felt like there was this conversation that wasn't happening. And I sent it to about 50 people that were friends of mine just for feedback. And when I came to work the next day, there was 150, on the top right on Google Slides, it shows you the number of simultaneous viewers.
Yeah.
And it had 130 something simultaneous viewers. And then later that day, it was like 500 simultaneous viewers. And so obviously it had been spreading virally throughout the whole company. And people from all around the company emailed me saying, this is a massive problem. I totally agree. We have to do something. And so instead of getting fired, I was invited and basically stayed to become a design ethicist, studying how do you design in an ethical way and how do you design for the collective attention spans and information flows of humanity in a way that does not cause all these problems. Because what was sort of obvious to me then, and that was in 2013, is that if the incentive is to maximize eyeballs and attention and engagement, then you're incentivizing a more addicted, distracted, lonely, polarized, sexualized breakdown of shared reality society.
Correct. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. And we can see it in real time, especially with social media apps like TikTok. I will say, though, that even though YouTube has its issues, they are a bit better when it comes to content because they value long form. And so usually with long form, the longer that you stay watching something, the better your attention span is. However, when you're like quickly changing between, different types of videos, different types of content, you're hopping here and there, that is going to cause a lot of issues with your brain function. I hope y'all know that, right? So especially when it comes to dementia, Alzheimer's, you need to have a really high attention to focus. Hold on, we're going to talk about this right now. This is very important. Alzheimer's. It's not awareness, brain. So what they say, let's just put prevention. Hold on, Alzheimer's prevention. In case many of you don't know, I don't know if I shared it, but my grandfather actually had dementia and it developed into Alzheimer's. One of my uncles has dementia right now too. So it is very prevalent in my family. So they say that like the thing that you can do to reduce dementia is you have to like work on your brain. Like you need to like always like be active like with like these type of puzzles and things like that. Let me see if I can find it. Why is there so many ads, y'all? So many ads. Okay, so yeah, no alcohol, manage diabetes. We already know that with health. They said it's type 3 diabetes, actually, Alzheimer's. A lot of people say that. Hold on. There's something with your brain too. It's connected to mental health, but also like your brain function. Keep learning. Here we go. That's what I was looking at. So research has linked higher dementia risk to lower education levels. However, one study found that the odds of developing dementia fall in people who continue to learn. So you always have to have cognitive, like you got to work out your brain just like you work out your body. It's exactly the same thing. So when you're switching from video to video and you have a short attention span, you're going to have to start learning how to watch videos for the length that they are. I'm not talking about 2 times speed or nothing, but I mean, that does help if you slow it down a bit. But you need to be cognitively aware, and your brain needs time to really process, and you also need time to exercise your brain. So that's doing like Sudoku puzzles. Like those things really help. Crosswords, mentally challenging your brain, because when you're watching things on a loop, then you're not challenging your brain. You're just teaching your brain to just react. But when you are actually challenging your brain, meaning that you're going to do like those deep exercises where you have to think, critical thinking, crosswords are the best, to be honest with you, because then you have to look at the vocabulary words. You're constantly exercising your brain, then it'll lower your risk for developing dementia and Alzheimer's, along with, lowering alcohol intake, being physically healthy, et cetera. So, this is a big problem, y'all, the attention span problem.
Because all of those outcomes are success cases of maximizing for engagement for an individual human on a screen. And so it was like watching this slow motion train wreck in 2013. You could kind of see that there's this kind of myth that we could never predict the future. Like technology could go any direction. And that's like, the possible of a new technology. But I wanted people to see the probable, that if you know the incentives, you can actually know something about the future that you're heading towards. And that presentation kind of kicked that off.
A lot of people will know you from the documentary on Netflix, The Social Dilemma, which was a big moment and a big conversation in society across the world. But then, since then, a new alien has entered the picture. There's a new protagonist in the story, which is the rise of artificial intelligence. When did you start to... in The Social Dilemma, you talk a lot about AI and algorithms.
Yeah.
But when did
it's
you...
a different kind of AI. We used to call that the AI behind social media was kind of humanity's first contact between a narrow, misaligned AI that went rogue. Mm-hmm. Because if you think about it, it's like there you are, you open TikTok and you see a video and you think you're just watching a video, but when you swipe your finger and it shows you the next video, at that time you activated one of the largest supercomputers in the world, pointed at your brainstem, calculating what 3 billion other human social primates have seen today, and knowing before you do which of those videos is most likely to keep you scrolling. Mm-hmm. It makes a prediction. So it's an AI that's just making a prediction about which video to recommend to you. But Twitter's doing that with which tweet should be shown to you. Instagram's doing that with which photo or videos to be shown to you. And so all of these things are these narrow, misaligned AIs just optimizing for one thing, which is what's going to keep you scrolling. And that was enough to wreck and break democracy and to create the most anxious and depressed generation of our lifetime, just by this very simple baby AI. And people didn't even notice it because it was called social media instead of AI. Mm-hmm. But it was the first, we used to call it, in this AI Dilemma talk that my co-founder and I gave, we called it humanity's first contact with AI.
And this is very interesting that he's saying that, because I never really thought about it like that. And he's right. When social media became when social media was introduced, that was out of high school. Yeah, I'm old, y'all. I'm old. So I was out of high school. I remember when Facebook and Instagram came around. I was like in college, I believe, like maybe my first or second year. And this just goes to show you, though, that how it has developed within that time frame. And now this is why I remember we talked about parasocial relationships and how people believe like real life is online. And so people don't know how to differentiate what's real and what's not anymore. No lack of social skills. I remember like when COVID happened, or C-19, I'll just say COVID though. When COVID happened, there were babies. Remember the young kids that were quarantining. They did not know how to socialize. I'm gonna tell y'all. So this is my personal experience. When I was in Korea, I was, after I completed my studies, my master's, I taught at a school for a year. And that school, that was in 2022, where I started my contract March of 2022. And the children that came into the kindergarten, they didn't know, they had no social skills. And the reason for that is because they were the iPad kids. They were the kids that stayed inside and indoors for the 2 years that we had quarantine and COVID. Remember, online classes, right? So when it came time for them to actually come into school, they went feral. They didn't know how to act. They didn't know what to do. They could not socially interact with other kids. There were so many disciplinary actions that the teachers had to take. They had no idea. So they had to teach them over and over and over again and how to re-socialize with society. And so what we don't realize is that when you have children, even young teens, they're on social networks all day long. They're watching TV all day long. They have no type of social skills, no type of interaction, and that can create anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. Why? Because you're not interacting with people. You're just playing and staying online, watching a whole bunch of videos of people just emoting their emotions at you. And a lot of the videos, they're not even supposed to watch. Parents don't even watch their kids half of the time. So you'll see, that's why Love Island went the way that it did, season 7, is because you had a whole bunch of kids watching a TV show that they had no business watching. And that is the problem here, is that they're being socialized to know how to watch social media and be on social media, but not how to interact with real people. They don't have a community, y'all. It's not real. It's parasocial. And so now, within the decades plus, how many years is that? 2009, y'all, I'm really old. It's 20 plus years that social media was introduced. Now we're really seeing the ramifications of it. And this is why they're saying that, people are having a hard time maintaining work. They cannot focus. They have lack of social skills. They don't know how to learn. It's gotten really bad, even in public schools, where there's it's worse than it ever has been. And that is because children are not being socialized to interact with each other. Their brains are not being challenged in the way that it should be. They are just scrolling, doom scrolling. That is it. That is all. And playing video games on top of that. And so what do you think is going to happen? Brain rot. That's the problem.
Because it's just a narrow AI. And what ChatGPT represents is this whole new wave of generative AI that is a totally different beast, because it speaks language, which is the operating system of humanity. If you think about it, it's trained on code, it's trained on text, it's trained on all of Wikipedia, it's trained on Reddit, it's trained on everything, all law, all religion. And all of that gets sucked into this digital brain that has unique properties. And that is what we're living with ChatGPT.
I think this is a really critical point, and I remember watching your talk about this, where I think this was the moment that I had a bit of a paradigm shift when I realized that how central language is to everything that I do every day.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually everything.
We should establish that first. Why is language so central? Code is language. So all the code that runs all of the digital infrastructure we live by, that's language. Law is language. All the laws that have ever been written, that's language. Biology, DNA, that's all a kind of language. Music is a kind of language. Yeah. Videos are a higher dimensional kind of language. And the new generation of AI that was born with this technology called transformers that Google made in 2017 was to treat everything as a language. And that's how we get, ChatGPT, write me a 10-page essay on anything, and it spits out this thing. Or ChatGPT, find something in this religion that'll persuade this group of the thing I want them to be persuaded by. That's hacking language, because religion is also language. And so this new AI that we're dealing with can hack the operating system of humanity. It can hack code and find vulnerabilities in software. The recent AIs today, just over the summer, have been able to find 15 vulnerabilities in open source software on GitHub. So it can just point itself at GitHub.
GitHub being
this website that hosts basically all the open source code of the world. So it's kind of like the Wikipedia for coders. It has all the code that's ever been written that's publicly and openly accessible, and you can download it, so you don't have to write your own face recognition system. You can just download the one that already exists. And so GitHub is sort of supplying the world with all of this free digital infrastructure. And the new AIs that exist today can be pointed at GitHub and found 15 vulnerabilities from scratch that had not been exploited before. So if you imagine that now applied to the code that runs our water infrastructure, our electricity infrastructure, we're releasing AI into the world that can speak and hack the operating system of our world.
By the way, y'all, if you haven't watched this movie, I highly recommend it. Mission Impossible, the one that was just released. They talked about that, The Final Reckoning. Y'all need to watch this movie. Watch it if you get a chance to, because it is literally talking about what he's talking about right now. There was an operating system that was able to fool other systems because it was able to intelligently hack into national security, and so they didn't know which information was accurate and which one was inaccurate. And so this is what he's talking about right now. I believe that is what he's saying, is that now AI has gotten so intelligent that it can literally seep into everything and every system if we use it right. And so now it becomes like, this is a threat. Because then what if someone hacks into, because you guys know, by the way, you know what? We're going to talk about it too. My goodness, I know my brain is flowing a lot today. Medical records, they are being hacked by the droves, right? So there's always some breach, let's look at it. Medical records breach. Look at this, y'all. Because your medical record is golden. There's going to be a lot of privacy breaches going on. And the reason why people are doing it is because, look at that. This was just this year. NWT's medical record system under microscope. Hold on, sorry. After 2 reported cases of snooping. This was in Canada. I remember in Australia, there was a huge data breach. Medical data breach. There was a huge one. Let's see if we can find it. Here, cyber attack. This was in Canada. I know it keeps giving me Ontario, but this is a global thing, y'all. There's so many, and that's because your healthcare records, your records, there is the new digital currency, y'all. People's records, people's important private information. Hackers breach internal servers of tech providers for Britain's health services. That was just 3 days ago. 3 days ago. If you live in the UK, you need to be on guard for that. Hackers breach internal servers of tech provider for Britain's health services. This is what's been happening. And so imagine if they're able to do that with the health records. Imagine with the water supply. Imagine with your electricity if it's running through AI. Like if they have a system up for that. Imagine with any other type of national security issues. That's what I'm saying. And you see, even here, they say it's not an isolated incident. The incident comes amid heightened concern over attacks on health technology suppliers in the UK that have underscored how incidents affecting third-party systems, even when not hosting core records, can have operational implications. There you go. At least one patient is believed to have passed away following a ransom attack on pathology provider Synovis last year, with thousands of operations and appointments also canceled. This is real, y'all. Another ransom attack impacting software supplier Advance back in 2022 led to the temporary shutdown of the NHS 111 critical service used to triage non-emergency but urgent medical calls. Red flag. So now they hacking into medical systems. You missing your cancer appointment. You're missing your surgery. It might even hack into the operating room. Boom, boom, everything done, closed, dark. This is alarming, and this is happening in present day. So imagine when things get things are going to get real sticky. That's all I'm going to say. And this is happening right now. In that incident, doctors and nurses and other staff were forced to resort to pen and paper to complete their jobs due to the impact on IT systems, provoking a crisis management COBR meeting in the British government as officials feared the impact the attack could have on patient care. Advanced was subsequently fined $3 million by the ICO for security failings. This is NHS, y'all, the National Health System of the UK. Public health. Universal health care. Britain's current regulations for cybersecurity do not automatically include third-party health IT suppliers like DXS within their provisions, requiring them to meet specific security standards. And the government last month introduced its landmark cybersecurity and resilience bill to Parliament, threatening large fines for companies that fail to protect themselves from cyber attacks. Under the bill, companies that provide managed IT services to critical sectors, including healthcare, could be bought under the regulation. But guess what? A lot of these companies are overseas now. Uh-oh. Your phone records, phone companies, call centers overseas. Medical records, you better check. Sometimes they be having call centers overseas too. IT providers, where are they getting them? You see the bottom dollar, right? So they care more about the money than your records and also your health. And so this is where it's going now, and I believe that's what he's sounding the alarm on. Let's continue watching a little bit more. This is getting interesting, y'all. I might have to cut this into a few parts, because since we're doing the AI segment on Sundays, what I'll do is we'll watch it up to a certain point and then stop and reconvene next Sunday. I think that'll be important to finish the video.
And that requires a new level of discernment and care about how we're doing that, because we ought to be protecting the core parts of society that we want to protect before all that happens.
I think especially when you think about how central voice is to safeguarding so much of our lives. My relationship with my girlfriend runs on voice.
Right, exactly.
Me calling her to tell her something. My bank, I call them and tell them something.
Exactly.
And they ask me for a bunch of codes or a password or whatever. And all of this comes back to your point about language, which is my whole life is actually protected by my communications with other people now.
And you generally speaking, you trust when you pick up the phone that it's a real person.
No, I don't do that. Red flag. Do not call me. Do not call me. If you're not part of my core network, I will never pick up the phone line. Scammers ain't got nothing on this one right here. You ain't gonna call me. You're not gonna text me. I'm not calling you back. You better. This is how I know it's real. Is when I get a letter and I'm like, oh shoot, I gotta do that. I'm not responding. Matter of fact, I will see, when I remember one time somebody from some bank called me. I said, oh, really? Okay, hung up the phone. Cloop. And then I called the bank right away. I was like, let me get that phone call. Hello, did somebody just call me? Oh, yeah, we called you. Oh, okay. This was not a false alarm. Okay, cool. Matter of fact, I'll even do one further and I'll go to the branch. Hop, skip my ass to the branch. I don't play that. You're not going to get nothing out of me. Barely a phone call. If you do not leave me a voicemail, even if you leave me a voicemail, I'm not responding. Because this is how bad it's gotten. You don't know who's on the line. You don't know, because nowadays they're even doing deep fake voices of your loved ones, where you think it's your loved one that's in trouble, and then people asking for money. No, well, I guess he's just going to have to suffer. I'm not picking up my phone. People know that. I'm like, do not let me be your emergency phone call. Don't do that. Do not put me as that, because I'm not going to pick up the call. Unless it's I'll call them after, but I'm not picking it up on the first. No, I'm not going to believe it, because that's how bad it's gotten, right? And so, yes, please secure yourself. I'm not saying that you have to be like me and be extreme, but that's just how I do it, because that helps me a lot. And yeah, I'm not going to respond. So if it's an emergency, I'm going to be like, okay, can I take your number? And then I'm going to call you right back. Make sure it's a real line. Make sure you ain't calling me on some damn Google Voice or whatever the hell you calling me on. No, we ain't going to play that. Make sure it's the real hospital. What hospital is it at? Boom, call the receptionist. And I'm going to make sure it's a hospital I can search online. It ain't no rinky-dinky hospital. Oh, you only this number you're going to know. You're not, no. Because there have been many of people scammed, and we're going to get to scamming. I got a few scamming videos coming out, right after this one.
I literally just 2 days ago, I had the mother of a close friend of mine call me out of nowhere, and she said, Tristan, my daughter, she just called me crying that some person is holding her hostage and wanted some money.
You see, that's when I was just talking about that. Red flag. Nope. Well, I guess I'm sorry. I'm not, you're not going to get nothing out of me. No. Now, if I know that my people is for example, let's say that I know that somebody went to a country and I know that country has a bit of a first of all, why would you do that? That's number one. But let's say they went there and they wanted to be on some type of adventure, adventure of a lifetime. And they were captured by some type of kidnappers. then we're going to get the FBI involved. Not FBI. What am I saying? I'm acting like I'm in the U.S. again. We're going to get the RCMP involved. I'm not going to pick up the phone call when they say, oh, we got ransom. Okay, well, can you make sure he eats and give him some good food? We coming soon. Boop, bloop. RCMP. Yeah, we got a call from the kidnapper. Because if they say, oh, yeah, don't tell I don't care. I'm snitching. I'm not going to know. Because that's what they want you to do. That's how they intimidate you. No, I'm snitching. I'm screaming, I'm yelling, I'm snitching. Those three things you will always get with me. If somebody comes up to you at whatever point and be like, oh, if you scream, I'm screaming. For dear life, I'm fighting and screaming. I don't give a damn. It's me or you. And most likely it's going to be you because I'm not going down without a fight. So at the end of the day, please do not pick up these random phone calls, y'all. They be scamming, and they're getting very crafty with their scams because of AI. And even with the videos, there's so many videos that are so fake. And unfortunately, some people, they fall prey to that. So yeah, please do not pick up your phone unless, I don't know, that you do what you want to do. But as for me in my house, we don't do that.
And I was like, oh my God, this is an AI scam, but it's hitting my friend in San Francisco who's knowledgeable about this stuff and didn't know that it was a scam. And for a moment, I was very concerned, and I had to track her down and figure out and find my friends where she was and find out that she was okay. And when you have AIs that can speak the language of anybody, it now takes less than 3 seconds of your voice to synthesize and speak in anyone's voice. Again, that's a new vulnerability that society has now opened up because of AI.
So ChatGPT kind of set off the starting pistol for this whole race.
Yes.
And subsequently, it appears that every other major technology company now is investing ungodly amounts of money in competing in this AI race. And they're pursuing this thing called AGI, which we hear this word used a lot.
Yes.
What is AGI, and how is that different from what I use at the moment on ChatGPT or Gemini?
Yeah. So that's the thing that people really need to get, is that these companies are not racing to provide a chatbot to users. That's not what their goal is. If you look at the mission statement on OpenAI's website, or all the websites, their mission is to be able to replace all forms of human economic labor in the economy, meaning an AI that can do all the cognitive labor, meaning labor of the mind. So that can be marketing, that can be text, that can be illustration, that can be video production, that can be code production. Everything that a person can do with their brain, these companies are racing to build that. That is artificial general intelligence. General meaning all kinds of cognitive tasks. Demis Hassabis, the co-founder of Google DeepMind, used to say, first solve intelligence and then use that to solve everything else. Like, it's important to say, why is AI distinct from all other kinds of technologies? It's because if I make an advance in one field like rocketry, let's say I uncover some secret in rocketry, that doesn't advance like biomedicine knowledge, or doesn't advance energy production, or doesn't advance coding. But if I can advance generalized intelligence, think about all science and technology development over the course of all human history. So science and technology is all done by humans thinking and working out problems in any domain. So if I automate intelligence, I'm suddenly going to get an explosion of all scientific and technological development everywhere. Does that make sense?
Of course, yeah, it's foundational to everything.
Exactly. Which is why there's a belief that if I get there first and can automate generalized intelligence, I can own the world economy, because suddenly everything that a human can do that they would be paid to do in a job, the AI can do that better.
Yeah, that's what they think. And this is why, damn, I should have titled this Delusion, The Art of Delusion. This was supposed to be the title of this live stream, but I switched it. I don't know why I did that, but it is extremely, I just don't understand the frame of reference and thought process that goes into this, because I've said it before and I'll say it again. You can tell when something, and you can tell when a project is thought of beginning to end, all the risk factors. You can tell when it is thought of very well, and when somebody has actually sat there and spent time actually like thinking about the risks, the rewards, the effects, all of these things, right? This just sounds like a money grab to me. And it sounds as if they are thinking that they can replace human beings because, this AI is supposed to be better, more efficient, more effective. We have seen videos of the AI that can't even fold laundry. And I understand that they're going to have different iterations of this. But it is as if they're trying to replace us with robots. Why? So they can hoard more money. And so now you have to get to thinking, like, what's going to happen to you? What is going to happen to you? Because if they believe that a robot can take all of your consciousness, because remember, you are a human being. Your consciousness is limitless. Let's just be honest. Now, what you decide to do with it is your business, because, I done said it yesterday. We have some stupid ass people in this world. So, the consciousness is not always conscious. Sometimes it's dormant and it's sleeping. But for the rest of us who actually use our consciousness, they're trying to replace your thought process. They're trying to replace you, your likeness, with a machine. And that machine requires a lot of water, electricity, and resources that you also need. And so now we have to get to the point of saying, what the hell is happening? Because if it's going to take the resources that you need and they're extracting your resources to feed it to a machine that they think they would be able to control, and that would be able to work better than you, because guess what? They're not paying you anymore. They're paying a machine to do the work. So therefore, they don't have to pay the machine, because a machine is not a human being. It does not require to be fed, except water and, things like that. But it doesn't require food. It doesn't require emotional support. It doesn't require any type of guidance. Like, it just needs to be fed information and just output. That is it. That is all. So they're reducing our knowledge to just input and output. Like, it's just a mathematical equation. Okay, this. What they don't understand is there are nuances. And AI can never do that. That's what I'm saying. It's something it will never be capable of achieving, because it's not human. And so, unfortunately, the way that it can evolve is through human input. And so, again, a human inputting the information, and then it can start to evolve and do different types of scripts and stuff like that and coding. But it's still through the human mind that is able to do that. And so, again, this is just a bad plan. It's just a bad plan. It's a failed plan. I knew it was a bad plan. Can AI be useful? Absolutely. It can be useful. It's supposed to be helping you as an aid, not as an end-all be-all. And so now they're trying to use it not as an aid. They're using it to replace you. That is alarming and dangerous. Red flag. It's going to be a mess, y'all. But you see, we getting ready for it. That's why we're doing these segments. And I just saw somebody join the inner circle. Hold up. Who was that? Danny Fergie, welcome to the inner circle. Welcome. Glad to see you there. And I already announced we're gonna have a members only live stream coming up this week, so stay tuned for that. Yeah, it's very alarming, y'all. Okay, we're gonna watch a few more minutes of this. We gotta wrap this up, but I'm gonna play the rest of it next week. So for the continuation, we'll break it down part by part until we watch as much as we can of this video, because this is very informative.
And so if I'm a company, do I want to pay the human who has healthcare, might whistleblow, complains, has to sleep, has sick days, has family issues? Or do I want to pay the AI that will work 24/7 at superhuman speed, doesn't complain, doesn't whistleblow, doesn't have to be paid for healthcare? There's the incentive for everyone to move to paying for AIs rather than paying humans. And so AGI, artificial general intelligence, is more transformative than any other kind of technology that we've ever had.
Wait, my question is this, though. Like, who's supposed to maintain the AI? Because it's a machine, right? So as we know, machines need maintenance. They need help. They cannot evolve and thrive on their own. They need human interaction. So humans have to manipulate it, kind of touch it, kind of like a car, right? So you have a car where you have a mechanic. It comes in and, you got to do the oil change, all of that stuff, right? So it's so interesting that they think that humans are not gonna want, I don't get it. Like I said, you could tell this is not properly thought of, because the human being could just be like, F this, I'm not gonna fix that damn machine. Because you definitely don't have the knowledge, but I do. Why would I want to do that? So what if people don't want to fix the computers and they don't want to maintain them? And what if people start revolting and protesting and saying, no, I'm not going to fix that damn AI. I'm not going to let it replace me. So we're just going to let it just do what it does, and then it's going to ride till the wheels fall off. Then what are we going to do? Again, it's not thought of. They think that we're just going to willingly do stuff, and I don't know where this has come from. Have we gotten so dormant and complacent in society that you done forgot about the revolutions that have happened? You done forgot about the wars that have happened? You done forgot about the humans that have taken uprisings? or have done uprisings to overturn and change nations? Have they forgotten about that? Are they so confident that we're so desensitized and dormant that there's nothing that's going to be done? Because I could easily say, hell no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to fix the AI machine. Then what you gonna do? Oh, you're gonna take my food away from me? That's okay. I could just grow a garden here. It's okay. We'll figure out another way. We're very resourceful. Humans are extremely resourceful. We can find food. We'll find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. So it's like, you know, I don't understand. Do they think that somebody's just going up? Okay, I'll do it. Well, of course, there's always going to be somebody doing it. But I'm saying as a collective, people can literally say, I'm not going to use ChatGPT anymore. Everybody could literally say, you know what? We're not using that anymore. Done. But then will people stand up for that? That's the question. Will people actually go and, you know, kind of like revolt? That is the question. Can you get people to see it from that perspective? Because if I'm telling you, we have the people hold the power. It's always been like that. So as a collective, if we decide we don't want to use this anymore, we don't want to do that, we don't want these data centers, we don't want none of this stuff, then what?
And it's distinct.
With the sheer amount of money being invested into it, and the money being invested into the infrastructure, the physical data centers, the chips, the compute, do you think we're going to get there? Do you think we're going to get to AGI?
I do think that we're going to get there. It's not clear how long it will take. And I'm not saying that because I believe necessarily the current paradigm that we're building on will take us there. But, you know, I'm based in San Francisco. I talk to people at the AI labs. Half these people are friends of mine, you know, people at the very top level. And, you know, most people in the industry believe that they'll get there between the next 2 and 10 years at the latest. And I think some people might say, oh, well, it may not happen for a while. Phew, I can sit back and we don't have to worry about it. And it's like, we're heading for so much transformative change faster than our society is currently prepared to deal with it. And the reason I was excited to talk to you today is because I think that people are currently confused about AI. You know, people say it's going to solve everything, cure cancer, solve climate change. And there's people say it's going to kill everything. It's going to be doom. Everyone's going to go extinct. If anyone builds it, everyone dies. And those conversations don't converge. And so everyone's just kind of confused where how can it be, you know, infinite promise and how can it be infinite peril? And what I wanted to do today is to really clarify for people what the incentives point us towards, which is a future that I think people, when they see it clearly, would not want.
So what are the incentives pointing us towards in terms of the future?
So first is if you believe that this is like, it's metaphorically, it's like the ring from Lord of the Rings. It's the ring that creates infinite power. Because if I have AGI, I can apply that to military advantage. I can have the best military planner that can beat all battle plans for anyone. And we already have AIs that can obviously beat Garry Kasparov at chess, beat Go, the Go Asian board game, or now beat StarCraft. So you have AIs that are beating humans at strategy games. Well, think about StarCraft compared to an actual military campaign, you know, in Taiwan or something like that. If I have an AI that can outcompete in strategy games, that lets me outcompete everything. Or take business strategy. If I have an AI that can do business strategy and figure out supply chains and figure out how to optimize them and figure out how to undermine my competitors, and I have a step function level increase in that compared to everybody else, then that gives me infinite power to undermine and outcompete all businesses.
Not necessarily. And this is another thing that I have to say is that's why I said that this is very like, I think people underestimate the power of the human mind. But unfortunately, I do have to admit that the way that the societal, the rotting of society, this is what's giving them the confidence that this will work. Because if people really were, you know, locked in and they spent less time on their phones, more time, you know, touching grass, as they say, more time learning, reading, fundamentally like expanding your mind, then the confidence wouldn't be there. They are confident because they know that they have conquered your brain. And this is why I was saying what I said earlier. When you have children, because children are the future. Whitney Houston done told us that. Is the truth. They are the future. And so when you have future generations that you're not taken care of, one, you're distracted by whatever the hell's going on. You're trying to survive. And then on top of that, the education system is shit. It's like that for a reason, might I add, because it leads us to this point where you have people who are generating AI that think that it will beat your brain. And the funny thing is, I can say that it will, because people are not learning. And so when you lack learning and knowledge, you're not going to evolve. And so this is why the system can grow and become better and faster than you. And also it's using the knowledge of many people at once, right? Multiple people. But that's not always going to be accurate. Just because, you know, the AI can run faster doesn't mean that it can. Again, there are some blind spots that you will be able to detect because it doesn't have emotional intelligence. It will never be able to, because our emotions are just so different, so vast. It's too wide ranging. The human experience is very different from artificial intelligence, but they are very confident only because, unfortunately, we are not tending to the future, which is the children. We would rather, or parents would rather, I shall say, you know, just let their kids run wild, let their kids do whatever they want. You're not teaching them anything but to be like you. This is what happens. You're not fundamentally growing their brains. And so now this is why AI can take over, is because you're not teaching your kids anything at all. No one is. Just letting them go through society. Nobody cares. Oh, the teachers, put them in schools where they don't even have funding for the teachers. And yet they expect the teachers to work really hard to teach these kids who have no type of discipline. And then you want me to be okay with parents having more children when they can't even take care of the ones in the household. Red flag. This is why in the Adrienne Bailon case study, when her mom said that, oh, like, you know, she wanted her, the teacher had said that, Adrienne was a chatterbox or whatever, and that she wanted the teacher to focus on the positives. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, but you have a child who is disrupting the classroom. Every disruption means that you're disrupting others from learning, which means that the teacher has to spend more time disciplining and correcting that child, and that is going to come at the expense of the other children who want to learn. And imagine you have a large classroom with multiple chatterboxes, red flag, but then you want to be positive. Do not talk to my kids like that. Don't talk to my kids. The teacher could never. Yeah, this is what's going to happen. Then you got AI taking over your damn job.
If I have a super programmer, then I can outcompete programming. 70 to 90% of the code written at today's AI labs is written by AI.
Think about the stock market as well.
Think about the stock market. If I have an AI that can trade in the stock market better than all the other AIs, because there's mostly AIs that are actually trading on the stock market, but if I have a jump in that, then I can consolidate all the wealth. If I have an AI that can do cyber hacking, that's way better at cyber hacking and a step function above what everyone else can do, then I have an asymmetric advantage over everybody else. So AI is like a power pump. It pumps economic advantage, it pumps scientific advantage, and it pumps military advantage, which is why the countries and the companies are caught in what they believe is a race to get there first. And anything that is a negative consequence of that, job loss, rising energy prices, more emissions, stealing intellectual property, security risks, all of that stuff feels small relative to if I don't get there first, then some other person who has less good values as me, they'll get AGI, and then I will be forever a slave to their future.
But funny thing is, they all don't have the moral values. That's the craziest thing. Yeah, maybe one is a little slightly the best of the worst, but if we're talking about billionaires here, please, you want me to believe that somebody's going to actually do good by? Look at what they're doing with what we don't have we don't have the AGI, what he's talking about right now yet, or it's in the works. And look at our society. You got people sleeping on the street. We're going to talk about that, right? Oh, we're segueing real quick to what's really going on. Got people sleeping on the streets. You don't even have, in some countries, universal health care. People can't afford to live where they're living. You already are not a good steward of whatever money that you're handling right now. And you want me to expect that with AI is going to get better. Because, we can't let these dictatorship countries have it, but yet look at what's going on in your backyard because you're not focused on what's going on in your house. Red flag, look at down the street. People sleeping right there. I could go down to Pandora Avenue right now. Slew of people high off of their minds. And then you want me to believe that we're going to do right by AI and that another country will do better or worse than what we're going through right now. It's going to get better, right? Because, we got to get it into the right hands. When has that hand ever been right? And I'm speaking for my ancestors right now. Please.
Future. And I know this might sound crazy to a lot of people, but this is how people at the very top of the AI world believe is currently happening. And that's
You've
what
had those
justifies.
conversations.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, you've had, Jeff Hinton and Roman Yablonsky on and other people, Mogadot, and they're saying the same thing. And I think people need to take seriously that whether you believe it or not, the people who are currently deploying the trillions of dollars, this is what they believe. And they believe that it's winner take all. And it's not just first solve intelligence and use that to solve everything else. It's first dominate intelligence and use that to dominate everything else.
Have you heard?
Of course. And, I know I got some men in my chat. And I'm not talking about y'all. Y'all the good ones, including the man that lives with me and that I'm married to. But it all comes down to ego, testosterone. When are we going to learn, y'all? When has anything ever come out? Anything good ever come out of the ego and the competition? Look at what's going on. It's the battle of the reason why they're fighting this hard. It's all ego, competition, greed. This is all it is. And unfortunately, it's linked to y'all testosterone. I don't know what goes on in your mind. It's like y'all just always want to use people's resources. Why can't we just have a peaceful world? Why can't we just share with you? Like, what is going on here? Red flag. All the root of every cause of issues in this world. Is it the XY chromosome? I think it's the XY. I believe it's XY. XY is men, right? Sorry, I always got to make sure. My scientific knowledge is not that great. XY is a men. Yes, it's all with the XYs. I'm tired of y'all, damn it. We just want to live peacefully and raise our children. That's it. Raise children, raise family, raise pets. We just want to people don't want this. We just want to live a peaceful life. I ain't got that much years left. We don't. But we're spending more time fighting and competing. Most of those people that are investing and doing all this, they're going to be dead within 50 years, 60 years. Red flag, why are you doing this? This is a waste of time. Why? Oh, but ego. Of course, power. It all comes down to that, man. It's so stupid. Most of them not even going to be alive to see all of this. I'm being honest. Damn near kicking the bucket right now as we speak. And yet they want to spend their last days doing this type of activity. Instead of, spending time with their kids, families, whatever they got going on. Instead of making the world a better place. Instead of healing the world, in the words of Michael Jackson. You want to destroy it before you leave. Is that what it is? I don't understand it. So the rest of us can be stuck in this matrix.
Concerning private conversations about this subject matter with people that are in the industry.
Absolutely. I think that's what most people don't understand is that there's a different conversation happening publicly than the one that's happening privately. I think you're aware of this as well.
I am aware of this.
What do they say to you?
So it's not always the people telling me directly. It's usually one step removed. So it's usually someone that I trust and I've known for many, many years.
We're going to only watch the most replayed up until this part, and then we going to end it. We're going to end it until next week. So this part right here, how many minutes? 29:43. We'll end it at about 29-minute mark.
Who at a kitchen table says, I met this particular CEO. We were in this room talking about the future of AI. This particular CEO they're referencing is leading one of the biggest AI companies in the world. And then they'll explain to me what they think the future is going to look like. And then when I go and watch them on YouTube or podcasts, what they're saying is they have this real public bias towards the abundance part, we're going to kill cancer.
Cure cancer, universal high income.
Of course, it's always going to sound great. It always is going to sound great. That's how they lure you into believing that it's going to work. How many promises have we been promised? And yet nothing. How many times have you voted for somebody? They're like, we going to fix, we going to run the street, we going to clean everything. We going to get everybody job, and then look at what's going on. And you want me to trust you with this? Nothing. It's gotten worse. Worse. Society has gotten worse, not better. We're supposed to be better. This is ridiculous. At this point, I don't understand. We have the technology. We have more resources than we ever have had. And yet, we're still in the same cycle. Why? And then you think AI is going to solve the problem? Please. It's just going to make it worse. It's already bad. Even without AI, AI is supposed to make it better. It's supposed to be supplementing what we already have done better. That's what it's supposed to do. It's not supposed to fix the problems. The problems should have already been better. It's supposed to be an aid, a tool, a support. But no, ego and greed.
Come for everyone.
All this stuff
people
that
won't
kind
have
of
to
sounds
work
good
anymore.
But then privately, what I hear is exactly what you said, which is really terrifying to me. There was actually since the last time we had a conversation about AI on this podcast, I was speaking to a friend of mine, very successful billionaire, knows a lot of these people, and he is concerned because his argument is that if there's even like a 5% chance of the adverse outcomes that we hear about, we should not be doing this. And he was saying to me that some of his friends who are running some of these companies believe the chance is much higher than that, but they feel like they're caught in a race where if they don't control this technology and they don't get there first and get to what they refer to as takeoff, like fast takeoff.
Yeah, recursive self-improvement or fast takeoff, which basically means what the companies are really in a race for, you're pointing to, is they're in a race to automate AI research. Because right now, you have OpenAI, it's got a few thousand employees. Human beings are coding and doing the AI research. They're reading the latest research papers. They're writing the next, they're hypothesizing what's the improvement we're going to make to AI, what's a new way to do this code, what's a new technique. And then they use their human mind and they go invent something. They run the experiment and they see if that improves the performance. And that's how you go from, GPT-4 to GPT-5 or something. Imagine a world where...
Hold on, y'all. I got to look for my pet. Mimi! Where are you? Mimi. Where's Mimi? Hold on, y'all. She can't be anywhere else. Mimi, come here. Mimi. Oh gosh. Where is she, y'all? Mimi. It's too quiet. Okay, I'm gonna have to hold her. Where is she? Mimi! Where is she? Okay, something's off, y'all. I can't find her. Where is she? Oh gosh, she's sleeping somewhere. Hold on, y'all. I gotta find my baby. Oh my god. Oh wait, it's way too quiet. Oh no, where is she? Oh boy, I gotta find her, y'all. Oh my god, where could she be? Where is she? Oh, come here, Mimi. Come, baby. Come here. Oh my gosh. Being a fur mom is so hard. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna go feed her. Why was she behind the air conditioning system? Oh, she scared me. Don't scare me like that again. She was sleeping. Okay, come on. You gotta eat. Let's go. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna play it. Let me play it a little bit more.
Sam Altman can, instead of having human AI researchers, can have AI researchers. So now I just snap my fingers and I go from one AI that reads all the papers, writes all the code, creates the new experiments, to I can copy paste 100 million AI researchers that are now doing that in an automated way. And the belief is not just that, the companies look like they're competing to release better chatbots for people, but what they're really competing for is to get to this milestone of being to automate an intelligence explosion or automate recursive self-improvement, which is basically automating AI research. And that, by the way, is why all the companies are racing specifically to get good at programming. Because the faster you can automate a human programmer, the more you can automate AI research. And just a couple weeks ago, Claude 4.5 was released, and it can do 30 hours of uninterrupted complex programming tasks at the high end. That's crazy.
So right now, one of the limits on the progress of AI is that humans are doing the work.
Yes.
But actually, all of these companies are pushing to the moment when AI will be doing the work, which means they can have an infinite, arguably smarter, zero-cost workforce.
That's right.
Scaling the AI. So when they talk about fast takeoff, they mean the moment when...
What they're not considering is the money and the resources that they're going to need to be able to afford these systems. Red flag. They think they could cut us off. Okay, we gonna let them do it. Just like I remember I told y'all about the self-checkout. They got rid of some of them. It was just too much. That's what I'm saying. This is all just delusion. Like, it's very delusional for them to think this. They already don't want to pay us, but then they have infinite money to pay a computer system.
Where the AI takes control of the research and progress rapidly increases.
And it self-learns and recursively improves and invents. So one thing to get is that AI accelerates AI, right? Like if I invent nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons don't invent better nuclear weapons.
That's going to watch the Mission Impossible movie, y'all. The Final Reckoning. Please watch that, y'all. It's literally this situation.
If I invent AI, AI is intelligence. Intelligence automates better programming, better chip design. So I can use AI to say, here's a design for the NVIDIA chips. Go make it 50% more efficient, and it can find out how to do that. I can say, AI, here's a supply chain that I need for all the things for my AI company. And it can optimize that supply chain and make that supply chain more efficient. AI, here's the code for making AI. Make that more efficient. AI, here's training data. I need to make more training data. Go run 1 million simulations of how to do this, and it'll train itself to get better.
What do you think
AI accelerates AI.
What do you think these people are motivated by?
Greed.
The CEOs of these
Ego.
companies.
That's a good question.
Genuinely, what do you think their genuine motivations are? When you think about all these names.
I think it's a subtle thing. I think there's, it's almost mythological because there's almost a way in which they're building a new intelligent entity that has never before existed on planet Earth. It's like building a god. I mean, the incentive is build a god, own the world economy, and make trillions of dollars. Right? If you could actually build something that can automate all intelligent tasks, all goal achieving, that will let you outcompete everything. So that is a kind of godlike power that I think imagine energy prices go up or hundreds of millions of people lose their jobs. Those things suck. But relative to if I don't build it first and build this god, I'm going to lose to some maybe worse person who I think, in my opinion, not my opinion, Tristan, but their opinion thinks is a worse person. It's a kind of competitive logic that self-reinforces itself. But it forces everyone to be incentivized to take the most shortcuts, to care the least about safety or security, to not care about how many jobs get disrupted, to not care about the well-being of regular people, but to basically just race to this infinite prize. So there's a quote that a friend of mine interviewed a lot of the top people at the AI companies, like the very top, and he just came back from that and basically reported back to me and some friends, and he said the following. In the end, a lot of the tech people I talk to, when I really grill them on it, about like why you're doing this, they retreat into number 1, determinism. Number 2, the inevitable replacement of biological life with digital life. And number 3, that being a good thing anyways. At its core, it's an emotional desire to meet and speak to the most intelligent entity that they've ever met. And they have some ego-religious intuition that they'll somehow be a part of it. It's thrilling to start an exciting fire. They feel they'll die either way, so they prefer to light it and see what happens.
Yeah.
That is the perfect description of the private conversations.
Doesn't that match what you have?
Perfect description.
Doesn't it? And that's the thing. So people may hear that and they're like, well, that sounds ridiculous. But if you actually...
I just got goosebumps because it's the perfect description, especially the part they'll think they'll die either way.
Exactly. Well, and
Delusion.
Worse than that, some of them think that in the case where if they were to get it right and if they succeeded, they could actually live forever.
So you see, this is where it makes sense. And this reminds me of the freezing. You know when they do the freezing of the bodies. Some people have paid to be held in a freezer, in like some type of chamber. It's like I forgot what it's called, but it's to freeze your body in the event that science actually makes you live longer, and those people are supposed to. You know what? We're gonna watch it. We're gonna stop it right here. And we'll continue on with this interview next week. I think it's very important. Shout out to what's his name again? Diary of a CEO for this informative video. Let's watch one quick thing. Freezing your body for eternal life. Maybe I'll find it this way. Here. Okay. $6. 6 minutes. Okay, we're going to watch this one. Preserving life after death. Yeah, this is the one. I believe this is it. Yep. Cryonics. Thank you. All right, let's watch this one.
This is Alcor's patient care base. This is where we have all our patients stored. Currently 199 humans, plus almost 100 pets. So they're not really dead. They're just legally dead. They're not biologically dead, obviously, because you can donate all kinds of organs that are still viable and keep other people alive. It just means that something critical has failed that we can't fix today. We come at the stage where doctors today have given up, where today's medicine and technology is not sufficient to keep you going, but we're saying instead of just disposing of the patient, give them to us, we're going to stabilize them, stop them getting worse, and hold them for as long as it takes for technology to catch up and allow them to come back to life and continue living. So each patient is wrapped, first of all, in a sleeping bag to protect them in case we have to move them to soak up liquid nitrogen. Then they're put inside this aluminum pod, where they're secured in there, so they have mechanical protection. And then they're secured in these. So these things being made of aluminum are very good temperature conductors. They're very much like people in a long-term coma, except there's no metabolism. So to them, no time is passing. They're not alive, because obviously there's no metabolism, not functioning, not moving around. So people say, well, if they're not alive, they must be dead. Well, no, there's kind of an in-between state, which is not really alive or dead. So in our view, dying is a process, and cryonics stops that process. It puts dying on a pause and lets you go into the future where we have greater capabilities to reverse that and bring you back to life. The first stage of the procedure, we have to wait until the patient's been declared legally dead.
Okay, trigger warning, because I don't know what he about to do right now. So trigger warning, okay? Trigger warning. I'm gonna try my best to fast forward if it gets a little too graphic. But this is what's going on, y'all. This is it. And I wonder how much money that they're putting into this, because it's infinite. Like, how are you gonna be able? How long do you know? How long is too long? Would you have a contract for 500 years? How are you gonna pay for this? What? As soon as you wake up, you got a $1 trillion bill or something like that? Like bills on bills? Like, what is going on here? I don't know how this works, y'all. All right, let's continue watching. And I don't know why my stream is slowing down. No, it's not slowing down, but my camera's acting really weird. I'm gonna have to figure out the bits, the kilobytes. Okay, I'm gonna figure out the right number for my streaming software. I think I'm on the wrong format.
Then move the pedal.
Oh my god, that's tragic, y'all. Oh my goodness. And you know what? As parents too, like, I get it. I understand. I understand to a fundamental level, but man, like, who, Lord? Yeah, this. Okay, all right. I done changed my settings. Hopefully it's gonna be better now. Okay, let's watch this. Let's finish watching. It's very sad. Very, very sad. Hold on, where was I? Hold up. 1 second, y'all. Okay, here we go.
So some of the cooling takes place in that box, but then the final cool down will take place in this smaller dewar here. Again, the patient's in the aluminum pod, so we can just hook that up, open up our roof, winch them up, move them along, and then straight down into one of these other containers for long-term storage. For the whole body, it's a minimum is put aside to keep you cryopreserved for the long term.
The only group that you really see getting excited about the possibility are people who are people who specialize in studying the distant future, or people who have a stake in wanting you to pay the money to do it.
Exactly. There you go. That's what I was about to say. This sounds very scammy to me, unfortunately, and I feel bad for the families, because you know the young patient, that's very young, very very young. It's very sad, very tragic, but I'm sorry y'all. I'm so sorry. No, like no, just not. No, I'm no. Yeah, you ain't gonna keep my body up in there. But I get it. You know, I'm not gonna shame anybody for that, because I understand that, like, you know, I get it. You know, I understand that, you know, they want to see their loved ones in the future and that they're very hopeful. So, okay, yeah, my stream is actually really weird right now, but okay, it's just my camera, y'all. It's my camera. I don't know what's going on with it. But yeah, so I understand, but yeah, no. I don't trust none of this. None of what they talking about. None of that. Hold on. Why do I keep losing it? Here we go. Okay. All right, let's finish listening to Anthony Hopkins talk.
I don't really see any mainstream brain scientists, physiologists, people from psychiatry who study the mind. They're not lining up saying, I think this is a sound idea. Moreover, I don't think any of them do it. So at the end of the day, I think this notion of freezing ourselves into the future is pretty science fiction, and it's naive. It's almost like what you'd be thinking about in a college dormitory discussion. If I could just freeze myself and then defrost myself, kind of like a bag of peas, and wind up way in the future, wouldn't that be cool? Sounds okay, but then you realize how much we are products of our own time.
Come on, boy. Come on, you can jump. Okay, wait, jump.
Oh, now they got Mimi with
Our
me.
dog,
Mimi.
Oscar. Here he is, right here. He was almost 15 years old when he became ill, and he was suspended, put in cryonics. I think that in the future, the people who opted in for human cryopreservation or human cryonics preservation will most likely have family members and or friends who have also signed up for cryonics. And then it's just a waiting period. It's like, you know, you're in flight, you're in transport to your destination, and the destination would be the future, where a person who had a cancer or ALS or some other type of injury or disease is revived, the disease or injury cured or fixed, and the person is has a new body cloned or a whole body prosthetic or their body reanimated.
So this is gonna be like they cloned Tyrone. I didn't watch that movie yet, but I just heard cloned. Oh, this is all types of, yeah, I don't know. I don't get a good feeling from this, y'all. I don't get a good feeling from this. But then again, you know, I'm not in the science world. Maybe I'm too realistic, but like I'm not getting a good feeling about this.
And meet up with their friends again. People wondered, is this a human? And the same type of criticism is often reflected on cryonics. They won't be human when they're revived, or who will they be? Will they remember themselves? And what, you know, it'll be a frightening world. I don't think so.
All right, ma'am. That's your thought process. All right, I'm gonna read a few comments and then we're moving on to the next part. Oh wow, so many comments on this. Hey, Miss Divine 2024. Welcome, Maggie, Sasha, Sophie, Irie. Hold on, let me go down the chat. Shauna Michelle. Who else? Princess Amani. Who else? Who did I miss? At the Star That Fell. Hey, sis. Hey, everybody. How are you guys doing? Welcome. If I miss your name, my bad. I'm just scrolling through. Mimi, Romy, I felt worried for you. I'm listening in. Girl, she just be finding little corners, scaring her mama. But good thing that we closed the room doors so she can't get into the room. So I knew she had to be around here somewhere. I was just scared that she tried to fit herself into something that she shouldn't fit herself in. But she's pretty good with knowing that. I probably would have heard her squealing or something. So she trying to sleep. I put her right here. She like, Mommy, you too loud. So she went to the other side. She wants to be comfortable. But we're gonna, like, when Dom comes, we're gonna go for a walk, just to kind of tire her out, because she stays up all night. And the problem with that is that she wakes up early in the mornings because she used to be on a farm, so you know they wake up mad early. So We gotta get her used to our time. I have a cute dog. Oh, thank you, Maggie. Yeah, she's cute. Cute, but who Lord? When she be on demon time, she be on demon time. I love when you say red flag, Miss Divine. Yeah, watch AI try to duplicate that. I wish AI would. I wish AI would say red flags. I think I said that before. Watch, AI's gonna try to be like me. No, you can't steal my stilo, AI. Please. AI is still under development, though. I feel like they're trying to catch up too fast when it still makes bad mistakes. Hi, bruh. Yes, correct. I agree. It's still there's a lot of mistakes that it makes. It's not foolproof, and they're just speeding along with it. Why? Because, it's the battle of the egos. That's what it is. I just want to be a hot, extra rich mom. There you go. Like, some of us, we don't want all of this. Like, why do we need all of this trouble and trial and tribulation? We just want to live good. That's it. This don't sound like incels to y'all? Yeah. So what it is. That's that mindset, y'all. That mindset. Like a weird Inception dream, how will they exist? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this cryotherapy is gonna work. I don't think it's ever gonna work. That's just my theory. But if it does, if they prove me wrong, well then hell, I guess science really outbeat us. I don't know, or outbeat not us, God. That's if you believe in a higher power. I do. So. Not they clone Tyrone. That's what they finna do. They finna clone them folks, y'all. They finna clone them. They're doing this does not sound good at all. And no shade to the brother who is the man who's trying to hold the system together. The one who was talking about, we got this young bitch, and he was explaining everything. For you, maybe you might think of it in a good way, but we don't know what mad scientist is gonna come from the future. We might have another mad scientist on our hands, and they're gonna use the bodies to do some crazy stuff. That's why I said that it's just not worth it to me. But and also how are you going to guarantee that their bodies are going to defrost properly? Like, there's just so many levels to this. It's just too risky. I think they watch too many Avengers movies, because this did happen to Captain America. Remember, he was frozen in ice and then they defrosted him. I forgot which Captain America movie it was. Like, I'm telling you, all of this is in the movies. That's all. It's very science fiction. Very science fiction. So do they have a funeral or a birthday party? Maybe a memorial. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that. Hey, Aaliyah Jackson, how are you, sis? Yeah, I'm thinking that. Yeah, no job, no nothing. How would you acclimate? I don't know, Shauna Michelle. I have no idea. No idea, sis. I really don't know how they're going to do that. At the star that fell, you said this is highly unethical. Death is unavoidable. It comes for everyone. Exactly. It does. I agree with you. Very unethical. But then again, you have people who really they have their hopes in so many different things, right? So, all right, we're going to segue, y'all. So we'll let me put a thumbnail, a bookmark here. 27 minutes we left it off of. We're going to continue this next week. Have a really good conversation. And I want to briefly talk about the MIT professor. He was a fusion scientist. And he was unalived in his home. And they're connecting it to the Boston University unaliving that recently happened. I think that was last weekend, if I'm not mistaken. And so let's watch what's going on with this one. What's his name? Nuno Lauriero. Okay, we'll try to find him on YouTube. MIT professor. Let's just put MIT professor. This is alarming, y'all. This is alarming.
Is there a link between the slaying of a top nuclear scientist and the deadly shooting spree at Brown University?
Why the nuclear scientist, though? Top nuclear scientist, y'all. This is not sounding good. Top nuclear scientist.
2 days after the Brown shooting, MIT professor Nuno Lauriero was gunned down at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts.
Reported gunshots.
Doing his job
multiple times.
Projectiles impacted in the wall.
The 47-year-old was a renowned professor of nuclear science and engineering. And the shooting at Brown, just an hour's drive away, targeted the School of Engineering and Physics. Coincidence? MIT stepped up security today out of an abundance of caution and in light of recent...
So why are school campuses so, like, they're lacking real security? I don't understand that, y'all. I never did. But it's very sad because, hold on, who's the suspect? Let's see this person, this demon of a person. Brown University suspect. Let's see. Yeah, he unalived himself. Of course, he's a coward. They always are. This is the person, y'all. Suspect in Brown University attack unalived 2 days before his body was found. Autopsy determines. All right. Oh, this is a paywall. Damn it. I need to see this. Okay, here we go. How a tipster on Reddit helped police identify Brown University shooting suspect. Okay, so let's see. Of course, is this middle-aged? Look at this man. Look at this balding middle-aged red flag. I almost said something real mean. You know what? I'm gonna be quiet. I'm trying to be less mean with my commentary. I'm trying to be nicer. Look at him. Look at this person. Look at this person. Look at him. Loser. They're always losers, y'all. And someone you mentioned in the chat, incel mindset. That's where it comes down to. Look at this. Look at this. I promise you, he didn't have anything going for himself. I already can see that. Loser ass man. Probably just staying at home in his mama's basement. Being a degenerate menace to society. Red flag, unaliving innocent people. The smartest minds, because he's not smart. Jealous. They need to give his name. What's his name? I'm tired of this. Oh, suspect. No, I need to know his name. Let's find out this loser's history. Let's find out his history. What's his name? What's his freaking name? What's his damn name? I'm tired of them protecting these maniacs. Look at him. Look at him. This is embarrassing. Old grown-ass man. Old-ass man. 48-year-old. New details about how police caught up to Claudio Manuel Neves Valente, the 48-year-old former Brown University graduate student who allegedly perpetrated a mass unaliving at Brown and unalived the Massachusetts Institute of Technology professor, have emerged from a days-long manhunt where officials said he made a series of moves designed to evade authorities. Authorities credited the work of a tipster who they say blew the case out in the open. Providence Police Chief Oscar Perez said local police helped track down Neves Valente, who was found unalived in a New Hampshire storage unit. Yeah, that's how he had to go out, like a coward. Couldn't even face his damn crimes. In part thanks to surveillance video and a tip from an anonymous source that pointed authorities to a post on social media platform Reddit. The tip referenced a post in which a Reddit user, later identified as John, called for police to look into a gray Nissan with Florida plates. Of course, had to come from crazy-ass Florida. My goodness. I'm being dead serious, the Reddit post read. That was the car he was driving. How would you know Reddit user John? I need to know what's your alibi, because you sound mighty suspicious. Y'all plan it together? John followed Neves Valente outside, where he said he observed the suspect approaching his car, the affidavit noted. The suspect and John would lock eyes as Neves Valente repeatedly walked around the block in what John would describe as a game of cat and mouse, according to the affidavit. At some point, they encountered each other on George Street, at which time the suspect ran in the opposite door. He ran his fat ass, excuse my language, listen. Sorry, his wide behind. Look at him. Look at him. Yeah, I can call people for how much. I always show y'all. Look at him. Got a whole, what do you call it? Tube. The little tube that they be, the river tubes. Got that, all that fat around your damn, your, eating up your organs. Right up pressed against your organs. Look at all that fat in the midsection. And he could run. This is mess. Continuing. Let's go here. John then ran up behind the person of interest, slowed down to a good speed walk, and walked past the suspect. Wow. He did a lot. Okay, John, sorry for accusing you. You seem like you were doing the Lord's work. Where were the police officers? Red flag, where they at? Where are they? And you let a civilian, the civilian was able to do all of this. Where were they? Ultimately, John questioned Neves Valente why he was circling the block, prompting a response from the suspect before John walked away, according to the affidavit. Rhode Island Attorney General Peter Naranja told reporters John's information was crucial in tracking the suspect. I remember last night watching his interview, and he blew this case right open. He said the tip and surveillance video, along with the use of license plate reader technology, led investigators to a car rental agency in Massachusetts. There, police obtained a copy of the rental agreement with the suspect's name, as well as video of the suspect that matched the videos of persons of interest seen on the Brown University campus of the day of the pew-pewing, the complaint said. The discovery ultimately led investigators to a storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire, where the suspect was found unalive. Look at him. Look at this loser. Look at him. These are grown. I mean, at this point, something needs to be done. Something needs to be done. Living out of a storage unit. What? He was mad that his failed career. Like, what happened? Oh, he's mad that his degree didn't end up the way it was supposed to. So now he's mad at the world. What could make him or drive him to do this? That's what I need to know. What was his reason? What was the motive? Had a whole storage unit. Financial records and video evidence confirmed that the storage unit belonged to the alleged suspect and that the rental vehicle was connected to the Rhode Island and Massachusetts case. It sounds like he was living out of the storage unit. It sounds like he ain't had nothing going on. Why do you need that? Why do you need that? For me, okay, when somebody has a storage unit, we got to keep it honest. Usually they are out of the country, so they got to leave they got to leave their stuff somewhere. Okay, that's number one. Number two, they are in a small space and they cannot afford, or they cannot put their stuff there. Basically, they had to move from a bigger place to a smaller place. Because why else do you need a storage unit? So that means he had to downsize, either that or his living situation was way too small for him to carry all of his items. So he had to rent the storage unit to do all his activities or whatever the hell he was doing. What I need to know his background. Oh, we gonna research his behind once they release his. Wait, I got his name, so let's see if we can find out more information. Authorities identified the suspect as Neves Valente, a Portuguese national. So he's not even from. Oh Lord, y'all know what this gonna do. Immigration. Oh Lord, you already know. People gonna be mad. Oh boy, yeah. It's raps. It's raps. Immigration, forget it, y'all. It's over with. Oh, yeah, they're going to ramp up. Something's coming down the pipeline in 2026. Just believe that. Portuguese national and former Brown University student whose last known address was in Miami, Florida. Of course, the home of the crazies. And I could say that. Listen, I know about Florida. If anybody knows about Florida and what it's like to live there, it's me. Home of the crazies, y'all. Officials said Neves Valente died by unaliving or self-unaliving Thursday evening. He was found with a satchel containing 2 pew-pews, and evidence recovered from the vehicle matched what was found at the Providence crime scene. Okay, they did a warrant on the storage unit. What was there? I don't care about his autopsy. I need to know what the hell was in that damn storage unit. Portugal's Instituto Superior confirmed to ABC News that Claudio Manuel Neves Valente, was this a copy, a typo? Studied between 1995 and 2000 in the school's physics engineering program. 1995 to 2000. How many years is that? 96, 97, 98, 99, that's 5 years. 5 years he studied, 95 to 2000. In the school's physics engineering program, the same one attended at the time by slain MIT professor. So they knew each other. The last name looks very familiar. So I think, was this guy Portuguese too? Was he also Portuguese? So they studied at the same time. What happened between them? Oh boy. Okay, yes, there's definitely a connection here, y'all. He had a wife. Yeah, he was Portuguese. Okay, so it's personal. And then why did he go to Brown University, though? What was the relation to that? It seemed like there was just innocent bystanders there. Just a maniac. Red flag. Loureiro, sorry, y'all, if I'm butchering the name. Loureiro, a native of Portugal, wanted to be a scientist since childhood, according to MIT. There's some really weird stuff going on here. The accomplished scientist joined MIT faculty in 2016 and quickly became known as an imaginative scholar, gifted administrator, and enthusiastic mentor. So yeah, they're both from Portugal. Oh, there was some type of beefage going on. What happened between these two? Hold on, I'm very curious now. What was the other one's name? Rest in peace, let me put MIT professor. I should have copied his name too. Yeah, what's the link? Brown suspect was once a top student in Portugal with promising future. How did he become a loser? Claudio Manuel Neves Valente, suspected of opening fire. Okay, I need to know what was his relationship with the other one, the MIT professor. He was jealous. That's what it sounds like. 2 students unalive for a personal vendetta. Red flag. Came all the way to America to do what? To do this? This is what you did with your opportunity? He came on a student visa. He requested a leave of absence from the school in 2001 and ultimately withdrew in 2003. So he didn't even get his degree, y'all. He didn't get his degree. He did not, of course he didn't obtain his degree. He withdrew. Red flag. He did not obtain a degree during his time there. So he was a failed student, loser. And I'm not calling failed students loser because I went back to school later in life. But what I'm trying to say is that he's using that as a vendetta instead of getting himself together and trying to make a way for himself to get his diploma. Whatever issues you were going to, you had time to fix those issues and go back to school. School will always be there. But nope, he wanted to unalive people. He didn't have a current affiliation with Brown University. So what was he doing on campus? That's what I need to know. Okay, well, I guess we're going to figure this out. Maybe this is too fresh. Scott Watson told NBC News that he attended Brown with Neves Valente and that he had been his only friend there. That's a red flag, y'all. He said Neves Valente was socially awkward. Of course he was. And he would often complain about Brown. Okay, so he went to Brown because he didn't like Brown. Got it. Okay, he went to school, but the MIT, okay, so I guess the MIT professor and him probably knew each other since childhood. And then he went to Brown University because he couldn't get his diploma, so he was jealous of the kids who actually were able to get their diplomas years later. Psychotic. He would say the classes were too easy. They were so easy, but he couldn't pass. Red flag, you're stupid. That's what happened. You couldn't make it. But instead of getting tutors, instead of trying to make a way for yourself, instead of getting counseling, instead of trying to figure out why your learning wasn't accelerated as fast as other people, you would rather act like, oh, it's too easy. That's why you withdrew. He would say the classes were too easy. Honestly, for him, they were. Yeah, they were, but he couldn't graduate. Interesting. He already knew most of the material was genuinely impressive. He would be kind and gentle, although he often became frustrated, sometimes angry about courses, professors, and living conditions. He sounds like he had something going on mentally. Watson recalled a conflict that Neves Valente had with another student whom he believes Neves Valente would refer to as a slave because the student was from Brazil. Oh, because she wasn't the pure European Spaniard, so she had to be a slave. Okay, because she had probably African-American ancestry. That's what I'm assuming. So not only was he a dumbass, but he was also a racist. Got it. I had to break up a fight once against a woman. Listen, there's always... Oh, sorry. It didn't say a woman, but a student who he said was from Brazil. So there's always like a connection. Always feeling this superiority complex. But then look at his ass. Prior to that time, both Neves Valente and Lou... Okay, so now we get the connection here. Finally. Hold up. Prior to that time, both Neves... Oh my God, why does it keep... Oh my goodness. Red flag! What? NBC News, y'all are gonna pay for your crimes. Here we go. Got me... Okay, here we go, y'all. Sorry. Okay, I don't want to see this. Prior to that time, both Neves Valente and Loureiro, the MIT professor, attended the Instituto Superior Técnico in Lisbon. So they both went to the same school. Okay, so the other one was probably smarter than him. So he had a personal vendetta against him. Which said that they were enrolled from 1995 to 2000 in the undergraduate program in technological physics engineering. Rogério Colaco, the president of the Instituto Superior Técnico, oh my goodness, told the Portuguese newspaper Expresso that Neves Valente graduated with a final average of 19 out of 20, an exceptionally high score, particularly given how rigorous the university is. Even before starting college, Neves Valente had made strong impression academically. He represented Portugal at the 1995 International Physics Olympiad for the secondary school students. He could have done so much with his life, and he chose to be a degenerate. Not only that, but he didn't even graduate from Brown University, talking about it was easy, but yet you couldn't graduate. Red flag. You knew it was hard. You were a foreign student, but instead of admitting it, you want to act all superior. Living out of freaking storage units. That's what that got you. That's what happens when you're prideful. Yet Neves Valente seemed to have left little imprint on those he studied with. Yeah, they don't have a memory of him. He was a loser, a nobody. He didn't use his skills to the max. He was supposedly the smartest person in the class, but yet he couldn't even graduate from Brown University. Talking about it's too easy. Let's continue. They don't have any memory of this man. He was very forgettable. But Loureiro, that's the other one, the MIT professor, was a researcher at the Instituto Superior Técnico's Plasmas and Nuclear Fusion Unit and was described in a statement from the school as a brilliant colleague. His friends and colleagues at IPFN and at Tessinio, oh my goodness, I'm sorry if I'm butchering the names, some of whom continue to collaborate with Nuno to this day, are deeply distressed with his premature passing, the statement said. We remember a brilliant colleague with whom it was a scientific and personal pleasure to collaborate. That means that the person who was unalive, the MIT professor, he was very, people loved him. He was a warm person. He had a lot of accolades. They remembered him. They gave him a tribute. The other one, nothing. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. A loser. Red flag. You will forever be a loser. Nobody's gonna remember your dumbass. Stupid. Why wouldn't you use your knowledge for something greater? You're supposedly one of the brightest minds, but yet doing the same dumb activities. And yes, it could be an undiagnosed mental health issue, but hell, mental health can only go so far. I don't like when people use that excuse only because mental health does not make people violent. Yes, sometimes it is a contributor, but it's not the reason. This person was always violent. He had a problem, y'all. Complex. Nobody remembers you at all. I hope these people, if we have a mass unaliver in the chat, I hope you realize that we don't remember you. You're a nobody in life, and you're a nobody in death. Just a loser. L. Why? That's what I need to know. Why? Look, they still talking about Loureiro. They said that he was a fantastic physicist, a very effective leader with a clear vision and sophisticated sense of strategy, and an amazing human being. See, they said all of that about him, but not about you. He was a widely known figure to anyone who follows the field. Valente was a physicist by training, not a researcher, with no known published articles. All talk, no action, but want to be jealous of the next person because they're actually walking and talking and doing what they're supposed to do. So he's mad, upset, saying the classes are too easy, saying that he's better, but then you have somebody who is actually living that life. Actions match the words. They're actually motivated to do better and to be a better human being. They're putting in work, got a whole family, had everything that you couldn't have, and yet you wanted to snuff his life because you're a loser. I'm tired of these folks. Look at him. Look at him. Tired of them. Look at him compared to the other guy. Hold up. Where the other one at? Look at the two. Look, same age. They were classmates, y'all. classmates. But then look at this one. Healthy. Looks youthful. Energy. Doing what he's supposed to do. And then look at the other one. Where he at? Where his ugly ass at? Then you got this one.
Six-day manhunt is over, and the Reddit post that helped crack the case. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips.
No,
Police say the shooter
we're
was...
not talking right now. And then look at the other one. Sorry, I was trying to do a comparison. Look at this one. Look at them. Look at him. Gut popping up. Gut full of nothing in there. Just fat storage. He's aged. Look at his face. Do they even look like they're the same class? Like they were in the same class? Red flag. This is what happens when you have hate in your heart. This is exactly what happens when you're jealous of other people. You're looking at living vicariously through other people. You're not working on yourself. You're focused on other people instead of yourself. This is what happens. He was being parasocial, y'all, stalking that man because he could live a better life. He wanted the life that he was living. You could never. He resided in Miami. He probably didn't even have his paperwork. It is deeply disturbing for the scientific community. He was a permanent, he got permanent residency. How did he do that? I don't know. Legal permanent resident status in 2017. Records show that he lived in Vegas that year and more recently appeared to reside in Miami. He had rented a hotel room in Boston twice and later. Yeah, he was unhoused. He didn't have any place to go. He was a nomad. Oh boy. Continuing. Sorry, y'all. I'm just going to continue, y'all. Rest in peace. We're going to say the names of the two young students who lost their lives because of this maniac who was a loser and didn't have anything to offer this world. And instead of taking himself out of the world, out of this world, because that's really what he wanted to do, he wants to take other people down with him. Again, loser behavior. And instead of facing the authorities like a man, he wants to hide like a coward and unalive himself, what he should have done in the beginning instead of going on this rampage. Red flag. You're a nobody. Still a nobody. I don't even know what your name is anymore. I don't know. We're not gonna say his name. We're not gonna give him that type of acknowledgement. He was less than a human. Continuing. The Brown University students unalived in Saturday's attack were identified as Muhammad Aziz, Umar Zorkov, and Ella Cook. Umar Zorkov from Uzbekistan was remembered by his aunt as kind and smart. Cook from Birmingham, Alabama, had been the vice president of Brown's College Republicans group and was described by her church as an incredible, grounded, faithful, bright light. Luriero had been a world-renowned plasma physicist. Plasma, y'all. Do y'all know how important plasma is? That runs our blood. He could have came up with research to help solve a problem, y'all. He wanted to help humanity, and his life was taken away. No reason, y'all. Jealousy, hate. And because that man could never. He joined MIT in 2016. In a video posted to YouTube earlier this year, Luriero spoke about his work and offered advice to students in his field. I think on any given day it's tempting to go for the low-hanging fruit, he said. Be a little bit more ambitious and tackle the really hard problems. All right. Rest in peace, Luriero. So we're going to watch a little bit of his. It's only 3 minutes, y'all. 3 minutes. Let's give him his flowers.
I'm Nuno Loureiro. I'm a professor at MIT. My main appointment is in nuclear science and engineering. I have a joint appointment in the physics department. I'm also director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, which is an umbrella research center at MIT for all the plasma and fusion-related activities that we do on campus. Many of these plasmas that we study, they have magnetic fields. Essentially, magnetic reconnection is a nonlinear phenomenon that happens in a plasma where the magnetic field decides to rearrange into a different configuration. And in doing so, it releases a lot of energy. The best known example of magnetic reconnection are solar flares. And there's many manifestations of reconnection. There's many interesting issues associated with magnetic reconnection. So that's what I study. Well, plasmas are essentially nonlinear media. So if you have electrons moving, they move in response to electric and magnetic fields, but their motion itself causes a current that then changes the electric and magnetic fields. They influence each other in a way that's not just a direct causation. Their motion not only depends on the fields that are imposed, but changes the fields that are imposed. So you have to compute everything self-consistently. Turns out that turbulence is critical to understand the properties of all the media where plasmas exist, not just from laboratory experiments, but also naturally occurring environments. For example, how does the turbulence in a plasma like the solar wind raise or keep the electron and ion temperatures the way they are? There's some nonlinear process of transfer of kinetic energy into heat, right? And how that comes to...
You see, the way he talking, he's already... Hold on, y'all. Let me, I have to rethink this, but... Whew, Lord, it's not even 3 minutes, and he's already explaining things that are way beyond my my frame of reference. But that's how important his research is. That's how important it still is, because I don't want to say that, you know, his research was in vain. This is how important his research is, y'all. Not was, is. The way he talking, I don't even know what he talking about, but I know it's something important. And then the other one, that was his life, being a loser.
To be.
This is why humanity cannot advance. It's because instead of people doing what they gotta do to get better, they would rather take you out. You who's doing better for humanity. They would rather take you out than to do better themselves. It's easier for them to be a coward and to unalive you and themselves instead of actually facing the truth that they're a loser and they need to get better. Some of us have loser behavior. Hell, I had loser behavior, but guess what? I was aware of that. And then I changed it. You become better. But nope. Rather look at the next person and be jealous of what they have. Because it makes you sleep better at night. And guess what? You still died a loser.
Is ultimately what explains why the observed temperatures of ions in the solar wind are what they are. Many things happen in a turbulent flow in a plasma, and one of the things that can happen is reconnection events. So not large scale like the solar flares, but very small scale ones. I'll focus on magnetic confinement. The concept that's sort of most familiar is called tokamak. You have your plasma in there, and what you try to do is you try to get the plasma to be hot, relatively dense, and confined, so you want it to stay in there for a long enough time that you can have fusion reactions produce energy. Confining a plasma is very challenging. They are nonlinear, they want to do their own thing, in a sense. We have developed very sophisticated understanding of how you can control the plasma and prevent it from becoming unstable. But there's always low amplitude level turbulence present in this plasma.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about, but you know what? Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Professor. Your work was important, and I really hope that people carry it forward and that your research was not done in vain. And to the other one, where he at? Where his ugly ass at? Oh, ugly ass man. Where he at? Where he at? What's his name? I don't even care about his damn name. Where's his image? May you forever rest in the deepest, darkest abyss of hell. And may the demons just eat you up every single time. Eat him right up. Green flag. Get him. Eat him up. So he could remember how much of a loser he was in life and death. Next. Continuing on. So let's segue, y'all, because of time purposes. There are a lot of, speaking of motels and hotels, there are a lot of people that are moving into hotels and motels. And actually, wait, before we get into that, let's get into another degenerate. My bad, y'all. I forgot about Tory Lanez. Here we go. We're going to go on the degenerate tour right now. Where his ass at? Where are you, Tory? Where are you? We gonna find you. I should have put tabs on this. My bad, y'all. This one we're gonna cover next week. Where's Tory Lanez? Old lame ass. Where he at? Where are you, Tory? I'm gonna find your behind. Hold up. Here he go. Speaking of degenerate. Rapper Tory Lanez speaks out from prison amid planned appeal. So again, another man jealous, or not I don't know. Well, it's jealousy, ego. This is another one. Another one right here. Another one bites the dust. Let's hear his appeal, y'all, because he recently went on NBC News. I am very keen to see what has changed and why he wants to do this appeal. Why it's so different from the court trial. Because, you know, he can't take his L. Becoming a better person is not in his MO. He wants to sit here and cry about the injustice that he feels that he faced instead of facing his crime like a man. There goes another weak one right here. Let's hear him and hear what he has to say. Meanwhile, Megan is doing very well. Imagine she's in a whole new relationship. That's not even the reason she's doing well, to be honest with you, but that's one of the reasons. She has, you know, she had Grammys, had a good record, successful, moving on. And then you got this degenerate right here. Degenerate behavior. I need to have a segment called Degenerate Files. We need to have that. Just like with the AI, we're going to have a Degenerate Files, and we're going to highlight these degenerate people.
Rapper Tory Lanez breaking his silence in his first ever broadcast interview from behind bars since being found guilty of shooting Grammy winner Megan Thee Stallion in the foot outside a party in 2020.
I've never been violent towards a woman. I would never hit a woman.
Really? Okay, wait. Let's go back.
Stallion in the foot outside a party in 2020.
I've never been violent towards a woman. I would never hit a woman, let alone shoot a woman.
You wouldn't do that, Tory? Daystar, ain't that your real name? Daystar. Let's see his record, y'all. Y'all know he's from Toronto. Oh boy. Here we go. Let's see his record, y'all. Let's see his record. Arrested for pew and drug charges in Florida. That was in 2017. Let's see what else we can find out about this man. What's his name? Daystar Peterson. Yes, Daystar. Okay, this was in 2017. We need his whole arrest record. What's his record, y'all? We need all of this. You think Wikipedia would have the proper information? I don't like. Okay, Daystar Shemuel. That's his name, y'all. I need to see all his charges. Look at this man right here. This is him. Okay, what else he been accused of? Let's see. Let's go, Daystar. He's 5'3". Interesting. So he's my height. I'm 5'2.5", so he's my height. He's that short? Okay, little man syndrome. There we go. Okay, this time I'm not gonna be nice with my assessment. He's another degenerate. Hold up. I need to know his arrest record. Daystar. What's his name? Daystar Peterson. Criminal record. Maybe I need to do that instead of putting arrest record. Duh. I need to know his criminal record. Not just okay, you know what? Wikipedia might have it. Wikipedia might. They just might. Oh, they got the whole court case here? Interesting. Maybe one day we'll have to go over it. I know I'm so late with that. Okay, wait, no, that's not what I wanted to see. Okay, Wikipedia, I usually don't use them as a source, but hell, they might have the information. I don't have time to research right now, so Wikipedia will do right now. What's his arrest record? What he's been arrested for? Record. Let's go, criminal record. We don't care about his accolades. Bye, Tory. Feuds, okay. Legal issues. Let's go through his legal issues, y'all. Patterns. I done told y'all about patterns of behavior. 2016, he was involved in a violent riot, I'm assuming, at a concert in Midland, Texas. Violent scuffles between security forces and concert goers occurred. Lanez then proceeded to tell the crowd to fuck shit up. Which incited a riot and forced police to shut down the show. Okay, inciting violence. Okay, that's strike one. July 2020. Okay, that's when the whole Megan situation happened. But then, you see Wikipedia, y'all forgot about 2017. His pew charges. Red flag, you're violent. Daystar. You are violent. You have shown violent behavior from before. So it is not lost on me that, yes, maybe you claim to not have done anything violent to women, but who knows? A lot of women don't report. Y'all know that, right? But either way, you're still a violent individual. Y'all remember his daddy? Where's the Rock Nation? The dad, Nightstar. What's his dad's name? Starwalker. Hold on. Let's go here. What was it? Daystar. Okay, Tory Lanez dad. Here, a bunch of enablers. Here we go. Now I'm not listening to 20 minutes. Look.
I just stood here in this Los Angeles County and witnessed the worst miscarriage of justice that this world has ever seen. You want to know how I feel? I'll tell you exactly how I feel. I got some names that I want to call. Alex Spiro, Desiree Perez, and the whole wicked system of Rock Nation, including you, Jay-Z.
Yes.
You who say you rose from the gutter, but you have traded and bartered the souls of young men, and you're still doing it. Amen. The only independent witness in this courtroom is a man whose name is Sean Kelly. He came to court, and our attorneys, he would not even shake their hand after he went upstairs with Kathy Ta and Alex Bott.
They met on Saturday before. They met
with our witness. And then the man came back. I just stood here.
So hold up, sis. Red flag, sis. Why are you egging this on? That's number one. I loved your purple shade of lipstick, but that's it. That's all. Your hair was looking real cute. You should have just kept it on mute. And look at him blaming everybody for his son's failures instead of himself. Red flag. You know who we want to blame? You, not Rock Nation. You started it. Am I saying Rock Nation is innocent? Absolutely not. I don't give a damn about what happened with Rock Nation. That's between him and Tory. Them and Tory, I should say. But what I do give a damn about is who raised him to be a violent criminal. That's you, daddy. You. So why you saying Rock Nation, everybody's to blame for my son's demise? You need to look at the man in the mirror with the two earrings. Red flag, you're too grown for that. Look at you. Too old for this. Learn how to take accountability. He lacks it. Look at him. I never committed a crime against women, but you're violent. You've been violent. You will always be. You were. I don't know if you're going to be, but you still are. And you don't want to take accountability. This lack of accountability right here. Let's continue listening.
Lanez, whose real name is Daystar Peterson, spoke to NBC News from California Men's Colony, a prison where he's 3 years into a 10-year sentence after being found guilty on 3 felony counts.
By the way, y'all, they had offered him a plea deal, by the way. He would have been out already. But nope, ego. Oh, I'm going to fight the case. I'm innocent. This is what it gets you, you narky. You should have taken the damn plea deal. But nope, ego will do it every single time. Every single time. And now look at him.
Including assault with a semi-automatic firearm.
There is definitely a very big misconception about me that seems to the public as I'm this monster.
Okay, Tory. Once again, I'm sorry. Mr. Peterson. No, I'm not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. What is this? What's this? Violent. You weren't arrested for jaywalking or got a ticket for jaywalking. You weren't arrested for, maybe doing some little, no, nothing like that. You were not arrested for something minor. You were arrested for pew charges. Red flag. Told the crowd to F shit up. Red flag. And you want me to believe that you would never be capable of pew-pewing a woman or anyone else? You want us to believe that? I'm not even going with the whole court case. I'm going by pattern of behavior. He's violent. Been violent. Look at him. You got a whole record. Look at this. Look at your face. I've never been known as a monster. What is this? What can you let me know what is this? Well, that was before, I'm a changed man. Then how did that situation happen with Megan? How? Let us know, please. Daystar and Nightstar.
I feel like I was catapulted into this poster child for the unprotection of Black women, and it's just so unlike me. And I've never really had a chance to express that. But you can look at my criminal record. I don't have one.
You don't have one? What are they feeding you in jail, Tory? You heard him, right? Did he say he doesn't have a criminal record? Like, this is ridiculous at this point. Are you saying Tory Lanez doesn't have one, but Daystar Peterson has one? You're right. Daystar Peterson. Okay, so you're playing semantics now. Does Daystar Peterson, you see, the interviewer should have said, okay, Tory Lanez, you might not have one, but Daystar Peterson does. What is this, Mr. 5'3"? What is this 5'3"? What is this? What is this 5'3"? This is from 2017. That's not even 2020. That's 3 years later you did that to Megan. Red flag. You've always been a menace. Look at you. Miramar. He was in Florida, yo. Miramar. Right down the alley of where I grew up. Causing all types of chaos. Look at him. But you don't have a criminal record, Daystar? Here. What is this one? Look, chill. Okay, you know, we about to wrap him right up. Look at him lying. Lack of accountability will get you every time.
I never had one, and I feel like, you know, that connotation that I would do anything of this monstrous proportion is just is completely incorrect and it's wrong.
Lanez declined to testify during his 2022 trial. Do you regret not taking the stand?
I think if I would have taken the stand, the verdict would have definitely been very different.
The rapper's legal team filed an appeal, which was denied in November. But his team is continuing to fight, with plans to file multiple appeals next week, this time with the California Supreme Court, in one claiming newly discovered evidence that they weren't provided during Lanez's 2022 trial, including hundreds of pages of medical records for Megan Thee Stallion, whose real name is Megan Pete, which they allege raise questions about the fragments removed from her foot after surgery. His team argues that the fragments were not provided ahead of trial and that this was a violation of due process.
And we didn't have that chance. Or perhaps...
Look at the person who's representing him. Of course. Behind every degenerate man, there's got to be a woman representing him. Y'all know that's how it works, right? Always works. There she go, Captain Saving, of course. You know, I don't understand how you could see all of this evidence and still want to represent him, but I guess money has to be going somewhere. You know, you're doing all these frivolous appeals so you can keep getting paid. I get it, sis, but damn. Not all money is good money. Look at you. Representing that man.
We could have questioned the doctors differently when they were on stand to impeach them, because it does look suspicious.
But in the appeal denied in November, the court did address the fragments, ruling that the surgeon's testimony was, quote, more than sufficient to prove great bodily injury on Pete. Proving something like this on appeal is tough.
This is a really, really difficult appellate argument for defendants to prove, because they have to show if the evidence actually came into court, the jury would have found differently. It's an uphill battle, and it's something that often torpedoes any defense appellate argument.
The Los Angeles District Attorney's Office and representatives for Megan Thee Stallion have not responded to NBC News' request for comment.
I believe not only that I was wrongfully convicted, but the amount of new evidence that has emerged since that trial.
What? Tory, go sit down somewhere. You see, he could be in prison bettering himself. He could be converting to Islam. He could be getting better. Listen, that's what they be doing, y'all. I'm not joking. They be going to jail, come out whole different. All types of different. You know, they always convert. Listen, let's shout out to my brother-in-law. You know, shout out to everybody out there, right? But what I'm trying to say is this, like, you could have done better with your life. My brother-in-law's Muslim, by the way. That's why I said shout him out. You could have done everything in your life in prison. That's the time where people sit down, settle down, get your ass down, and reflect. Get yourself into a better mental position. Try to get into a trade. You have so much time to learn. But nope. You want to do frivolous appeals about fragments on a damn foot. Red flag. It doesn't matter if it's 1 fragment, 2 fragments, 3 fragments, 4. You know, I gotta say it to you like a Dr. Seuss book, Daystar, because you don't understand. You still shot her. That's the point. I have not heard this whole entire interview that I did not shoot her. You're trying to go off of technicalities, and it doesn't matter. You still did it. And I don't even have to say allegedly. The jury found you guilty. So Daystar, Night Star, wrap this right up.
Trial,
wasting people's damn time.
I think has been overwhelming.
What has life been like in prison for the last couple of years?
Truthfully, I've done my best to keep my head above water, but mentally, I've gone through trauma that I sometimes even struggle with because I never imagined myself dealing with things that I would have to deal with.
And what about Megan's trauma? Did you care about that? You were there that night. You were there. What about Megan's trauma throughout this whole ordeal? You could have taken a plea deal. You didn't care about that. You only care about your trauma. Selfish as hell. Delusional as hell. Narcissistic as hell. Till now, he has not changed. And y'all want me to believe that he didn't do this? And if anybody ever in their life puts Free Tory in my chat, you're going to be booted real quick. I'm going to cuss your ass out and then boot you out. Red flag.
I've been stabbed 17 times. I almost lost my life.
If you could say something to Megan Thee Stallion today, what would it be?
I think that I wouldn't say something directly to her. I would like that.
Of course you wouldn't. You're a coward. Coward. You had time to apologize, make amends. You could have taken your responsibility a long time ago. Taking the plea deal. But no, you had people like Iggy Azalea, all your little friends, Drake, all of them, oh, Free Tory, Free Tory. And then now look, 10 years. And you still can't take accountability. You had a chance. You blew it because you didn't want to take accountability. This is what happens, y'all. Please take accountability. It will make things way easier for you. You were given a lifeline and you squandered it because of your ego. And you're a liar. And now you want us to believe that there's new evidence. What new evidence? Which one? And then you got this, the caper, caping for you so she could get more money, of course. And then look, y'all know he went to Turkey to get a hair transplant. He was doing all of that while he was, I'm not even lying. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Look, he did all of that while he was on trial, y'all. Instead of trying to get right with the Lord and get right with Megan. And he has children or a child. I don't know. I think he got 2 kids. I don't really even know. Look at his hair, y'all. He had a hair transplant. And look at what his hair looked like, y'all. Look at this. That's what he did. While he was fighting for his legal life. This is what he did. This is what he had time to do. You had all this time to apologize to her, but no, you wanted to get a hair transplant. You were doing everything but apologizing. Now, I would have told her in person, you know. But coward, loser, weak ass man. I'm tired of y'all. Weak ass man. And then look at the weak ass daddy. Red flag, both weak sauce. You're not a real man. Cosplayers, both of them. Wrap them right up. Hold up, I'm tired of seeing him on my damn screen. We're about to wrap him up.
To happen in person. We've both gone through a lot. There's this connotation that, like, I share this hatred for her, but I don't. I genuinely passed that. I'm at a place of healing in my life. I'm at a place of taking accountability for the things that I did wrong.
If you took accountability, you would have said it. Hold up, where's my music at? I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Where the music? Where the sad music at? Y'all know the sad music I be playing for all of them. Hold on, where's my sad song? Let's find it. It's called Twilight. We're gonna find this song right now. Steven Lawson. Shout out to him for giving me my theme song. Hold on, we're gonna play it real quick. I'm exhausted. Let's hear the cue the sad music right here, wanting us to feel sorry for him. And I know there are some capers, mostly his counterpart. No, not counterparts, his brethren. Hold on, here we go. Okay, let's hear him again, y'all. Let's hear this sob story.
And when I talk about my case, I don't want it to be taken as me coming at her, because it's not that. I'm just asking for somebody in the system to look at my case and look at the evidence and ask if this was fair.
And with that, Chloe Melas joins us now on set. So, Chloe, Tory Lanez is also seeking a pardon from Governor Gavin Newsom?
That's right. His legal team has filed the necessary paperwork, and it is before the governor now. So they're seeking either a pardon where his criminal record will be wiped clean, he would be released from prison, or to have his sentence commuted, meaning that the time he has served is sufficient, and release him, but that doesn't change his criminal record. As for when this could happen, the governor typically does these twice a year, so this could happen before the new year.
All right. Chloe Melas for us. Chloe, thank you. We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news.
No, we're not staying updated with his ass. Wrap his ass right up where he belongs, in jail in California. Good luck and Godspeed. Continuing on, we don't have much time, so we're going to speed through all of these stories, y'all. What else I got on my thumbnail? Okay, now let's get into the people moving into hotels. We're not going to watch this whole video, but this is really what's happening, y'all, because people cannot afford the cost of living, and it's becoming way too high. So I'm going to run this a little bit, and then we're going to move on to a family who's living in a tiny home. They had to downsize, so we're going to see the new normal, y'all. Let's see the new normal of what's going on.
Country that people are constantly looking for alternatives, and right now there is a rise in hotel living.
Come cook dinner with me as a family of 4, soon to be 5, currently living in a hotel room. Tonight I am cooking one of my comfort meals. This is something my mom made so often growing up that now it's just like...
She's pregnant. My question is, where's the dad? Red flag. Where's her husband? Whatever, babe. I don't know what her situation is. What is it? Both of y'all are unemployed? What is happening here? And to be honest with you, I don't understand how people can go from hotel to hotel, because it's expensive. Hotels are not cheap. I actually, like, to be honest with you, hotels are not cheap at all. It's actually cheaper to get rent. You might as well live in a studio at that point. So what is going on here? Where y'all living? I need to know more information. I wish that they would put the names of the TikTokers here, because I need to see the whole story. What is happening here? You're pregnant with 4 children living in a hotel room. Where is your husband, or whoever impregnated you with baby number 5?
It tastes like home to me. It is going to be a little different making this in a hotel room, but I'm excited for the challenge. So let's get cooking.
Yes, I live in this hotel. Yes, I pay $307 a week, and you're right. That is $1,228 a month.
That $307 a week. A week? That's actually pretty cheap for a hotel room. Y'all, where I live, a night, $307. So $307 a week is not bad, but this is motels. You having your kids up in that's so unstable. How y'all? Okay, I'm not trying to shame people, because I understand some people get laid off. I get it, but how do we get to this point? How did we get here? I need to know that. And I get it. You know, I understand life happens, things happen, circumstances happen. So I'm not shaming anyone for having to live in a hotel room. My problem is you have children. So it seems like you couldn't afford them in the first place. What is happening here? This is alarming. I don't know if she has children, but the first one does.
And I'm going to take you inside the room to show you everything that comes with. No, I didn't have to pay a deposit. I didn't have to do a background check. I didn't have to do a credit check. I didn't have to prove 3 times the amount of my income.
Is that what's going on in the U.S.? You have to prove 3 times? That's crazy. Red flag. What is going on here? Why is it so complicated to get a house or an apartment? Y'all want to know what we had to do? You just pay half. So whatever your rent is, and I know it's probably privileged. Welcome to Canada. But where I live in my province, you have to pay half of your monthly deposit or monthly rent. So let's say your rent is $3,000. You're going to pay $1,500 as a deposit. That is it. That is all. Then they make you run an application. They ask you for your employment letter, credit check. That's it. That's it. That's all. That is in my province. And then you're in. That was all we had to pay. We had to pay, 50, like whatever the rent is, half of that is your deposit. That's it. What is going on here? Why do you have to pay 3 times? No, this is ridiculous.
I didn't even have to worry about getting my own utilities turned on, including Wi-Fi and trash service. And because I've been doing this for over 2.5 years, I got enough reward points for this little blanket here that they gave me. Yes, I can cook. There's 2 eyes on the stove. It don't have an oven, but I have a toaster oven. Looking to upgrade that one, and I brought the toaster. Also the microwave, and of course I had to bring our coffee pot. We've only been back in this one for 2 days, so don't pay attention to the mess. But we come in, I give them all of their stuff, and I replace it with ours. I'll be doing a more updated video to show y'all once we get the rest of our stuff in. And yes, I can receive my mail and packages here too.
Yeah, you can.
And no, this isn't for everyone. It works for us.
It's very transient. It's a transient life. Oh boy.
Works for me. Oh, also we have a refrigerator. Some of y'all asked that as well. Life isn't always perfect. Some of us have a little bit harder times in life. We take different roads that wasn't always great. Some that had roundabouts, but at the end of the day, it's not about what you get. It's about appreciating what you got. And I am happy with my life.
So I've been living in a hotel for like a little over 2 weeks now. And I'm kind of thinking this is like the new move.
I hear a children's song. Okay, sir, you're gonna have to explain yourself. Why are you procreating? This is my question to everyone. And I'm sorry, maybe I'm coming off a little judgy, but I got to be, because there's way too much contraception out there for you to be going out like this. Children, that's a whole no-no. For me, I'm not writing about nothing but kids, because they don't have anyone to protect them. Hotel living is not for children. They need stable environments. You can't afford your kids. You hear sitting here playing Coco Melon in the background. Why are you having children? You can't even afford them. This is a problem, y'all. I'm tired of seeing the sis who was pregnant. This is sad to me. Doesn't it make you guys sad too? I can't imagine as a parent having to bring a child into this world that I can't even afford, and then after that put in my it's just not, it's not working, y'all. Something is off here. And I'm not talking about the people who could afford it and then they suddenly lost everything. That doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be that it was unaffordable to begin with. That's what it's looking like to me.
I think I might do it long term. Let me explain. So every time I leave,
you're gonna do this long term with a child? What's going on in the background? I hear Coco Melon, y'all. You say you're gonna do this long term with a baby? Red flag. This is ridiculous.
I come back to a nice made bed, okay? Fresh towels. Always have soap, shampoo, conditioner, all the good stuff.
You're thinking about yourself. You see? Selfish. Selfish. My bed is made. I got shampoo, conditioner. What about your child? What about your child? Can you guarantee that you can stay in that hotel room eventually you're going to have to check out and check into another room? Do you not realize that, Mr. Sir? You can't stay there permanently. It is a temporary. They're going to have you check out and check back into another room. Check out, check back in. That is very chaotic. He's only thinking about his comfort. Who procreated with him? Sis, I'm going to need you to come to the front.
I get coffee made for me every morning. Look at that. I got breakfast waiting on me. I can just go out back and enjoy my beautiful pool. I got Wi-Fi. I got cartoons. I don't know what this is. I never have to worry about, plumbing or lawn maintenance.
Things that he doesn't want to be responsible, and yet he had a child. He sounds like he doesn't want any type of responsibility. I don't have to do lawn maintenance. I don't have to do plumbing. I don't have to do none of that. You don't want any type of responsibility. That's what it sounds like. And that's fine if you have the money. I know some people who live in situations where, you know, they live in a community. That's why people get condos, because the association, you know, FOAs, is that HOAs? Sorry, HOAs, because they mow the lawn, they do all that stuff for you. I understand the concept, but you can't afford life. And all you're thinking about is your comfort. What about your baby? I'm hearing Coco Melon in the background. You ain't even talking about the baby. Red flag. I didn't hear nothing about, oh, my child's going to be stable. This is going to be good for my baby. Thinking about himself. And yet somebody let him nut in them. This is a problem, y'all. I'm sorry. I got to say it and keep it real. 2026, I'm tired of being nice. I'm tired of being like PC. This is ridiculous. A hotel room. Do you know how many people come in and out? It's very transient and dangerous for children. It's not a stable and safe environment for them. They need that to grow. And yet here you are talking about free coffee.
You always get that, like, since you're on vacation, so you sleep really well. At least I sleep really, really well in hotels. So.
Everything is I.
Plus, the bed's comfortable. The AC is cold as fuck. I can turn up as high as I want. It's kind of like living with a wife, but not having to deal with a wife, you know? Because everything's kind of like done for you. You don't have to like answer to anybody.
I really hope that background sound is not a baby watching TV or something. I hope it's just him making that little sound for himself. Because this is frightening, y'all. I am really hoping that this is a sound that he just put behind his video and there's no child in this room. That's my hope and prayer. Because if that is not the case, this is extremely sad. If this was the baby father that I waited my whole life, first of all, no baby dad. Sorry, we don't do no baby daddies over here. Sorry, I gotta say that. But if you did end up having a baby daddy, there's nothing against you. But me, I can't do that life. I'm not built for that life. But if this were the man that I procreated with, I would be, where did I go wrong? This is a tear moment right here. I'll be crying tears of sadness and sorrow. How did I procreate with this bum? How? Well, again, maybe the background noise is just him putting baby music for a reason, but it's really strange if he did that.
This might be the new move.
I live in a hotel room with my wife and 2 cats.
Here go another one. Red flag. What is going on here? You got a lot to explain into this. These are the men, the head of the households, y'all. They can't even take care of home. What is going on here? I understand there's a housing crisis. I'm not trying to downplay that. But at a certain point, though, we got to take accountability. How is this possible? How? You're supposed to be the leader. What happened? Where did we go wrong here? Okay, we got to hear his story. I need to hear all of their stories, y'all.
Come check it out. So when you first come in, you immediately have the kitchen. Got a fridge, not full size, but close. Fit everything we need in there. Got the kitchen with our different little appliances, all our stuff, not stuff the hotel gave us, well, other than the microwave. Got the stove top, got our little dish center over here. We got our oven that I got us. We've got this little center right here.
He is broadcasting this as if, y'all, I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm not holding my tongue back this year. I don't care. People can get mad at me all they want to. I would not be broadcasting this on social media. I would be way too embarrassed, to be quite honest with you, because this is embarrassing. At this point in life, this is nothing to be proud of. That's my problem. Where did I go wrong? What happened here? Where can I regroup? How can I be better? I would be spending less time on social media and more time trying to figure out my next move to get myself to a better financial situation where I would never have to do that again. This is a choice at this point. Why? You have your wife, and he's broadcasting it like there's a house tour, y'all. This is where we live in the hotel. You should be ashamed of yourself. You're the leader. They were looking to you to guide them, and look at where you're guiding them.
our mini fridge, our dry storage, canned goods, all that stuff. Back over here to the left by the front door, we've got the bathroom, all our hygiene supplies. You know, we kind of made it our own with our own little shelves. Got shelves up in the shower.
How long can they stay in these rooms? Because as far as I know, you need to check out. So how long is the contract? Do they keep renewing and then you got to check out, check back in? I'm confused about that. Because they don't never let us stay like that. Usually when you in a hotel room, they check you out, check you right back in if you want to stay longer. Like, how does this work? I need to know.
To hold our stuff. You know, the toilet, which I actually put a bidet on. Yep, I'm living in a hotel and put a bidet on my toilet. And then you come over here to the bedroom, king size bed, so that's nice. That's where the magic happens, if you know what I mean. And then we got the closet area right here, storage up there. We got stuff stored underneath the bed. Then we come over here to the dresser with the TV, got the PlayStation behind it.
Of course.
We got our kitty Jasper here running.
Got all of that equipment. Notice all of the things he's naming. He could have sold those things to afford rent. What is going on here? This is a choice at this point. PlayStation, you could sell that. All of the amenities you have, you could sell that. You could have literally gotten yourself a down payment or whatever you need to rent. Just stuff. This is the leader that somebody procreated with.
Around, got one of the cat trees here, and then we got my gaming table, my gaming chair, and then here
my gaming table, my gaming chair. Didn't he say he has kids? I thought this was for the kids. Red flag. He's a big ass kid having children. This is why. This is why. Okay, I figured it out. The gene pool is becoming. This is why. Procreating with these man babies. He has a whole chair for his PlayStation. He's not thinking about getting himself better to figure out what to do for his family to not be in this situation again. I ask myself, why did she procreate with him? How? How did this happen? He doesn't sound like he was a pick of a litter from the beginning. He doesn't sound like somebody who had a decent type of, sometimes, oh, he fooled me. He couldn't fool nobody. He been like that. You can't tell me he hasn't been like that. This man is a child, a man baby. And then you want me to believe that the children are going to usher this new world that we're going to live in the future? AI is going to be smarter, y'all. They're the ones that are going to be doing our operations. Because this is the father of a child who is currently going to be the future something in our world. This should scare everyone. Talking about PlayStation like he a damn kid.
Behind, I got where I put our shoes, both hers and mine, my hats. Then we got our storage area for TikTok shop products. This is full. All those are full. That's full. This is the living room right here. We got the litter box. We got the other little dresser with the smaller TV, another cat tree, the window view right there. And then we've got the pull-out couch with the little table, another chair in here. And then in the back corner is my wife's altar where she does her magical things. So that's...
She couldn't manifest a good, decent husband. Her witchcraft ain't working, y'all. Red flag, it's not working, sis. You need to regroup.
Good, everybody.
So last week I posted a video about my extended stay hotel room. A lot of people wanted to know about price. It's about $50 a night. So that winds up to about $350 a week.
$50 a night, I can imagine the neighborhood's not that great. I'm sorry to say. $50 a night is very cheap. That lets me know that it's not a quality hotel room. Notice that they don't show you the outside. They're only going to show you the inside. They're only going to show you the inside. $50 a night where? In Alabama? Where are we talking? I need to know the cities, y'all. And I need to see the outside. The neighborhood. I don't think it's in a good neighborhood, y'all.
About $1,500 a month. Give or take maybe $100, $200 depending on if you want 2 beds, if you have animals, etc. But just for us, we got the basic package, simple room. We pay $1,500 a month. You can pay nightly, you can pay weekly, or you can pay monthly, or you can pay 2 or 3 days at a time, whatever works best for you. We don't have any bugs. There's no cockroaches. That was a major thing for me because I'm not gonna be able to deal with cockroaches. They're very clean, you know.
You can't be choosy in your situation. Notice how she's picky in her situation. My goodness. Very picky. And then the other one, talking about TikTok shop. Yeah, you have money. He just doesn't want to spend it on his family. He would rather play PlayStation all day and live in a hotel room, evading responsibility.
You know, like I said, they're really cozy. There's not a lot of drug activity to speak of. If people are doing drugs here, you wouldn't know. There's not a lot of drama and police in and out and stuff. It's very peaceful and quiet.
One of the things that TikTok is exposing is how many people actually live in extended stay hotels and live in hotels in general. Because I've been covering different things about homelessness for years, and more on this app, you're seeing people who live in hotels full time. Like that's it. Like between people living in their cars, like RV van life was really touted on this app as like a viable solution for a lot of people. And then to see the people who tried that and showing how much it actually sucks for a lot of fucking people was important. But now to see the people talking about how they live in extended stay hotels and they have no idea how they would get into apartments. That's another important
This is an important conversation. I agree with that. I agree with that. So again, another disclaimer. I am not shaming people who had to make that ultimate decision to stay in a hotel room. I am shaming the ones who look like they decided to do this. And there's a reason for it. They cannot afford rent. Why? There's a problem here. There's a disconnect. So either the rent prices are too high or you're making bad financial decisions. I don't know which one it is, but at the end of the day, there's a problem here. Dual problem. Rent is unaffordable in one aspect, and the other aspect is look at him playing PlayStation, has a whole bunch of clothes, all these materialistic things, and can't afford rent. How? That's a question that we need to answer. But hell, it's not my life, so hell, his wife's gonna answer it because that's who she decided to procreate with. Red flag. I don't want none of y'all to procreate with somebody like
conversation to have, because when you think of people that are homeless, if they didn't have if something happened with that extended stay hotel, they would literally be out on the street. And you know, some hotels, because they're worried about people having residency and residency rights, they will make you get out at a certain point.
Yup. And you see how he's all comfortable putting all his stuff in there as if, let me tell y'all something, and this is very real talk. This is why I said the brain cells are not brain selling. Do you really think that if this was such a viable option, people wouldn't have done it before? Come on now. Hotels have been in existence for centuries. People would have done it if they could. Obviously, they didn't for a reason. This is why apartments exist. If it was so easy to stay long-term at a hotel, trust and believe me, everyone would be doing it. Why would I pay $3,000 when I could just pay $1,500 a week? Eventually, they're going to kick your ass out and say, hey, you done extended stayed enough. You need to leave. This is not an apartment. You need to get an apartment. It's a temporary solution, but they're using it as a permanent response. This is a problem. Red flag. Not thinking about the stability.
So I said I'm living in a hotel for 2 months and everybody lost it. But thank God some of you guys understood what I was saying. My decision to choose a hotel instead of an Airbnb was because I'm not willing to pay a ridiculous amount of money. I would rather save that money and take my kids out and have fun while we're here. Everybody was concerned about the traffic situation. I've heard of it. But this hotel where I'm staying, it's an extended stay. Yes, they have a bad rap for that. But everybody that I've seen coming in here are families. This is why I feel safe.
This is different. She's only there temporarily, so we're not going to do too much on sis. She said 2 months. No problem. I'm talking about the people who's going to stay there extendedly. They talking about, well, this is going to be a permanent solution. They're going to make my coffee, make my bed.
Laundry, you have a gym, there's a pool at the end. I'll show it on the next video. This is the lobby. You need a card to get in. It might not be like this in other extended stays, but I love this one. It's in a corporate area. It's safe. It's clean. Good. You don't see anybody just hanging around. And I gotta tell you, if I had to choose, if it was just me and my husband and we didn't have kids, I would be living in a hotel right now. We are here for work. That's why I said I'm staying here for 2 months.
That's different. She's only there for work. That's different.
But with the prices that I see down here in South Florida, if I had to choose, I would be living in a hotel. No utilities, no first-class security, no credit check, easier to get in. And they provide breakfast. Some of the comments said, oh, you could stay in an Airbnb. We did stay in an Airbnb. The Airbnb was $800 a week. And next door was somebody with a...
And you got to pay cleaning fees. I hope y'all know that. Airbnb has cleaning fees.
Some type of security guy staying outside all night long. I did not feel safe. This is why we decided to go into a hotel. Yes, it's a smaller place, but it's clean. Look at the inside. We have enough space for the cabinets, for all my kitchen stuff. I have a full-size stove and fridge. What else could I want? This hotel here is fairly new. Actually, the room we just got was just remodeled, they said. We were the first people to stay in it. I'm not saying that every extended stay is going to be the same. So what I would say is do your research.
This is my 4th video on my series about living in a hotel for the past 2 years. I just realized I haven't given any kind of like room tour or what it looks like after living in a hotel for so long, so I will do that now. So this is a quick pass over, that's my cat, of what my room looks like. I didn't get anything ready, so this is just what it is.
Another thing, y'all. Pets are expensive. I hope people realize that. Mimi is running up a coin, but we were prepared for that. How can you afford a pet and you can't even afford your living situation? I'm trying to figure that out. I'm not trying to be mean, but I've always tried to figure that. How are you buying pet food? Are you properly taking her to the vet or him? You're not doing that. You must not be. How? And then everything is in bins. This is uncomfortable, y'all. Let me tell y'all something. I remember when I traveled. Remember when I went to Jamaica last year? My stuff can only stay in the suitcase for like not even one business day. Probably the night I got there, I was really tired. By the next day, everything was cleaned up. I don't like living out of suitcases. I hate it. This is why I could not do that transient lifestyle. I can't do it. It doesn't work for me. How can you live with all those bins and then you have a pet? How are you affording a pet? How can you? This is the questions I would like to know.
You'll get used to living out of boxes a little bit. I don't get into these too much. It's more clothes. Like I put away my warmer clothes because I don't need them. It's getting pretty warm where I am. This bed used to be out this way, but I moved it and I keep kind of my cat stuff here. He likes to lay on this bed a lot. This is my chair of clothes that I've worn, but I consider not completely dirty so I can wear them again. That's the bed where I sleep, so it's on the other side of the room. I like to be away from the window. It's less noisy. This is the entertainment center with the TV and everything. That thing is just a sculpture a coworker made for me. This is, I guess, the kitchen slash
And she was doing this for 2 years. Yeah, that's a long time.
This is the fridge and microwave from the cooking video. These have some dishes and stuff in them. And then I have kind of my food and dishes in this area, as well as some like office supplies and everything there. The bathroom is kind of split, so you have the sink and everything out.
Wait, how many pets does she have? I see 3 crates. Hold up. Your cat got 3 crates, sis, or you got 3 cats? Something is off here. Y'all didn't see the crate on top of the bins. Then there's a crate near the bed. And now this is the 3rd crate I done seen in the bathroom. Okay. All right. She said she has a cat. We're going to believe her. I believe there's more than one. Why does your cat need so many crates?
Here, and then the toilet and shower in there. This is also where I have to wash dishes, so I try to keep this counter space like really clean all the time. And then I have the litter box underneath the sink.
Oh, that's a litter box. Okay, sorry. It looks like a crate. Right,
and again, from the laundry video, this is where I hang clothes to dry. So yeah, it's not huge or anything. The only thing I wish I had was like a kitchen or something, maybe a bigger fridge or whatever. This fridge does have a small freezer, but it doesn't actually freeze anything. But the room does what I need it to do.
But you know what? She's solo, so I can't even say nothing about her. She's solo dolo, so that's her business. I'm talking about the people with the kids.
And I've been happy here.
So it's officially been a week homeless as a family of 7, and so far...
Family of 7, red flag. You see, this is where the red flags are. The solo dolo one, no problem. The one who said she was going there with her husband and it was 2 months because of a work trip, that makes sense. 7 kids. What is going on? Are you a stay-at-home mom? Was he responsible for all of the finances? That's what it sounded like. You got 7 kids. You can't afford daycare, obviously. So I'm assuming that either the husband lost his job or he never had a stable income to begin with. That's my assumption. But yet you have all these kids. How?
Or we're navigating it pretty well, I'd like to say. Okay, hold up. I just played that back, and that sounds way better than when I was trying to do it in the bathroom with everybody in the hotel room. That was not working. Okay, let's get back to it. Like I said, we've been navigating it pretty well. We've just been keeping to our pretty normal routine. I mean, it is currently spring break, and that's definitely added some chaos.
Oh, Lord, she got a... Oh, Lord. Oh, we know where this is going. Oh, poor baby. Precious baby. But my goodness, she got with a... Oh, she's with a brother, y'all. Oh, my God. Okay. All right, I knew this was coming. I was hopeful that it wasn't, because I was like, oh, it's looking really bright. This video is looking very, very bright. But now here we go. I knew the mess was coming. The mess was going to come. And sorry if my video is a little slowed down. I don't know what's been going on since yesterday. I gotta fix it. I'll fix it after this live stream. I don't know what's going on, why it's so my camera thing. But look.
It's been keeping to our pretty normal routine. I mean, it is currently spring break, and that's definitely added some chaos to it, but it is what it is. I actually enjoy having my babies with me through this time, because I just feel like the more we're together, the more we can process everything. And we're just honestly stronger together as a family.
In case you missed it, we live in a hotel full time.
Baby mama, I don't know. She said her, wait, did she say her husband? Did she say husband or baby daddy?
But the room does what I need.
7, and so far we're navigating it.
I've been happy here.
So it's officially been a week homeless as a family of 7. And
homeless family of 7. I thought I saw his behind.
Getting it pretty well. We've just been keeping to our pretty normal routine. I mean, it is currently spring break, and that's definitely added some chaos to it, but it is what it is. I actually enjoy having my babies with me through this time, because I just feel like the more we're together, the more we can process everything. And we're just honestly stronger together as a family.
In case you missed it, we live in a hotel full time, and we just experienced something we've never experienced before. I don't know if this is a Tennessee thing or if it happens everywhere, but they wouldn't allow us to stay more than 28 days in the same room.
Of course. That's a regular hotel, ma'am. That's what I was talking about. These extendeds, don't let them fool you. You got to check out and check back in. That's how it works. Trust and believe me. I had to extend one time. We were staying somewhere. I remember I had to extend. I don't remember where I went. I traveled somewhere. I had to extend my... Oh, yeah, Korea. I had to extend. They made us check out, check back in. That's worldwide. Everywhere. Oh, I don't know what's up with the Tennessee hotels, or that you didn't check the instructions. They're not going to let you say that. That's what an apartment is for. Like I said, if it was easy, everyone would have done it before.
Navigating it pretty well. Pretty normal is what it is. Everything.
And by the way, this is going to be an ongoing series. Oh, this is going to be new. This is a new series, Unlocked, on Sundays. Here we go. Now
just honestly stronger together as a family.
In case you missed it, we live in a hotel full time, and we just experienced something we've never experienced before. I don't know if this is a Tennessee thing or if it happens everywhere, but they wouldn't allow us to stay more than 28 days in the same room. Apparently, over 28 days, you can claim residency, and we've definitely stayed in a couple of hotels for more than 28 days. So does that make us a Tennessee resident? If so, we're keeping our state income tax this year. Adam has had a hotel room in his name in Georgia since October of last year, so I'm not sure. Maybe we're a resident of Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi. I'm not really sure at this point. But since he moved all of our...
Look at these walls.
So she got time to shop at Target, but living out of a hotel room. Again, priorities, all types of messed up. This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. And then, okay, brother, we got you too. Oh, Lord. This is a whole compilation. At a Homestead Journey, thank you, sis, for your video.
You see this? This is a hotel. It's not even that big. We live in a hotel. We just got fresh linen. Do you get that in an apartment? No, you don't. We save money too by living here longer.
Who's we?
Okay? And we can leave whenever we want. This is a hotel. Look at this.
I need to know
this is not an apartment. We live in a hotel. That's crazy. That's crazy. I like it.
Y'all, I can see his profile picture. Here we go. Oh, Lord. The preference to baby. Oh, my goodness. Yep. Tracks. It is tracks.
I never thought that I would want to live in a hotel, but I do, and I like it. Look at these walls. You see these walls?
I hope you ain't got no kids.
Hotel. You see this?
If you ain't got no kids, you good.
Would you live in a hotel?
No.
I'm living in a hotel with an apartment.
That's not its purpose. That's not the purpose of a hotel. Okay? I'm old school like that. And yes, if I had to temporarily live in one, yes, I'm gonna bite my tongue and do it what I have to do. But will I ever live in one? God willing, no. That's not the life I want to live for myself.
It's nothing. I don't have to pay utilities. They give me fresh linen.
You do pay utilities. It's just included. That's all. You paying for it. He wants to evade responsibility. This is a problem, y'all. And then somebody is booed up, hugged up with him. Look at the profile picture. He does not like responsibility. I hope they don't have children. I really hope so.
I don't get that. I don't have to worry about nothing.
Hold on. This one is a madman? You know him? Sis, wait. What you mean this one is a madman? Who is he? I don't know who he is, y'all. Y'all gonna let me know. They're getting the hell out of Brooklyn. Bed-Stuy rents are... Yes, get out of New York. New York is ridiculous. He and his girl are making a career of being homeless. Okay, I'm telling y'all, I'm noting all this down. We're going to watch those videos next week. Yeah, because it's content. I promise you, if it wasn't content, they wouldn't be doing this. Half of the people. I believe the cat lady would be. I think she's legit. Cat lady's legit. And who else is legit? The corporate one who said she had to stay 2 months. Legit. The rest of them, grifters. That's the man that's leading your household for content. He's going to have y'all doing all types of... And then what if this content does not monetize anymore? Then what you going to do? Live on a farm? Like the Bailey family? Red flag. What y'all... This is how you know he doesn't have a plan in sight. Because he's not a leader. He's not a leader. And yet she's looking at him like he's a leader. He's just leading them any which way. This is not sustainable. Social media, I've said it once and I'll say it again. It is unsustainable. This is why I do not do it full time. Red flag PSA to everybody. I do not do social media full time. So stop trying to tell me what to do with videos and, oh, you taking too long. I work full time. I got a job. J-O-B. Career. My husband does too. It's unsustainable. And then look at that. That's what he's betting his life on. Social media. Doesn't even have a business to springboard into. Look at the Ace family. Look at all these family vloggers. Remember yesteryears where they were so popular? What happened to them? Exactly. Times change. Algorithms change. Interest changes. Right now, yes, the economy's bad, so people are looking at that content. Wait until the economy's good again. They're not going to watch that no more. They're going to be into get ready with me again while I'm, getting ready for my corporate job. Job market's back in swing. Get ready with me and my AI bot. They're not going to watch you no more. AI finna take over the 99 and the 2000s. They taking over everything. And then you sitting here grifting and drifting. But anyways, that's not my man. That's her man. Good luck, sis. That's the provider.
In apartments, you got to worry about all this stuff.
So most of you don't know, but I live in a hotel. And I've been doing this for about a year. It helps to save up money. But this is my little hotel room. As soon as you see it, of course, as soon as you walk in, on the right side, I got the little hotel refrigerator and microwave. They gave us a double bed. And of course, that's the little sitting area, but we don't use it except for clothes and stuff. I went ahead and got...
It's too small. I feel so claustrophobic, man. More power to them folks. How long we got? We gonna speed this right up. I don't have too much time to stay here, and I know it's about to be Monday tomorrow. It's the week, Christmas week. I know some of y'all probably got vacation time, but I don't. Let's fast forward. We speeding this right up because I'm very curious to see what's going on.
It's an ice cooler because I drink a lot of tea, and when I fill up the refrigerator, it doesn't want to fit, so we got a cooler. Usually we put the milk in there too, but so I took off the hotel bedding except for the sheets and put on my own little comforter, and of course a
video game. Okay, but sis, if you solo, no, that's okay. I just hope that you don't got no kids. I see a little video game console. I hope it's yours.
A little dresser I eats and put on my own little, so we got a cooler. Usually we put the milk in there too, but so I took off the hotel bedding except for the sheets and put on my own little comforter, and of course I've got our medicines and a little dresser right there, and of course we all like to have some good smells in our room, so I got Glade
all, so it's a family. Red flag. I see hats here. It's either your man's hats or your kids.
candles, and I've got Febreze. I love the smells of these, so that's my stockpile right there. And I'm a crocheter, so that's one of the blankets I'm currently working on. It's just a scrap blanket, and I put all my yarn and stuff in bins underneath the table because there's no place to really store it. On the other side over here, as I walk towards the bathroom, there's more bags and stuff and bins of yarn, but that little circular light and stuff back there is for our videos for TikTok, and this is how we cook.
Of course, videos for TikTok. This is what it is. It's monetized. This is not a long-term plan, people. The trend is going to end at some point. You better start stacking up. But again, I see bad decisions on top of bad decisions on top of other bad decisions.
I cook anyways. I got an electric skillet, cook a lot of fried chicken in there. I got my toaster oven, and of course the crock pot. And I went over to Dollar General and I purchased 4 of these cube stands, and I ended up making our own little pantry. So today I'm going to be making chicken and noodles. It's like a soup, but it's just basically chicken and noodles. Cook the chicken all night. And then that's our little closet area. We don't have much clothes except for the stuff that we have for work, and not very much clothes. And I did a little organization up here on my pans for the toaster oven, and that's the water I'm getting ready to boil here for my noodles, my egg noodles. And this is basically the sink in there. It's like my kitchen area. And then there's the bathroom. We did use our own towels and things. I mean, the hotel provides towels and stuff, but I like our own. But here's the whole view of the hotel. It's what we've been living in for a year or so.
Evening routine while living in a hotel room, 6 to 9. I see children. Red flag. Where your man at? Where's your man? Look at her doing all this, whipping in the kitchen. Where he at? They even dancing salsa. The food look good though, I ain't gonna lie. Sis, you might need to give me a plate. Damn, that plate look good, I ain't gonna lie. I will give a lot of grace to immigrants as well. Not saying she is, but it seems like she's Mexicano or she's some type of salsa. Listen, I gotta be honest. She's Hispanic. I will give grace if they are new immigrants, because some immigrants did not understand the housing prices, and they effed around and found out how we really living out here. So you guys get grace too. So far we got grace for 3 categories. The temporary workers, the ones who have to go to different cities and live for a little bit of time, y'all get my grace. The solo dolo ones, you get my grace. And then the ones who are immigrants who are navigating a new world, grace is given. But the rest of y'all, red flags all over. You should know better. You should be ahead of everybody. You've lived in this country for this long, and you still ain't got it together. There's a problem.
So I've been living in a hotel for like 4 months now. Not the best experience, like not as good as you would expect. So I just thought I'd share some things that I've learned and some experiences I've had while living in a hotel, multiple hotels. I switch. But for one, something I recently experienced and learned was that the lock thing that you use, that you put your card against, the battery will die. And they have to change it. You get locked out of your room, which is really annoying. And then you have to wait. They have to come change it. The engineer has to come change all of the batteries, test the batteries, do all the stuff before you can get into your room. So if it flashes red, sometimes that's what it means. People will come into your room. The system, not good. I've had at least 3 people now in different hotels get a key, get the correct room number, the front desk gives it to them.
Oh, because it's not your place. So of course they could come in and out, and they have no care in the world because it's a hotel room. It's not an apartment. See, in my apartment building, even though I'm renting, because people be like, what's the difference? You still gonna waste money anyways. No, there's a big difference. They're not allowed to come here without notifying me. This little space here, even though I rent it, it's mine. At least for the time that I signed that lease. They cannot just come in here all willy-nilly changing stuff unless I ask for it. Or they give me notice that they're coming. See all the stuff I got in here? Nobody's gonna touch it. It is illegal. That's the difference. They could come in and out as they want to, as they please. And that is very dangerous, by the way. You're a young woman. You should be careful.
Says, this is your room. Here's your key. They come
I remember Maya Macarno, rest in peace to her. The maintenance man unalived her. God packed her right up out of this earth. It is very dangerous as a young woman in a hotel room with different people coming in and out. It's not good, y'all. At least in apartments, you have security. Like, it's highly secured. At least it should be. I know some people maybe live in different types of buildings. Listen, I don't. I've made sure of that.
I'm already in the room.
Too much.
They double book or something.
This message is specifically for my people that are living in a hotel, a motel, Holiday Inn. If you have been going through your journey and living in that hotel for over 30 days, you need to take your ass up to that front desk. You need to tell them, ask them rather, to take the taxes off your room. After 30 days, you become exempt, technically, but they are not going to take those taxes off unless you ask, because technically you live at the property now. You don't need to be, that's a different story. You didn't hear that from me, though. You know what I'm saying? If it has been well over 30 days, 9 times out of 10, you have a credit on your reservation. But it's going to take somebody with common sense to sit down any day after the 30 days that they're taking your taxes off, and the credit literally should pop up by itself. So you might got some free days, might be a threefold, might be a week, depending on how long you've been there. But I know I just helped somebody. You welcome.
Yeah, she actually gave y'all some good tips if you're living in a hotel room, but you better not be doing it with children. Thank you, sis, for your good services. Oh my God. Next, sorry y'all, I'm gonna read the comments after because we gotta speed through this. San Francisco startup, because speaking of homelessness and also the cost of living and how unaffordable it is, San Francisco startup behind $700 sleeping pods buys downtown building, looks to add 400 beds to operation. Let's watch a news story, y'all. This is craziness. It's gotten this bad. And who voted for the man that's in charge right now? Exactly.
The cost to live in San Francisco is expensive. Now a startup just purchased a building to house 400 people and is offering $700 a month rent.
Adult dorms, y'all. This is like a hostel on steroids. Red flag. No, no, no. Do not do that.
But there's a catch. Renters share space with hundreds of other people and sleep in sleeping pods. A new exclusive article in the San Francisco Chronicle shares details of this new plan for what's being called a mega dorm. Joining us live now is staff writer Laura Waxman, who wrote the article. Laura, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Karina. Thanks for having me.
The company Brownstone Shared Housing just purchased this vacant building at 1049 Market Street, where they plan to house 400 pods where people can sleep. But this isn't the first time they've tried something like this. Can you tell us what happened at their other downtown location at 12 Mint Plaza?
That's right. A few months ago, the story was a startup on the brink of collapse. They actually have a location right here across from where I'm at Mint Plaza at 5th and Mission Streets. It's their first location where they had 36 sleeping pods, these cubic pods that have twin mattresses.
Hell no! Red flag! Hell no. Like I told y'all, it's like a hostel. This is exactly what a hostel looks like, a guest house. They want you to sleep there monthly with random people. Do they even do criminal background checks? Probably not. Do they assess where these people are coming from? Probably not. Probably gonna have a serial killer in your midst. But damn, unfortunately, the housing crisis is that bad, especially in San Francisco, that there are gonna be some people who are gonna go into that. And this is why I feel sorry for them. The ones who did not choose that lifestyle, not the ones who are grifting. There's a big difference. But this is sad, y'all. This is a glorified shelter, glorified hostel, guest house. At least with a hostel guest house, it's a minimal space, right? It's not that many people. This is 700. Did they just say that $700 for 400 people? You sleeping next to, hearing them snore, having all types of issues, probably fighting demons at night. Hell no, red flag. Do not ever do this. This is a bad idea. I see so much litigation coming through this. This is such a horrible idea. They could have done anything with, I could understand if they had like those airport like in Japan. Let me show y'all the sleep pods in Japan. If they had these types of capsules, I could maybe understand it because it's all separated, right? That looks like this, at least, you have your own little door. You go in, and then you leave, right? Here, it's really small though, but at least you can close it. Look at how they doing y'all in America. Look at this ghetto ass shit. Excuse my language, but look at this. They just put the drapes. Didn't even give you a little private area. And then where's the bathroom? Did anyone talk about that? You sharing a bathroom together with 400 people? That is such a sanitation nightmare. This sounds all types of nightmares. I can see, like I said, I see so much litigation coming through this. Litigation coming through the pipeline.
That are stacked on top of each other and rented out, as you said, for $700 a month. So they actually faced an eviction lawsuit here just a few months ago. They were behind on a year's worth of rent, and it looked pretty grim at that point.
Look,
but
somebody could literally open the curtain. Oh, hell. wrap this up. You don't even get your own little passcode to close your door. Somebody can literally be like, peekaboo, I'm gonna take you. Steal your stuff. Where your stuff at? Where the lockers at? Where? This is a waste of $700. Y'all, take your $700. If you really don't have a place to stay, you gonna go and get a share house. That would probably be the best ideal situation, unfortunately. I know it's rough and tough out there. Hell, I hate roommates too. That's why I have made it a mission not to have this type of situation happen. And of course, you know, I can't say never, but damn well I'm fighting for it not to happen because I understand how hard and difficult it is. And I'm not built for that. But what I will say though is if you find yourself in that situation, you got $700 extra dollars, it can be better spent doing something else. Sell some of your stuff. Do that first. And then you can probably make up the difference and stay somewhere a little bit better and safer. This is unsafe, especially if you're a young woman. Please do not stay in this type of situation.
Managed to come back from that, as you can see.
We'll go into regulations and legality in just a moment of something like this, but let's talk about that new location. So now they plan to implement that same concept at 1049 Market Street.
Right. So the interesting thing about this is that the founder, James Stallworth, has told me repeatedly that there is such huge demand for this type of housing that they are actually on an expansion course. And they had been looking for a location close by. They wanted to lease. And then I'm told...
Nah, Japan does it better, man. Japan, they should have... Why didn't they look at Japan as a case study to apply this? Like I said, if they had the lock sleep pods there, I would have nothing to say. It would make sense. You could lock your stuff up. You don't have to worry about people coming in at all types of hours. This is ridiculous.
This opportunity to buy a building came up. And as we...
Hold on, y'all. Let me decline this FaceTime call. All right, here we go.
In San Francisco right now, the commercial real estate market is down. It's depressed. So there are a lot of deals out there. So this founder, reached out to building owners and happened to find someone who was willing to sell him an entire building. And that building has a really interesting history.
Scamming. Hold on a second, y'all. Why are they FaceTiming?
It was a work-live building for artists back 10 years ago. And, had that kind of vibe, right? Had tenants in it before, but has been sitting empty for many years. So now the plan is to take it, convert it into these sleeping pods and fill it with 400 tenants.
And then guess what? That whoever owns that building, because remember, he was almost at bankruptcy or whatever. He couldn't afford it. They didn't pay a year's worth of rent. So they came up with this genius idea last minute. And I guess it worked because there are some people who are really desperate, unfortunately. And so now he trying to expand. And guess where he's living? He's living in a mansion. Ask him to sleep in these pods, and I bet you it's gonna change real quick. He's gonna take them little raggedy ass curtains off of the damn pods and put some doors. Red flag.
Yeah, I know you go into more detail on the history of that building.
It does not look like this. This is deceptive. Very deceptive. Look at this. Look at what he's showing y'all. And then look at what it looks like. This is the reality, y'all. Where is that? Hold up. No, because they want to lie to us. Look at this. This is what the reality is. Them liars. Look at the scam. Scamming.
Yeah, I know you go into more detail on the history of that building, but
really for the new building that came this summer, they are still in talks. Is not fully permitted, and that was one of the issues that they've had, right? Prior to this eviction lawsuit that came this summer, they are still in talks with the city around permitting this as a legal use. Having this commercial building, a former bank, become housing. And that's the same story really for the new building that they're buying. James told me that he is still working with the city to approve that as a sleeping pod dorm. And that is a process that can take some time, and it requires pulling permits, right? It requires inspections. It requires life safety.
He's not gonna pass it because where's the bathroom? You need multiple bathrooms.
Investigations. So 3 days is ambitious. I would say.
Yeah. But the plan is to open 1049 by summer. It's already up on their website. So can you talk about who the target market for a co-living situation like this is, which you in your article compared to...
You better not say young professionals.
Just a massive dormitory.
That's what it is. They're sharing bathrooms, right? They're sharing common spaces. They're sharing living spaces. I think this story struck a chord with people because the immediate thought is this is going to be a tech dorm, right? We have AI having a surge in the city. We have a lot of tech workers coming in. So I'm sure there will be plenty of tech people in the...
That place is going to be musty, y'all. I'm sorry. It's going to smell musty. It's gonna smell musty because you got a whole bunch of humans, and when you gather together, it's the heated energy. We literally, our body emits heat. It's gonna be musty as hell. What's the place called? 1040 what? Marketplace? We're gonna look it up right now. I'm tired of these folks lying and scamming. Hold up, where you at? What's it called again? 1049 Marketplace. Okay, while she's talking, let me...
Having a surge in the city. We have a lot of tech workers coming in. So I'm sure there will be plenty of tech people in the industry who will live there as well. But James insists, this is a place for everyone. This is a place for artists. This is a place for people who need a cheap place to live. So it sounds like everyone is welcome.
And Laura, real quick before you go, have you reached out to the mayor or any city officials about this?
Yes, so definitely have been in touch with the planning department as I've covered this issue over the past year. And, it sounds like there definitely is a little bit of a shift in how the city is thinking about repurposing buildings, commercial buildings to housing, whereas James in the past has had issues with the permits. We're now in a new place. We have a lot of office vacancy. We have a lot of empty buildings downtown, and the city really wants those repurposed. So people like him coming in at this time in the market are having a really good opportunity.
All right, Laura Waxman, great article about this, and you, of course, can read it. Thank you so much, Laura. Appreciate your time.
Where was the website? They lying. I don't see it here. Or maybe it's because I'm in Canada. I don't know. But anyways, he plans to cram 400 beds in a downtown facility. Look at this, y'all. $700 for this little small space. Get out of San Francisco, y'all. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I'm sure there's somewhere else you could go live. Look at what they're doing now, y'all. Good luck and Godspeed if you end up doing this, y'all. But I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. All right, one more video about tiny homes, and we're moving on. We gotta go real fast, y'all. We going at the speed of light. Speed of light, because of time. Hold on. Where's that video I had? Not these people. I spent too much time talking about Tory Lanez old raggedy ass and this one right here. Hold on, let me just get rid of all of these pages. I have way too many pages here. Rest in peace. Yeah, I looked up way too much Tory Lanez stuff. Okay, so let's move on to our next story. There was a tiny home one. No, where is it? I hope I can find it. There was a family that's living in a tiny home. I wanted to see their experience. Okay, I'm going to find it, y'all. Let's find it. Tiny home. No, I hope I could find that video. Okay, that'll be our okay, here we go. We sold everything. This is the one. Okay, let's get to it.
Early in my husband and I's relationship, we experienced some really tough losses. So it got us really thinking about what was important to us in life. And we decided to make a big change by downsizing from our 2,000 plus square foot house into just over 320 square feet. In our tiny house, we have lots of prep space on our butcher block countertops. We have all of the necessary appliances. So we've got a dishwasher, we've got the stovetop and the oven, we've got a microwave, a full-size fridge, but even with all of those appliances, we still have enough storage.
There we go. This is a viable option. So they realized they couldn't afford stuff. Understood. But he didn't have them sleeping from hotel to hotel, motel to motel, being transient. They got a tiny home, way more affordable, and it gives a safe space to the kids. I don't see anything wrong with this.
For all of the things that we need for a family of 4. Some of the necessities that were really important to us in the tiny houses.
Me too, sis. I love tiny homes too. I'm looking into it. I ain't gonna lie. I've been looking into them. I love townhouses too, but townhouses here, you gotta pay the HOA. But tiny homes, for me, it's just enough. It's like if you got 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, like they can fit in there. They have the amenities here. They don't have to worry about being transient. It's very stable for the kids, very clean. This is amazing here. So good choice, sis.
Cook. We have a 3-burner propane gas cooktop.
Really good.
We're able to cook all of the things that I was able to cook in our traditional house, but also keeping in mind that we're cooking for a family of 4. So things like enough storage in the fridge for the whole family, having easily accessible snack drawers for the kids, and just being able to put all of your dry goods. And I've started to grow.
This is a man who cares about his family. Shout out to this brother. Here we go. This is a leader right here. So she obviously loves and cares for her family, and so does he, because they made this decision, a very conscious decision, and it worked out. Imagine you can save money and still live in an affordable place. Who would have thought? You don't have to go hopping from hotel to hotel. And again, I told y'all the categories of people I could understand. But the rest of them, no understanding, especially if you have children. This is a perfect solution, in my opinion.
In the fridge for the whole family, having easily accessible snack drawers for the kids, and just being able to put all of your dry goods. And I've started to grow things out in the garden, so being able to store some of the things and jar some of the things that I grow out there. And I also create a lot of dishes, and I don't like washing them all. So being able to have a dishwasher, but also have a large enough sink. I did a lot of research and physically going into different tiny homes through different Airbnbs and stuff like that too.
Oh my God. A planner. Wow. Remember I told y'all the 5 P's. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. She's a planner. And then she's obviously with somebody, and I could tell she's with somebody who is peaceful, calm, and stable. The house looks very organized, y'all. She chose somebody who could actually love her in the right way, protect her, provide. That's why she could get a tiny home. Sis does not look stressed at all. You can tell when somebody is chaotic and stressed, like them other sisters in the motel room, looking at whipping dishes, doing the rice and stuff, and then look at them right here.
Figure out the different builders, their style, but also how willing they were to make certain adjustments to accommodate my family. My builder, they were very accommodating to the degree that they could be, considering it's a small footprint, but they did things like making sure we had storage under the fridge, making sure we had a full-size fridge. But if in particular having a full-size fridge is not that important to you, then you can go down on your fridge size. For the individual that wants a full-size stove, you can opt for that. Because we knew that we were going to be towing this tiny house and actually moving it around more than the average tiny houser, we wanted to make sure that we had equal weight on both sides, because we didn't want to have any issues with turning.
So that is one of the downsides of having a tiny home is, yes, you do have to move, or you're going to have to own the land that it's on. I don't know, like for me in the US, I know it works differently, but in Canada, a lot of the land is crown land, so it's owned by the government or indigenous peoples. And so you got to get permits for that. But they usually have like areas or neighborhoods that are for tiny homes, and so you could build it on a plot of land. You could put it on a plot of land. So it's kind of like a manufactured home actually, but just a better one, elevated one. And so she's already thought of that. And honestly, she's researched, so I have nothing wrong. I don't see anything wrong with what they're doing, in my opinion.
And weight shifting too much to one side of the tiny house and any issues along that. So that's why we decided on having counters on both sides. In terms of comparison between the big kitchen and my tiny house kitchen, I hadn't even thought about things I miss in terms of food preparation, but I missed being able to have a lot of people in the space. And so now we have to get creative with people inside and entertaining outside, which is not a year-round thing, but we make it work. Speaking of entertaining people, over here we have our dining, as well as study, as well as work.
Because you don't need to entertain nobody, I promise you. Just go to restaurants. You're good. You don't have to let people in your house. You don't have to have guests in your house. I know some people like that, but honestly, you could go to a restaurant and still have a good time and still meet up with people. Or you can go to another location, rent it, have your dinner there, but don't think of it as a negative thing. Trust and believe me, I don't like different types of spirits in my house. Y'all know how I feel about that. Nobody come up in my house unless, you gotta have special access, like FBI or CIA type of stuff, like security clearance to walk into this humble abode. I don't let anybody's spirit just come up in my house.
Space. And then when we come to entertain people, we can fold down to either one.
Oh, there's 18 minutes. Oh, Lord. Okay, it's a bit. So we're going to speed this right up. Wow, this is a big one. Okay, 20 minutes. I'm going to speed it up, y'all, because of time, because I want to play the other videos. So I'm going to speed it right up a little bit. But I really like her house. Very beautiful.
The leaves of the table here, and still have some things hanging out on the back half there. One of the really great things for me in Tiny Living has been that I have explored my building side, and I am still able to have a tool collection, which is in my tool shed underneath the tiny house. So I built this myself and built it with the purpose of serving multiple uses. So this space here doubles as our dining, but also our homeschool space. Our kids actually spend most of their time homeschooling between here, and we also have another little table when they're not getting along that great, because let's face it, kids are kids. And we also have a monitor that we can put on the desk here and then tuck it away in the couch over there. So you might be wondering how we actually operate during dinner time, because there are only 2 placemats here. Well, we get creative. We do have a table that we fold away and it tucks underneath the couch here. But realistically, when we're eating really quick, we don't always eat at the same time, or somebody might sit on the stairs and use the upper step as a table, and we just make it happen. Here we are in the living room, and this is where we spend a lot of our time for movie nights and game nights. We have a lot of those. We have a L-shaped couch over here that can also pull out and serve as a bed for our guests. We do have storage in the chaise portion of it.
This is a very good use of space.
Buying furniture for tiny house is really important to be able to have multiple uses. So ours specifically doubling for sleep as well as storage was really important to us. We are in the market for another couch, and it's been a challenge because we want it to serve the exact purpose of a family of 4, potentially some guests, but kind of filling some dead space that we have. I have thought about exercising my building skills and building something of my own, but
why don't you upholster it? It'll probably be a little cheaper than buying a new couch. That's what we're finna do with ours. We're gonna reupholster it, just make it in better condition. I don't know why she didn't think of that, but I digress.
Pulling that over. A good place to look for tiny house furniture has been a lot of tiny houses use IKEA furniture. A lot of folks get things custom built. There are a lot of companies doing modular sectionals that have storage within each kind of component. So those are great. You just got to figure out what works for you and what storage that you need. When it comes to decorating a tiny space, you have to be really intentional about everything that you put in and it's serving a purpose. The purpose for us tends to be plants, but they help to filter the air. Over my left shoulder here, we have hooks for purses, for jackets, for all of the things that families and kids will need to hang up. And then we have the bookshelf over here, which stores extra books that the kids use. Anyone that homeschools knows books. We have so many of them. And then little hidden elements, It may not fit the feng shui,
and
but
I'm thinking they're homeschooling because I'm guessing because they're gonna move I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe she'll explain it, but
a pencil sharpener.
There's a reason.
The really great thing about tiny houses is, again, being very intentional about every space and being methodical about it. If you think about your traditional stairs, it's all wasted space generally. But in our tiny house, we've used every single square inch that we can for storing things like our mixers. So a lot of those creature comforts and hobbies that you have in a traditional house, you can still have and tuck them right away where nobody will know. Interestingly enough,
oh my God, she did that. Hold up, I'm gonna get some ideas here.
We've used every single square inch that we can for storing things like our mixers. So a lot of those creature comforts and hobbies that you have in a traditional house, you can still have.
Look at that. She put storage there. Hold on, my baby's making noise. Hold on, I'm gonna let y'all finish watching. I don't know why she's making noise. I think she's hungry.
Tuck them right away where nobody will know. Interestingly enough, in a tiny house, you can transition. So this used to be our pantry. We found some better use with putting our kids' supplies in there and all kinds of things.
Tiny living has been something that I was never attracted to. My wife would watch TV. She would see people on there living their best life. I said, we're good where we're at. I don't understand the appeal. We used to have a nice large house. We hosted family. We were checking all the boxes. And when we had to deal with the passing of my father and a few other people who were monumental in raising us, it felt like it shook our foundation a little bit. Started thinking about all the different things that we were holding on to, physically and mentally. And there was really nothing holding us back anymore once the pandemic hit. It shut down all that congregating and community and all the things that were keeping us there in Boston. Once we did that, we basically made the leap and said, okay, well, we've done enough research. Of course, for me, I needed to feel super comfortable understanding what I was getting myself into. So we did the stay in a few different tiny houses just to feel it out, made sure the kids were comfortable with the idea of making that transition. Just timing just seemed perfect. So we set sail.
Once the decision was made, the hunt was on to find a builder. Having tried out different floor plans, we decided that we wanted a gooseneck orientation. We scoured the internet for reputable builders. We just so happened to, one of the tiny houses that we stayed in was built by Mint Tiny Homes, who, once we went onto their website, we saw that they had
Oh, snap. Mini Tiny House Company, BC, Canada. That's my province, y'all. Hold up. We finna write this right down. Oh, it's homegrown. That's even better. Go eat, baby. I don't know why she don't want to eat. Okay, what is it called? Mini Tiny House Company, BC. Oh, I'm noting that down. That might be a good option, y'all. House Company, BC. Here we go. I like to be very efficient as well.
Had a great floor plan, which is the
Canada Gooseneck.
Yeah, the Canada Gooseneck, and that's the model that we decided upon. So when it was all said and done, we ended up paying $118,000. That also included our customizations as well as delivering the tiny house.
That's actually very affordable. Cause let me tell y'all something. A condo here where I live, $500,000 minimum. Red flag. Why is it so damn expensive? $500,000, y'all, and you got to pay 5% down payment.
To Central Valley, California. I would decide on a major city that I could readily find a travel nurse contract, and then I would start hitting the phones and making calls for those different places. And that's kind of been the trend during our tiny house experience, was placing a lot of calls to RV parks to figure out if they actually allow tiny houses, and which is why we have added a component to our website for the states that have tiny house friendly parking spots. And it's a growing list because thankfully, you know, a lot more places are creating tiny house friendly parking.
By the way, they are. There are RV parks, so if you want to stay in your, if you don't want to, because that again is safety, right? So if you have like a, you're living in an RV, they have RV parks where I live around this area. A lot of seniors live in them. Even the national parks, sometimes you can park there. I wouldn't recommend it though. There's a lot of serial killers in this province, y'all. I'm just being honest. BC has a lot of, wherever it's warm, there's a lot of serial killers on the West Coast. Just letting y'all know. That's where where serial killers come from. I wouldn't recommend it. But yeah, you can find manufactured home areas. Oh, I'm so sorry, y'all. And you can put your house there on that land.
We had
just rent the land.
Line of meeting our builder's delivery guy in California, which was where my first contract was. So we started off our 10-day cross-country road trip. We visited national parks, created lots of memories, but started off on our tiny house journey having never met it before. So the first time meeting it was the day that we were moving in, July of 2021. We're now in North Carolina. I had a contract starting here. In total, we've stayed in California, Arizona, South Carolina,
That's why they're homeschooling. Okay, so they are transient, but it makes sense. Why? Because they actually have a stable home where they can drop it and live there. I don't know why they're living so many places. There must be a reason. So I'm not going to get too much into it. But what I can say, though, is it works for them and it's smart. I believe it is a smart idea. That is more stable, in my opinion, rather than going from hotel to hotel. Why? Because they don't have other people just infiltrating in and out, different characters all over. It's unstable and unsustainable for a child. So this makes sense. Now, I don't know why they keep moving so many different places and why they have so many different contracts. Maybe she'll explain.
Carolina, but we've made stops all throughout the country. But the difference in our stay now, this is the first time we haven't been in an RV park. We are now in a tiny house community.
I think they want to find the community that works for them. That's what I'm assuming.
And we have now been at Cranmore Meadows here in North Carolina for 2 years.
Okay,
put it out there that our tiny house is paid for. So we don't pay anything on our tiny house. So we would only pay the lot rent. Now we are paying $650 a month. That includes water.
That's nothing, y'all, compared to what you would pay in an actual house. Y'all, hold on. Mimi's up and running. She's on demon time now. Oh yeah, it's demon time, y'all. 6 o'clock. What is up with the moon with these dogs? Look at her, of course. Y'all gonna hear her barking. Oh yeah, 6 to 11. She's on this type of time, y'all. So sorry about that.
Sewage, trash.
Mimi,
and then separately, we pay about $100 on average per month for electric. We pay maybe $50 for internet. And then for our propane tanks, anywhere from 3 to 4 tank exchanges a month, and each time it's about $15. It was like a crash course in the perspective of what's important in life. Parting with some things can be a bit challenging, but that's what it is. They're things. And our mindset had become, we're not holding on to things anymore because, they don't serve life's greater purpose. So here we are in the first loft. This is the larger loft that's above the living room. And this is my 12-year-old daughter's loft.
I'm so sorry, y'all. Hold on a second. Mimi, come here. Come. There she go. Oh, here she go, y'all. Here she go. Hi, sis. Hey, Devonta Pippin. I didn't even say hi to you. Here she go, y'all. She on demon time. She about to bark at me. She about to bark at me. She growling. Where's her daddy? Where her daddy at? Okay, I'm gonna let y'all
Initially,
watch it.
when we moved into the tiny house, we kept in mind that we have growing kids. At the time, they were 4 and 7, and they weren't quite ready to be in their own spaces. So we had the designer put in a divider so that they were able to kind of peek above the top, have a conversation with each other, play with each other at the foot of the bed. They had enough storage for the 2 of them, and then we were able to transition them into their own individual spaces. So this is now her own bedroom, which she loves. She loves being able to create and, make it her own. So we recently painted it her favorite color, and she's...
Yeah, y'all, gentle parenting did not work for too long for your girl. Oh, we got back into old school parenting. She was testing my patience. All right, let's finish watching.
Able to store all of her trinkets and all of her books. She's a very avid reader. She has her own bracelet making business, so this is a great space for her. As we think about the kids continuing to grow, because we are all tall in this family, my daughter's almost as tall as me, naturally they're going to want more space, more privacy. So we are looking at land so that we can put not a traditional large home, still something with a smaller footprint, and potentially even adding a second tiny house and creating a shared space in between them where we can connect the 2 tiny houses. So the really great thing about tiny living is you have options and they're affordable.
And some people are putting tiny homes in their backyard for their kids, right? So some people want their kids to stay with them, and I don't think there's a problem with that, as long as they're not bumming and slumming and taking advantage. But yeah, there's some people who have houses and they put tiny homes for their kids in the back, and the kids act like it's rent, like a rental, and then they pay rent, and then they have those responsibilities. So that's actually,
and that's my daughter's loft. Let's head over to my son's loft. He really enjoys having his own space. One of the things that you can also consider, yes, it's a small space, but being intentional about the space. So every so often we give the kids a chance to change out their wall decals, or with my daughter recently painting her room, reconfiguring the space. So there is still some flexibility even within a tiny house to make it your own. Initially it was a blank slate, but I was able to add a rod as he got a little bit older. Now he has his big boy clothes. So he has a small closet space.
That's nice, y'all. Hold on, I'm gonna have to fast forward a little bit. All right, they got the bathroom. That's what we want to see.
Now we are in the bathroom, and when we were working with our designer, we wanted a few things on our checklist. One of the things was we are tall, so we didn't want to be crouched over washing our hands. We wanted our shower to be tall enough to fit all of us, and then we also wanted a flushing toilet. Being that there are 4 of us in the tiny house, we knew we needed enough storage for things like multiple towels and multiple linens to change out. We have 2 drawers under the sink, and then in the stairs, we store all of the extras, things like this.
I'm gonna do a series about tiny homes. I ain't gonna lie. I'm getting very inspired. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm getting inspired to do this. We gotta just get Dom on board. But other than that, he's a big dude. He can't do small kitchens.
Things like cleaning products are all in the stairs here. Another thing, I could not imagine myself going to a laundromat, which for many people, that's okay. But for a family of 4, we would be there every 2 days. So
smart. Yeah, they even got a laundry. Come on now. You know what? I'm going to show him this video. I think maybe that'll make him change his
having the washer and dryer were a must. Because our kids are a little bit older, we were okay with foregoing the tub. And so we have a full-size shower with a bench in it. And behind me, we have tons of storage for all of our linens as well.
Yo, $118,000 and you pay it outright. You could even mortgage it, by the way, y'all. I hope you know that. You could finance that. Just saying. It'll be a little bit more expensive with the down payment and stuff, but you could finance it. Yeah, she done ate her food. Now she good. Yeah, now she calmed down.
Well as our dirty clothes.
Making all that
and up ahead is the master bedroom. One of the things that was important to us is we wanted to be able to walk and stand in our bedroom. We couldn't imagine changing up in a loft. Some people do it, that's fine. But for us, we wanted to be able to stand while we were doing those things. So we are in the gooseneck portion of our tiny house. I've got plenty of height here. I'm 5'8.5", my husband is 6'4". So even stretching out, we don't have to worry about, knocking our hands or anything like that. So if you can tolerate 3 to 4 steps, then, this might work for you. We have
only thing I would say, the only critique I have is I wish they had done it for the kids' rooms, but maybe there's a reason why they couldn't increase the ceiling size. I would think that would be smarter, so they won't have to change it out or get another tiny home, but maybe there's a reason. So
a queen size bed that we can change the orientation of, and we do that several times a year where we can do it like a day bed situation or in the orientation that it is in right now. We made sure that we got a higher bed, so this is 18 inches up, and so we've got tons of storage underneath where we can easily get to things, but we can tuck things away that we don't need for a while and don't have to worry about actually going somewhere like a storage unit to get things that we don't need on a regular basis. We do have a television that folds down for our viewing pleasure, and then I have customized for my needs a little desk here where I can work, and also I have a printer under underneath, and I store some things underneath there. We also have a decent sized closet that I customized myself.
Wow. Okay.
Again,
She needs to, sis, I hope you have a home building business. You need to have one. I hope that that's your career because you're really
intentional about every
it.
space.
Not home building, but decorating. She should be a tiny home decorator. She'd be really
wanted to still be able to feature our kids' artwork. And so we added the space here where we're able to have a few more plants, but display all of our kids' artwork, and we can change this out on a regular basis. And then we also have who the tiny house is named after, TJ. Suddenly, he was not a father-in-law who, shortly before we downsized and went to tiny living, passed away. Suddenly, he was not ill or anything like that, but he passed away, and he would have loved this lifestyle. He was very supportive of our family and just living life intentionally.
About, the development of my children. Never thought I would spend so much time with them. I'm not just thinking of different things that you... The process of just thinking about all the different things that you could invite into your home, you're just way more cautious and aware. And I'm not just thinking of things now, I'm also thinking about, the development of my children. Never thought I would spend so much time with them and be so ingrained in their everyday life now. Before, I would take them to work with me when they were younger, and that was cool. But I think about so many different fathers that are always just carrying the luggage and all the things when they're going on vacation. You're doing so much grunt work. You're probably not as present as you want to be. So I think of that every time I get the opportunity to be present with my kids. I'm not holding all this luggage, all these...
So he wants to be an active father. Oh my God. Here we go. Somebody who actually gives a damn about their kids. My goodness. Green flag. Yes. He's thinking about his kids. Oh Lord, here she go, y'all.
Things we pack light no matter where we go.
I would say that's a life-defining characteristic is we just pack light.
Yeah. And we carry memories, not luggage. And we're going to keep making more memories. So while they sometimes get stuck on what they miss, they have a whole lot more to look forward to. And
we needed this palate cleanser, y'all. Okay, let me stop talking.
Every so often, we just put the screens away, just go for a walk. Mom is really good at making sure we capitalize on
outdoors,
the graphics outside.
If you're interested in learning more about our journey, check us out on livingthetinydream.com. Also on Instagram at living.the.tiny.dream. We're also on TikTok, but you'll find the links below.
Yay! Okay, we finally got a good family. Green flags all over. I wish them the best, and I will be checking out your channel for inspo. We might have to do a follow-up with them. I love what they're doing. Mimi is about to get scolded real quick, and she better not touch my plants either. She loves ripping out the leaves of this plant for some reason. She gonna get into timeout tonight. Just wait. I'm gonna put her in timeout soon. Okay, so let's continue shift gears because we got a few stories to cover, and then we're wrapping this right up. I'm trying to wrap up within half an hour, y'all. Half an hour. So I recently came across a story about sis right here. Sis, there's a sis that is getting they're basically accusing her of being a scammer. Shiloh.Lucky, the accountant. So I hope that's her because I looked her up on social media. If it's not her, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's her. This is who it is, right? Business Insider. They wrote an expose on her. I'm trying to figure out the situation, so we're going to read it along together because I saw a sister and I was like, wait, hold up a second. What's going on here? Shiloh.Lucky founded a tax compliance startup and has a popular TikTok channel where she gives financial advice. Okay, sounds pretty good. She raised $5.5 million seed round led by Crap Ventures, the venture capital co-founded by investor and White House advisor David Sacks. I think that's why they are investigating her. Who is David Sacks? We need to figure this out. Because I was wondering, why are they so gung-ho on catching sis? They're acting like she's part of American Greed or something. Okay, this is the man right here. Chair of the President's Council of Advisors on Science. I don't care to look at the rest. Okay, he's 53. He has a spouse, Jacqueline Tortorisi. Okay. He's a South African entrepreneur. Is that one of Elon's kinfolks? Okay, I'm not giving a red flag just yet. I'm sorry, my South African family out there. You know, Elon done messed y'all up. He went to University of Chicago Law. Oh, that's amazing. So he's very okay. So she got $5 million from that venture capital company. Lucky is under federal criminal investigation. My goodness, for alleged fraud, and it's also being investigated by the SEC. Oh, this is really big. Okay, let's watch the Business Insider and see what they could expose to us about sis. I personally think it's a witch hunt. I don't like to see my sisters go down, but let's figure this out and see why they're going after her. Hold on, we might have to make this a little smaller. Give me a second, y'all. Cause the long form, we gotta make it fit now. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna see why they are chasing or going after sis. This is gonna be a short story because I need to figure this out.
All right, we're gonna come up.
That's not
the FBI.
Wait a second. This is the one.
Investigating a startup founder accused of using VC money to pay for her Caribbean wedding, trips to Aspen, her car, her house, and Super Bowl tickets.
Wait a minute. Oh no, sis. Oh no. What did you do? What are they accusing you of? Hold up. We gotta go through this slowly. 1 second. Hold on. Let's run this back. Wait a minute. What are they accusing you of, sis? Hold up.
The FBI is investigating a startup founder accused of using VC money to pay for her Caribbean wedding.
Her wedding, okay.
Trips to Aspen. Her car, her house, and Super Bowl tickets.
Oh, Lord.
Sheila Lucky founded Compliant in 2019 to help small businesses navigate tax rules. She raised more than $13 million from top venture capitalists. 3 years ago, she closed a $5.5 million seed round led by Kraft Ventures. That's the VC firm started by White House advisor David Sachs. Lucky hired more than 50 employees, and I reported last year how the startup abruptly shut down, leaving employees in the lurch. It took weeks for them to get paychecks, and even...
Red flag! Why did it take weeks for them to get paychecks? Hold on, y'all. She is licking the plate. Let me go get her some more food. Y'all gonna watch sis who's being accused of scamming.
And then some of their 401k contributions were missing. The Securities and Exchange Commission says Lucky was painting a rosy picture of her company's booming success to investors, when in reality she never brought in more than $620 a month in revenue. Startups face far less regulatory scrutiny than public companies, and sometimes startup founders can like to exaggerate their success, and venture investors also can easily write checks without doing much diligence. Lucky also advertised herself to investors and to customers as a CPA, but the SEC says she never had any CPA license. Lucky, who is representing herself in court, has not...
Red flag. She's representing herself. Okay, sis. It's done. It's over with. Yeah, it's done. It's a wrap, y'all. It's a wrap.
So can easily write checks without doing much diligence. Lucky also advertised herself to investors and to customers as a CPA, but the SEC says she never had any CPA license.
Oh, Lord.
Lucky, who is representing herself.
Lord. She lost the plot, y'all. It's over with. Oh, she's another Brene. Why do people keep doing this? Is this the delusions of grandeur? Sis, no. Go get you a lawyer. What is going on here?
Court has not responded to the SEC allegation.
No, she did it, y'all. Once I hear they're representing themselves, they did it. I'm sorry. I cannot for the life of me understand why you would want to represent yourself. This is egregious. Even lawyers would never do that. And you have the audacity to think that you can. That's how I know she done did that. Listen, whatever they accused her of, I believe it.
When I called her, she said she had nothing to say and hung up. So here's the interesting thing. Since Compliant shut down last year, Lucky has continued to post videos to her TikTok channel.
Okay, sir, you talking a little slow. Let's get to the TikTok channel. That's what I was here for. Okay, let's hear her advice. We're going to watch a few videos. And we're going to wrap sis up into the trial. I need to see how she's going to represent herself. Mimi, where are you? Why is she growling? Come here. Go eat your food. You were licking the plate. You see that she go right here. She barking. I done told you not to bark. Mimi, stop it. Go over there. Go get your food. Oh, my God. Okay, she went. Come here. Go eat your food right there. I made it for you. Here. Go eat your food. Stop playing around. Here. You don't want to eat anymore? You were licking the plate just a few seconds ago. You don't want any more food? No? Go eat. Here. Mimi, come eat. Come. No? Okay, she wants to play, y'all. Oh, boy. All right. Hold on, y'all. Let's do this. Here. Go play with your... Here. Go play. Go over there. Go play with your lamb. All right. I'm going to come play with you after. All right, y'all. Oh, Lord. Okay. Let's listen to her advice and see if it checks out. She's telling us to do write-offs. Hold on. Who's a nail tech here? Let's see if her advice is good. Oh, ADHD and self-employed. Okay. All right. Can you deduct clothes? Okay, she's giving... Okay, looks like she's giving good advice. Hold on. Wait a minute. She's helping people out. Hold on. Is that why they're going after her? I'm sorry, sis. Listen, I said I believe it. I actually don't believe it. What are you doing, Lord? What are you doing? What are you doing? Hold on. Oh, my God. Let me go. She wants me to play with her, y'all. Hold on a second, y'all. Let me go play with her real quick. Okay, let's do the esthetician one because I'm very curious to hear.
Hey, estheticians and lash techs, imagine this dream scenario. All of your clients for the day automatically get invoiced. They pay right away. The money goes straight to your account. You don't have to wait. Tax already gets calculated for you, so you know how much to set to the side, and your write-offs are separating themselves automatically while you work. That's exactly what I built with Tax Habit and Habit Loop to help you get better at the administrative stuff you don't like doing. It's happening for you. That's how cool it is with AI, all the cool integrations I've done. Now you can track your uniforms, your music subscription for music in the studio, any Netflix or streaming subscriptions you have for any TVs you have in the studio, even the snacks you buy for the studio, travel to your clients, all of it. Skincare inventory, skincare you use on clients, all of it is a tax write-off, and we're helping you track it automatically.
Okay, hold up. Let me see what advice she's giving. One more.
This is just a thank you to anyone who has provided feedback. Talk to me in the DMs. Check the link in my bio if you signed up, if you've paid for a subscription, if you're just getting the newsletter, if you're just listening, if you're just watching. Thank you. Your feedback, your interest, your views means so much to me. It helps color in how I build what I'm building with Habit Loop. Hold
on. Let me check her website. Sis look like... Oh, Lord. Hold on. She wants to go down and she's trying to bite me. Hey, what did I tell you? Okay, hold on.
I have to go one more time.
That's okay, honey. Okay. I'll hold her. Because if she sees the door closed, she's going to try to run. Hey! Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. Sorry, y'all. Oh, okay. I don't know what. Yeah, I'm not going to lock the door. Okay. She's trying to go down, y'all. Okay, let's see. Sorry, y'all. Yes, okay. Ow! Oh, she's just been... Hey! Stop biting me. Here. You're gonna play... No. Oh, my gosh. Close the door. Okay, let's go, Mimi. Here, play with your toy. Oh, boy. Y'all, she gonna try to hit up the groceries right now because Dom just left it. Okay. Oh, Lord. Yeah, demon time has started, y'all. We gotta wrap this right up. We gotta go quickly. That was my fault. I should have known. Oh, she ain't got no more links. This is under investigation. She ain't got the links no more. Red flag. Oh boy. Okay, one more video, y'all. We wrapping her right up.
That business owners don't usually check for. First one, continuing education, online courses, ebooks, extra classes, additional certification, all counts.
She's actually right about that. If you're a business owner, you better be using that funding to take higher learning. You could actually get it as a tax write-off. I did it.
2, client gifts. But remember, it can only be a max of $25. So if you're ever wondering why you get a cheap client gift from your employer, it's because there are tax
check your state laws and your government laws, yo.
Limitations on it. If you keep it under $25, you can deduct it. If it's more than that, you cannot. Number 3, professional memberships. If you join a club that's centered around entrepreneurship, WeWork, some kind of, I don't even know, Soho House could technically be considered a membership, especially if you do networking, you get business there. Anything like that, those members.
I don't see the bad advice she's giving. Okay, she must have, you know what it is? I think she had her own website. And so basically they're saying she used the venture capital money instead of building what she was supposed to build. She used it on her as discretionary income. But her advice is not, doesn't sound bad to me. It sounds like she's just reading off scripts and just giving the right information, because she is right. You can do that as a business write-off. All right, sis, we gonna wish you the best on your endeavors of representing yourself. Good luck, sis, because I'm gonna be rooting for you. Next we saw this beautiful couple. Okay, let's get to Love Found, Dear Future Wifey podcast. Okay, remember, he's the one who had the podcast of the pastor with the one where the wife was ironing his clothes before he went to go meet with his side chick. So this is the pastor we talking about here. We're gonna briefly watch this and then wrap it up with Lindsay and Brian. Oh boy, this is gonna be a mess. Okay, and this one here. Oh my God, the Coldplay lady. Okay, let's start with Coldplay first because it's only 2 minutes. This is a short one. So remember the lady that was caught sucking face with her boss, with the CEO, and I covered them? Well, she's come out to speak her truth, and we're going to listen to sis and what she got to say.
This morning, Kristen Cabot, the woman at the center of that kiss cam seen around the world.
Look at her, looking very content.
Speaking out for the first time, telling the New York Times in an in-depth interview, I made a bad decision and had a couple of high noons and danced and acted inappropriately with my boss. And it's not nothing. I took accountability and I gave up my career for that. Last July, Cabot, the chief people...
Hold on, I'm going to hold her. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay? Okay.
Officer for the tech company Astronomer, attended a Coldplay concert at Foxborough Stadium with the company's CEO, Andy Byron. Both were in the middle of separations, she says, close colleagues, but nothing romantic. Then the Jumbotron caught this...
What did she say? Let's listen to this line.
Center of that kiss cam seen around the world, speaking out for the first time, telling the New York Times in an in-depth interview, I made a bad decision and had a couple of high noons and danced and acted inappropriately with my boss. And it's not nothing. I took accountability and I gave up my career for that. Last July, Cabot, the chief people officer for the tech company Astronomer, attended a Coldplay concert at Foxborough Stadium with the company's CEO, Andy Byron. Both were in the middle of separations, she says, close colleagues, but nothing romantic.
Nothing romantic. That's what she said?
Both were in the middle of separation.
Nothing romantic. Red flag. She's on that Tory Lanez type of time. Talking about she took accountability. No, you were forced out of your position. That's what that was. You did not take accountability because that does not sound like somebody who takes accountability. You are lying, ma'am. You hugged up, cuddled up, loved up. And you talking about, oh, you know, we never acted inappropriately before. Who you think you fooling, Miss Cabot? Who? Maybe that delusional husband of yours. That is it. That is all. I'm sure his wife knows. Oh, she knows what type of time it is. Your husband, I hope, if he's still with her, this is why she's talking like that.
Rations, she says, close colleagues, but nothing romantic. Then the Jumbotron caught this moment. Cabot says it was as if someone flipped a switch. I'll never be able to explain it in any articulate or intelligent way. I was so embarrassed and so horrified. I'm the head of HR, and he's the CEO. It's like so cliche and so bad. She says the pair decided to immediately notify the board about what happened. But before they could hit send on the email, a friend texted Cabot a screenshot of the TikTok of that moment. The video going viral.
She's lying through her, talking about she going to...
millions of likes, quickly morphing into a global meme and a contentious discourse.
Oh, they did it!
Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Cabot says the worst of it wasn't the career fallout, but the toll on her teenage kids, who, like their mom, faced a torrent of harassment and online threats.
Well, it's really sad her children did. They didn't deserve that, but she did. Green flag for her getting it, but not the kids. I do not agree with the kids being involved in it. It's very sad. It's not their fault. Their mom is a harlot.
My kids were afraid that I was going to die and that they were going to die.
Hi, I'm Gwyneth
Here she
Paltrow.
goes.
I've been hired on
Mrs. Gloop
a very temporary basis to speak on behalf of the 300-plus employees at Astronomer.
In deepening the blow, Astronomer releasing a commercial with Gwyneth Paltrow, who famously consciously uncoupled from Coldplay lead singer Chris Martin a decade ago, and whom Cabot had long admired. Instead, Cabot now frustrated by what she saw as insensitivity toward her private life. Both Byron and Cabot...
Cabot, you don't have no insensitivity towards your husband and your children. She's another one, y'all. This is a lack of accountability, narky behavior. Here we go. Your husband, I really, really feel bad for him. I mean, I don't know. Who knows if he's doing his own little thing. But your children is who I really feel bad for, to be quite honest with you. They didn't ask for none of this. But you think about it's insensitive towards your situation. How? You chose to be cuddled up, loved up with your boss. You're just mad because it got caught on camera. Red flag. Why do we need this months later? Pack this right up. Shut up and take your damn L.
But resigning from their positions at Astronomer, she says they decided in September that if they stayed in communication, that it would make it too hard for everyone to move on and heal.
So she wanted to, listen, decided to end communication. It would be too hard for everyone to move on and heal. Who decided that? I don't think it was you, it was him. Because he knows that he wasn't going to be, you was just going to be a slide for him. That's it. He wasn't thinking that this was going to be anything more than him bagging the HR lady. That's what he does. That's his MO. He got caught. He's trying to stay in his marriage, and I really hope that sis divorced him and his cheating raggedy ass. And I hope, for the sake of your kids, that your husband separated from your ass too. Talking about it would be hard for everyone to move on and heal.
All right, so we reached out to Astronomer and reps for Gwyneth Paltrow. We have not yet heard back.
No remorse. Okay, pack, not you, sis. I'm sorry, sis, I have to say this, but packing that other sis right up. Get out of here. Next, let's get to Dear Future Wifey. Oh, Lord, we're going to speed right through this one. Oh, my God. Okay. I think there's controversy with his wife. Let's get to his ass.
Welcome to the Nightcap. It's your girl, Carolina Sanchez, and 'tis the season for blessings, baby. You may remember on this show, back in 2024, on February 14th, Valentine's Day, we did a show about setting the stage for love, because we had a special guest who was writing letters to his future wife, okay? Trying to manifest this woman and working through his own traumas, his own horrors that he's dealt with, and making sure he's set up properly as a man to receive the woman
I think this deserves
he wrote a
a
song
proper...
called You, Dear Future Wifey, and we had David Michael Wyatt perform it. I'm talking about...
Do they got this Christmas music on? Sorry, y'all gotta play it again.
Welcome to the Nightcap. It's your girl, Carolina Sanchez, and 'tis the season for blessings, baby.
Why is this music so loud? I thought it was me.
Baby, you may remember on this show, back in 2024, on February 14th, Valentine's Day.
Lord, oh my God, here we go.
We did a show about setting the stage for love, because we had a special guest.
You said her husband is still with her, Irie? Good luck to them. She's gonna do it again, and she been doing that. That woman has no type of accountability bone in her body. Just lying. All right, let's continue with this one.
Who was writing letters to his future wife.
Writing letters to his future wife. Oh, God. This is not gonna end well, y'all. I already know what's going on. Okay.
Trying to manifest this woman and working through his own traumas, his own horrors that he's dealt with, and making sure he's set up properly as a man to receive the woman of his dreams. He even wrote a song called You, Dear Future Wifey, and we had David Michael Wyatt perform it. I'm talking about my man, LaTerrace R. Whitfield. And baby, Christmas came early for you this year, right?
Yeah.
Because you brought somebody very special.
Yeah, my answered prayer.
Your answered prayer.
Yes.
There she is.
Okay, you know what? Let's see this answered prayer. I don't trust him ever since he did the interview with that pastor. And his whole podcast is all about women who literally had to take back their husbands after he done ran around the streets or whatever. So now we're gonna listen to this. Let's hear his side of the story. Why does he interview these the failing? No, I don't want to say failing, but like the how can I say this? The most like the worst cases of couples is who he gives a platform to. Let's just put it that way.
Mrs. LaTerrace.
For real, not some red flag sitting in the dark. Like she's about to do some type of cabaret performance. Y'all wrap this right up. For those of you who came for Brian and Rachel, we're gonna watch a little bit of it because it's very long and I want to hear what sis has to say and what Brian's old raggedy ass has to say. We're gonna have to save this one for next weekend, but we'll try. Because I'm gonna get through this one. This one needs to be get gotten
All right,
through.
then. Let's get into it.
All right. Why is that so slow?
Yeah. We're waiting with bated breath to see this woman that, LaTerrace kept private for so long and held it very close because, he's been talking to this woman for forever before he even met her. Now she's here. I'm introducing you to Ashley Wood, AKA Mrs. LaTerrace R. Whitfield. Welcome to the Nightcap, Ashley.
Thank you.
You are an answered prayer, as he said.
Absolutely.
And y'all are newlyweds.
Yes, 3 weeks in.
Oh, 3 weeks in. Well, cheers.
3 weeks in. That was 3 days ago. They just got married? Okay, this is a very fresh marriage. All right.
To that, and if y'all can tell, we got very different colored glasses because they
Ashley's
are
beautiful.
alcohol-free. Okay, mine is not, but theirs are. So do not come to LaTerrace's comments because he is not drinking, y'all.
They'll be all right.
You were waiting on even for, okay, so then we're gonna play Brian then. So let's play Brian's side of the story after this.
All right, it's just been a few weeks, and y'all have been on tour. You did a week of a honeymoon. So how has it been? Has it even settled in that you guys are a married couple?
I think it's still settling in. You know, I'm adjusting to having a woman around the house all the time. I'm adjusting to now when I travel to make sure that I take account on her getting up an hour early, an hour and a half early to make sure that, you know, I'm packing her stuff with her and
Wait, hold on.
to make sure that I take account on her getting up an hour early, an hour and a half early to make sure that, you know, I'm packing her stuff with her and prioritizing her packing before my own.
Good.
It's a great adjustment.
Is he doing a good job of it?
He's doing a great job.
How do you feel? Are you feeling settled? I mean, you're not only like entering marriage, you're also entering a very public life.
Yeah, I feel settled. I feel the strangest thing is that I'm from Los Angeles, so it feels odd.
Is he a pastor? Okay, okay, let me stop. Okay, let's watch this.
A week ago, I moved to Dallas.
Yeah.
So that for me as a West Coast gal is just very different. So like I don't know if I can say it, but I had Whataburger for the first time last night. And he thinks it's better than In-N-Out.
Oh, it
And
is.
It's not.
Girl, get off that stage. Oh, you married this one? I'm kidding.
That man had like a milk dud.
Burger's fresh. It has this. I know what she was talking about. In-N-Out has fresher ingredients and all this. I said,
is
girl,
fresh.
you don't get that bland burger.
Fresh, good quality.
Yeah. I will say this about Whataburger is that it's hit or miss on the location, which
that
is
is true.
sad,
That's true.
But baby, the best Whataburger can beat the best In-N-Out burger.
Every day of the week.
But it shouldn't have to be the best.
I got you.
It
I
should
got
be
you. I
consistent.
understand. I hear
It
you
should be
loud and clear. I hear you loud and clear, baby. Yeah, you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's right.
And you'll learn how to bow down. The first thing I learned about marriage, you need to bow down and don't, you know, you pick your arguments. You say, okay, baby.
All right, well, before we dive into how y'all got here, LaTerrace, last time you were here, you know, you were in the thick of Dear Future Wifey podcast. Is already very successful with its viral moments. You had already almost proposed to somebody else. I mean, you'd been dating, you were always dating before you found Ashley. How was it navigating the therapy that was the podcast?
It was a very
So he didn't actually get therapy? His therapy was through the podcast? Red flag! Did you go to a licensed therapist, Mr. LaTerrace? It sounds like you were just going up, other people's messiness is my therapeutic moment to let it all out. Is that what I'm hearing? And also, sis Ashley, no shade to you. I get it, you know, get it how you live. But it's very quite interesting that once his podcast catapulted into what it is, here you go, popped up. I'm just saying. All right, continuing.
Therapy happened in a very indirect way. You know, I'm sitting here talking to guests every week. They're sharing their stories, those that have been married, those that have been divorced, those are single, never deciding or desiring to be married at all. And so I was able to glean nuggets and insight on this thing I call my quilt of love, the different patchwork. And even when you said that I was about to propose to the other woman, it didn't quite get there. I was still in the vetting process of trying to see if we were aligned, and I realized that we just wasn't aligned. But I didn't allow the loss of that to hinder my desire to manifest this beautiful woman next to me. Yeah.
When did you realize that, you know, I'm also helping other people through this podcast? It's not just my journey in finding Ashley. It's actually, you know, really bringing to light what love should look like for people And, you know, like, this is bigger than LaTerrace.
I started realizing that when I started getting so many DMs, comments where people were telling me that they use my podcast to create conversations with their spouse, to people who are on the verge of divorce. Watch the podcast. A friend sent them an episode, and they said, you know what, we're going to keep on giving this marriage a try. I knew it was helping other people when one of my personal friends, Jewel and Tavia Whitlow, the Whitlows, they were on the verge of divorce. I brought them on the podcast and in real time helped them cultivate a place in their marriage that they've never been in. And they're now celebrating probably 27 years of marriage. Wow. And they were about to have a divorce coming up on their 25th year.
Wow.
And so it's been a beautiful
Hold
moment.
up, let's pause this real quick. Let me tell y'all something. Once I seen Ashley, I knew what time it was. I was like, let's look for the dark skin starter kit. They always have a dark skin starter kit. Listen, I gotta keep it real. When he said he had a prior fiance, that's what I just did right now. Is this your daughter or your fiance? I hope it's your daughter. Okay, let's see. Is this his daughter? That might be his daughter. She's young. Okay. His daughter looks fully black to me. All right. Is that his daughter? Damn it. Why is Facebook? I don't want to log in Facebook. Let me just be nosy in peace. Let me lurk in peace. Let me lurk. Okay, that's his daughter. Okay, so he had a baby with a woman. Let's find out who that was. There go the dark skin starter pack, y'all. Here we go. Was that the first
Y'all,
one?
the host from Dear Future... Y'all, the host from Dear Future Wifey podcast, LaTerrace Whitfield, is officially engaged. He was the one a few months ago who held this podcast with Reggie and Kelly Steele, and she was talking about how she used to iron his clothes before her husband went out to cheat. He caused this, whole controversy. Anyways, he took to Facebook and Instagram and wrote, "Last year, I boldly prophesied that I would be married by the end of 2025.
Okay,
Faith requires action, so I moved with intention."
Okay,
He
so
walked in her new safe last
Ashley right
name.
here. Hold
Her
on.
identity will remain a mystery on Let's Make a Show, finding a wife for years and years.
Okay, that's her, but where is the other one? Hold the line. Wait 1 second. Who is this woman? Who is this woman right here? I think that's the previous one, y'all. How many women is he seen with? This man is with multiple women. Who's who? I don't know. Where's his ex-fiance? That's what I need to know. Is that her? I'm gonna need to research more. We might need to do a mini case study on this man. There's way too many women. Okay, that's his daughter, I believe. That's his ex-wife. Yep, that's his ex-wife. Okay, so the checks out. Dark-skinned woman as the ex-wife. Beautiful woman, by the way. Black woman. Okay, here we go. All right, now he's with her. Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, through your podcast, my girl Ashley was listening to you as a fan, right? You were a subscriber?
Red flag. She was a subscriber. Okay, we already know where this is going. I knew it. Here we
So
go.
it's been a beautiful moment.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, through your podcast, my girl Ashley was listening to you as a fan.
I am going to do a case study, Sasha. This needs to be a case study. Oh, a mini one. It'll be a mini one because I don't know his lore. We'll see how many parts. It might be part one or two parts.
Subscriber?
I hadn't actually subscribed.
Oh,
I was listening.
Oh, that's messed up.
Nah, commitment.
See
She was listening.
what you did? Now, in fact, she's been shacking up with me all this time. Look at me. This is messed up. You wasn't committed.
But she was an avid listener.
Okay.
She just didn't hit subscribe.
Okay, all right.
So how was it listening to him before actually meeting him?
Well, it was actually when I was listening to him when I felt like I knew him. So I was listening to him one day driving on the 101 freeway.
This is parasocial behavior, y'all. I'm sorry. Sis, I'm not trying to say nothing to you. I'm sure you're a lovely woman. But listen to what she said. I felt like I knew him, but you didn't. You didn't. You just knew of him, but you don't know him. Red flag. You don't know nobody on social media like that. Y'all don't even know. Listen, we could connect and stuff like that, but like, you don't know me on a fundamental level in the sense of like having a relationship with me. This is craziness. She felt like she knew him. Off of what? This is what I was talking about, y'all. What generation is she in? Is she a Gen Zer? How do you think that you know somebody based off of an online personality? You know of them, and yes, you can interact with them. Does he even do live streams? Because y'all know me better than she knows him or she knew him. I could understand if maybe he did live streams, you get to know us, like know people on a more personal basis. But it doesn't sound like he did. He just did podcasts. You don't know him, sis. Wake up.
That's in LA.
It's crazy.
The 101. You see how she said the? That's a very LA thing to do.
Yes. And I was listening to an episode. I wish I remembered which episode it was, but I felt the Holy Spirit say like,
oh God, here goes another Adrienne Bailon. Oh my God, we got the Holy Spirit here, Holy Ghost. Oh God. Okay, let's brace ourselves, y'all, on this beautiful Sunday.
That's in LA.
The 101. You see how she said the? That's a very LA thing to do.
Yes. And I was listening to an episode.
She's a millennial? Oh Lord, we taking the L today. Sorry, y'all. I know I'd be throwing Gen Z under the bus. Okay, this time it's not y'all, it's us. Foolishness. Very foolish. And we're the generation that actually did touch grass. Ashley, you should be ashamed of yourself for being parasocial like this.
I remembered which episode it was, but I felt...
Wait, was she the millennial where No Child Left Behind started? Because remember, No Child Left Behind started. It's still under millennials, letting y'all know it was like teetering off to the Gen Z. I think she's part of the No Child Left Behind generation. When was that? No Child Left Behind. So that would put us at, the act was when? That was in 2001. In 2001, I was in high school at the time. Yes, I was a sophomore. Yeah, 2001, 2002. I was a freshman turning into a sophomore. So I was already past that. But remember, millennials stopped in 1995, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's still zillennial around that time. So, yes, she's within the No Child Left Behind generation. How old is she? Y'all gonna let me know. She don't look like no Gen Z. Hey, listen. Listen, there are a lot of people out there who do not look their age, okay? I'm not gonna age shame nobody. Shame on you, whoever age shamed her.
The Holy Spirit say, like, you know him. Like, he would know you. Like, that is the sound of your husband. So I didn't feel like God was saying that was my husband. I just knew the sound of my husband was how he sounded. And so I said, but that is so odd to me. Like, I've never come across him. I don't know him. So clearly...
Over-spiritualizing everything. This is going to be a mess, y'all. He already has an ex-wife. So this is already a red flag. I'm being honest. The fact that you got divorced already, that's letting me know that you need to be extremely on guard. But sis is in la-la land, thinking that she knows this man. Y'all, they gonna wrap this right up. Newlyweds 3 weeks. Okay. Wrapping this right up. She's trying to be like Megan Good and Devon Franklin type of situation. Lord, this is not going to end well.
It can't be him.
Listen, I hope it does, though. I hope it does.
Well, maybe your husband just sounds like him. I don't know what he was saying on the episode, but I don't know if it was a letter. I don't know if it was an episode, but I just knew he sounded like my husband before I met him.
Oh, no, we got to talk about this.
He sounded like your husband before you met him.
Love story. All right, listen, we got more time with the Whitfields. You stay right there. We'll be right back. Amazing holiday blessing, because we have the creator and the host of Dear Future Wifey podcast and his new wife, Lateris R. Whitfield and Ashley Whitfield. And listen, I mean, you've been blessed with many things in your life. I mean, your children, or your daughter, excuse me.
Yeah, no, and children. I adopted 2 kids.
Oh, and you adopted 2 kids, your children.
Yeah.
You're a 3-time Emmy-nominated producer, a winner of 2 Telly Awards. I'm also a Telly Award winner, so shout out to the Telly Award winners.
Shout out. Congrats.
Emmy for what? That podcast? All he does is interview people who are on the brink of a failed relationship, or it's not, okay, Anybody could be on the brink of a failed relationship. I'm not trying to say nothing about that, but what I'm trying to say is he does not highlight the positivity of the community. It's mess and drama. What therapy are you getting from watching people talking about ironing the clothes so the husband could go cheat? This is ridiculous. He got 3 Emmys for that nonsense. I hope it's for something else. I really hope so. I hope it wasn't for that podcast of his.
Author, I mean, you've been blessed. But with this podcast and through this book, I think, you know, you've been looking for Ashley for so long.
Yeah.
And it's hard, I think, to really look back at all these years of manifesting her.
Yeah.
To then have her. So how are you able to see that the ideal that you've been creating over these years to the real person? Like, does it add up or is it different?
No, it totally adds up. I tell her all the time. I look at her sometimes and I be like, I feel settled without
You know
settling.
why? Because she was listening to you and what you wanted. Because you was yammering away about the type of wife you wanted. And she's just filling that role. You don't know if it's real or not. You don't. How would you know? That's like somebody who's going on that time. I want a man who's 6'5", dark, handsome, da-da-da-da-da. I want him to be this. And then somebody shows up. Poo-poo, here I am. Oh, yeah. You know, you said you was looking for me. How do you know? She knows about you because you yap too damn much on your podcast. So she knows everything. Of course she's going to fill that role. She knows what you're looking for. Oh, Lord, this is not going to end well. Ashley, listen, you sounding a bit swim fanish to me right now, and I don't like it. But hell, this milk dud man, that's what he wanted. So let her go have at it with him.
I said that in the vow.
Honey,
I said that when I proposed to her. I said it when in our wedding vows. I say it to her probably one time a week that I feel settled without settling. Meaning I didn't have to settle. I didn't have to compromise and say, well, I guess what I really wanted was this, but I'll go ahead and take Ashley. You know, and my heart is settled. I sit back and go, it was all worth the wait. It was all worth the tears. It was all worth
Y'all, this is another Adrienne Bailon situation. This is exactly the same thing. Remember when Adrienne was talking about she listened to Israel Houghton's preaching? There was one, go back to that case study. I'm not going to reference it, but she said it. She was like, oh, yeah, like on one episode of it, she's like, yeah, I listened to his podcast. I wanted to hear him. And, you know, at one point he was like, how do you know this? How do you know that? And she's like, well, you know, I listened to your podcast. Stalking behavior, swim fan, red flag. You're parasocial.
The broken relationships, the things that I thought was supposed to work out that didn't work out, it all made sense when I met her. And we went on our first date on March the 18th of this year, 2025, and I said, I even told her this, and this goes against everything that I believe. You know, even on the last episode, I said I believe in dating multiple people at one time.
Yeah, you said that here.
Yes,
yeah.
I said on the last episode with you, I said I believe in dating multiple people. With her in March, I told her, I said, you know what? I'm committed to you before the commitment. I said, I'm forgetting all options out there, and I'm focusing totally on you.
Okay, Ashley. Y'all had met the year before.
Yep.
You were like, I'm a Cali girl, you a Dallas boy.
Yep.
This ain't gonna work, but we can be friends.
Yep.
And now
that doesn't make sense though. This is a lie. You want to know how I know sis is lying? Because she said that's what my husband sounds like, and then all of a sudden, oh, we just met, but we could be friends. How did you get into his orbit? Did you go backstage? Did you go to one of his shows? How did this happen? This is what I'm saying. But of course, you know, milk dud head. Ain't got no brain cells. I could tell by his podcast and the characters on it.
he tells you a year later, after he flies out, takes you on a date, and says, I'm committed to you before the commitment. Are you like, are you crazy? Or what do you feel?
Well, I'm feeling like I want to take things slow.
Okay.
I'm feeling like this was my friend, so I was like, oh, this is a shift.
Sounds just like Adrienne Bailon. This is a pattern, y'all. The archetype of a woman who wants to be picked. I'm telling y'all, there's an archetype. This is verbatim Adrienne Bailon. Oh, we were friends. I was praying for him while he was out there sniffling and snotting up about him cheating on his ex, Melissa. This is Adrienne Bailon 2.0. It's the same archetype, y'all. They use the same script. Interesting.
I've been telling him all my business about the guys that I'm dating. So I'm like, oh, okay, this is a mental adjustment. Him all my business. I'm feeling like this was my friend. So I was like, oh, this is a shift. You know, I've been telling him all my business about the guys that I'm dating. So I'm like, oh, okay, this is a mental adjustment. And I was just cautiously optimistic. So I wanted to kind of see him be consistent. I wanted to see his words and his actions line up. I thought it was easy to say something in a moment, but it was much harder to like walk that and live that out.
Right. All right, so when did it, because, baby, we're talking about March this year,
Yes.
and we're in December.
Yeah.
And y'all got married in November.
Yep.
All right, so that's what, 8 months?
Yep.
Of preparing for this? So, obviously the commitment was there.
I knew she was coming. I knew she was coming. I had to put my leg up. I knew she was. Mimi, stop. Oh, we're gonna take her outside, y'all.
That
Just
shift
wait.
happened.
Just wait
When
a
did,
minute.
like, you know, the
Just wait a
friend,
minute.
the host of this podcast where he's been trying to find this wifey for a while, become like, oh, you know what? This man is my man.
Yeah. On my birthday.
Okay.
I do.
When's your birthday?
March 31st.
Oh, here we go, Aries. Oh Lord, here we go, y'all. That's an Aries. Uh-oh. What is that? Aries is a fire sign? Yes, fire. Fire and desire. We got Sagittarius, Leo, and Aries. And then we have the water, Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio. Fire signs, Lord have mercy. Here we go. Get ready for a ride, y'all.
You better stop.
Why is it
Not
so
even
slow?
2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my birthday, March 29th.
Okay.
2 fire signs? This about to be a movie, y'all. Okay, get ready for it. 2 fire signs together. Lord.
Okay. Yeah. I just knew because he had sent me flowers. He said that wasn't enough. He said he was at church.
I mean, it's not enough. Let's be real.
Listen, we wasn't in a relationship. She's still trying to figure
if you
out.
committed before the commitment, you only sent me flowers.
But
We ain't
listen,
committed,
I
baby.
ain't finna keep investing in something that ain't reciprocal.
Fair. Okay,
There it is.
okay, so he sent you flowers, and
Yeah.
then
He after church, he left church. He called me and he said, "What are you doing today? Do you have time to go to Tiffany's?" And I said, "Well, Tiffany's. Okay, yeah, I can go to Tiffany's.
Absolutely, I have time for Tiffany's.
I have time for Tiffany's." So I went to Tiffany's. He told me to get my phone out and to make sure that I recorded it. I walked in, and he had put a necklace on hold. It was the open. What is it called?
Open heart.
The open.
I done told y'all a lot of dictators are Aries men. Hey! Oh Lord, we got 2 fire signs. This is gonna be a nightmare. This is an explosion like the 4th of July. 4th of July.
Heart necklace. And he had written a letter because I guess the necklace, the point of it is to fill your heart with all of the things that, you know, he wanted to pour into our relationship. So it was open so that he could pour into. Like,
Aries are very
building-
impulsive. I'm not surprised. They are. Oh Lord, this is gonna be a mess, y'all. This is gonna be
the
a
kind
real
of
mess.
relationship that, you know, he knew I wanted to because he was my friend.
Right.
And so then he told me how much the necklace cost, and he said, "Listen, I'm not into tricking off money on women."
Yeah.
And so I understand your perspective.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, I ain't got time to be waiting.
reciprocated like-
I work hard for this money.
Right.
I ain't out here just making it rain.
Right, right.
Yeah. But he said God asked him a question, and I want you to say, what did God?
So I was in church, and God said, if that was your wife, would that be the gift that you gave her? Would you, the flowers that you gave her, would that be good enough? I said, nah, if it was my wife, it's this necklace I want to get her. I would want to get her this. He said, so why don't you get it? I was like, hold on now. Like, we ain't even there
I
yet.
felt like God there because you already said you committed before the commitment.
but this is a tough cookie. This listen, you'll be spending this money and it'd be a wasted investment. Amen. I'll be like, can I get that?
No amen.
Yeah, amen. I'll be like, can I get that necklace back since you don't want to be with me? So I was like, so I didn't want to be somebody that's asking for presents back. And
Of course he would be. He's an Aries man. Red flag. Look at him already saying, well, you better accept it. I'm going to take it back. Yeah, I already knew that. Dealing with fire and desire. Aries. Do we need to do the roundup again? Do we need to do the roundup again? Do we need we need to do a roundup again? We're using celebrities because that's people you know. Here we go. Where are the Aries men? Okay, wait. Who are these people? Hold on. Here we go. Eddie Murphy. Jackie Chan. Look at these men. Hold up. Wait a second. Robert Downey Jr. Red flag. Look at all these men. I need to see more. Hold on. Where the rappers at? This will give us a bigger, brighter picture. Look at Quavo. Come on now. Quavo. Quatavius, whatever his damn name is. And look at these men. Big Sean. Need I say more? Always taking stuff back. You better not get a tattoo. They gonna wipe that right off. Scratch it off of you. Cheap ass men. And look at him laughing, acting like, oh yeah, I would have taken it back. We know you would have.
And so I said, let me take it slow. And so I sent her the flowers. A couple of days later, I kept saying, gosh, that's not good enough. I like, this is who I really believe is my future. Let me activate that in my life. Let me actually move with intention on that level. So when God spoke that in my heart that Sunday morning, I said, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so I went, got the necklace, and I told her to record it because I wanted to see her reaction, and I wanted to document the beginning of that seed that I'm planting so that we can go back and look at it and be like, and this is where it started. This is where God spoke to me that if you were my wife, what gift would I give you? And this is your response to it, and then we'll be able to go back.
If you were my second wife. Sorry, you need to add that.
All right, have we gone back to look at it?
Not yet, because she had a whole lot of other stuff to look at. We had.
Come on, yeah, you got like 300 matters to look through, right? There's a lot.
A whole wedding that we just did, the proposal, a big proposal I did July the 13th.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been moving.
Okay, and then when did you know Ashley's it? Obviously you committed beforehand, but there's a difference between like, this is my ideal woman, this is my ideal love, to like, wow, no, I think this is what it is, no, this is.
I think around April, and we were talking about that the other day. I think it was like April.
No, we gotta take that. We packing her right. Mimi gotta go outside. Hold up. Okay, y'all give me. Don't worry. I'm gonna take her outside soon. Don't worry.
I was prepared.
We're gonna do this and Brian, and then we wrapping them right up, and we'll do Rachel next week.
Dude.
I need to sit down and listen to what Rachel has to say. Brian's old trifling ass. Hold on. He did a divorce interview a year ago, and then Rachel went on a podcast 2 weeks ago. So we're going to hear his side first because he went a year ago, and then Rachel's side will be next week. Hold up. All right, let's finish listening to Lateris and, what's her name? Sister right here. Oh, Ashley.
The 5-year live anniversary of the Dear Future Wifey podcast at John Gray's Church in Greenville, South Carolina. And I had a dream that I had proposed to her, and it didn't scare me. I had a dream that I proposed to her on that stage at that event.
How would it scare you? Weren't you married before? Why is he acting like he didn't have an ex-wife before? Why? Red flag. I don't like when men do this. Mr. Aries, you had a whole ex-wife. Why are you scared of commitment? Oh, because you don't want to commit for real. Was that play? Was that a play wife? How are you scared of a proposal when you already did it before? That don't make no damn sense.
Then on April the 15th, and this was like about a week prior to that, and I called and I said, you know what, I had a dream that I proposed to you at the live recording of my podcast in front of everybody.
Of course, during the podcast. And y'all, the volume is low. I don't know why it can't go any higher on this. The volume is horrible for this podcast or this interview.
How'd you feel about that? I said, it didn't make me scared. It made me feel at peace. That's when I knew that I was ready to marry her.
Okay, when he told you that, how'd you feel?
Were
you scared?
Yeah.
I wasn't. I was surprised. I was surprised. I thought, I've always heard people say when men know, they know.
Yeah.
And why would you be, she's capping. Why you capping? Mrs. Cap a lot? Aries, I need to have a name for y'all because y'all reminded me of Capricorns. Why would you be surprised? You damn near stalked him. That's what you wanted. But, oh, yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know he was going to I knew when Dom was going to propose to me. I figured it was going to go that way because that's what I wanted. What the hell? Why can't we just be honest about it? I didn't know he was going to propose to me. I had no idea. You stalked him. How the hell did you not know? That's what you wanted. Red flag. Stop trying to act like you didn't want that.
He knew. He knew.
But just because he know don't mean I know. So
no.
Please. Listen, my problem is this. Just keep it real. I dated Dom. I liked him. I wanted it to go that way. I really, really liked him. Of course, when he proposed, I wasn't surprised. Why would I be? That's what we were headed towards. We had conversations about it. Duh. Why would I be surprised if he came to me and said, I want you to be my wife? Oh, I didn't know he was good. I thought it was just going to be a glorified girlfriend, just a side chick. I didn't know he was going to propose to me. Please.
For him, but I knew on March 7th when my best friend called me and said that he was my husband.
She never told me that, though.
Yeah.
Your best friend. Birds of a feather. Oh, Lord, 2 birds. Okay, let's go.
Girl, you done skipped. We already in April. What happened?
And that's how I felt.
I knew on March 7th when my best friend called me and said that he was my husband.
But she never told me that, though, at that time.
Girl, you done skipped. We already in April. What happened?
And that's how I felt.
What?
Yeah.
Your best friend told you what? Tell her.
My best friend called me and she said, I can't shake this feeling. I've been trying to go to bed, shake this feeling, but I have to tell you, the Holy Spirit told me that Laterrius is your husband.
Let me tell you something about this whole charade of whatever's going on here. Of course your best friend's gonna tell you that. You damn near talked her ear off about Laterrius. Oh, you took me here, you gave me a Tiffany necklace. And of course she's gonna have a dream. Oh, that's your man, girl. I had a dream. You do realize that when you talk about something very often, you might have dreams about it. Have you ever thought about that? When you watch something, yeah, maybe it'll be in your brain. She literally talked about him. You telling me that you didn't talk to your bestie about him? Please. And here she go hopping on this delusion. He's going to be your man, sis. Look at him. He got you. Of course you're going to want your best friend to get married to him. Holy Spirit told me, no, your mind told you. Stop it. Half of the time when people be saying Holy Spirit, God, I'm not saying God doesn't talk to people. Of course he does. But most of the time I feel like people talk to themselves and they want to see that it's the Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit done told me a lot of people were supposed to be with me, and then look at here. Look at who I ended up with. Holy Spirit, quote unquote, got me into a lot of trouble. That's why I say you don't know who you better confirm. Better confirm and make sure that the person is of a sound mind, not your bestie who's going to be up in your delusional mindset. It has to be somebody, like when somebody comes like an angel, somebody who doesn't even know you, random ass person starts talking, then you know it's a confirmation for real because they don't know you from nowhere. Not your bestie who you're sharing your delusions with. Please.
This is 4 days
Tired
before
of
he
this.
flew.
Shoot, it's about, this is March the 7th?
March the 7th.
So that was 11 days before I flew down there.
Oh, you flew on the 15th?
Yeah, 18th.
18th.
I went on the 18th. I had a conversation with her February the 28th or whatever, and said I wanted to take you on the first date. So she knew that on the 7th, never relayed that to me, and I'm sitting up here like, why? What is going on? Like, why is it so hard to make traction with you? And then one day I ended up telling her, I was like, you realize I don't just say stuff and don't mean it. And she said, Laterrius, I hear guys say stuff like that all the time.
I mean, clearly.
Exactly.
On the one-on-one, and then her best friend.
Let me tell you what it was. She was trying to act like the hard to get type of woman. That's all it is, but it's an act. It's not real. I'm sorry, Ashley. I don't know you, sis, but I'm keeping it real. She's trying to act coy, trying to act like, oh yeah, hard to get, play hard to get. It wasn't that hard to get you. You stopped the man. And stop it. You and your bestie, y'all had a whole plan concocted. And then trying to act like, oh yeah, she's not interested in me. Because she knew that would make him more interested in her. Please. Everybody knows about this whole friends to lovers trope. Acting like, I don't really care about you. You just my homie. So he could work harder. Men love a chase, especially crazy men like him. I know he crazy. He's a fire sign. I already know it.
Probably had dreams she don't remember about this. Okay, listen, we way ran out of time.
Just capping. Okay, fast forward.
We've been having a field.
Fast forward, because we got to get to Brian.
So new. It's so new, but I promise these are harmless questions, but we're going to play rapid fire. So I ask, you answer. Okay. No thinking about it. All right, you ready? Who said I love you first?
Me.
First of all, they didn't even ask her how she knew he was the one. Did I miss that part? All she said was her best friend called her up and said he's her husband. Red flag, you don't even have no qualities? Wrap this. Okay, let's listen to the rapid fire questions. We hopping right up to Brian and we wrapping this right up.
Who apologized first after your first argument?
Me.
Okay. Of course.
Who is the better communicator?
Me.
Me. All right. I really want to dive into that one. I might later. Who's more dramatic?
Terrace.
Me.
Of course he is. Mr. Aries. All of the questions is him. What does Ashley contribute? We need to hear her side of the story.
I like that he owned it. Yes. Accountability is good there. Who gives better gifts?
Me.
Terrace.
So what does she do? Red flag. What is your contribution to the relationship, sis? You just sitting pretty? I told y'all what this was. And then this man acting like she was sent from the Lord. Oh yeah, there's the perfect wife that I wanted. She's filling a position. You advertise it on your podcast, please. Can we stop and just keep it all the way 100? I wish people just kept it real. Look, I was looking for her. She saw me and she filled my role, and that's what I wanted. You are trying to act like the Holy Spirit done told me. God told me something about that. The brother gave her a necklace. I didn't even know if he wanted to be with me. Stop the cap.
Well, what kind of gifts is she giving? Socks?
What have you got me?
We just talked about this. A lot of Louis Vuitton.
Oh, you bought me a Louis Vuitton shoes, some Louis Vuitton cologne for Father's Day.
I bought you your first ring.
Yeah, she bought me. She proposed to me first with an Oura ring.
She proposed to him first, Lord Jesus, and then you want us to believe she wasn't interested.
What have you got me?
We just talked about this. A lot of Louis Vuitton.
Oh, you bought me a Louis Vuitton shoes, some Louis Vuitton cologne for Father's Day.
I bought you your first ring.
Yeah, she bought me. She proposed to me first with an Oura.
He didn't have a ring before. Did you forget about the ex-wife? She didn't buy him a ring. Lord, they be.
Ring.
Oh, okay, that's.
Yeah, she wanted to make sure she want to make sure my health is right. So I appreciate it.
She's like, is he sleeping or not? All right, finish this sentence, and I'll go with you first, Ashley. Marriage surprised me by being. Ooh, can you go first? Okay.
You see, she don't know, y'all. Sis is. You know what? I can't even say that. Sis don't know. Sis doesn't know what's going on in this relationship, y'all. She just saw the bed online and she like, oh, I want that one. That's it. And she doesn't know what's going on. Talking about should he answer first? You can't answer what marriage has. Wrap this right up. This is not for real, y'all. This is a play marriage. It's cosplaying.
Finish this.
This is not for real. How do you not know?
This sentence, and I'll go with you first, Ashley. Marriage surprised me by being.
You can't even answer marriage surprised me by being. You can't answer anything. All the answers Lateris. So he's in a relationship by himself and you're just there sitting quiet. Oh, Lord. She is very confused. She don't know what her position is. That's because, like I said, he advertised her and she just filled the position. Look, when a job tells you, oh, we looking for this person, do you not know how many times I manipulate my resume to make sure that it matches the job description just so I have a higher chance of getting chosen for a phone call? Please. If they did hiring where they just put the position title and they said anybody could apply, trust and believe me, half of the people that applied would not be qualified. But because they give you, this is what we're looking for, this is what we're looking for, this is what we're looking for, you're going to just manipulate your resume. Okay, you know, I did customer service, but they're asking for an analyst. Okay, I'm going to say that I was analyzing records in my customer service job. Please, everybody knows how to do that. Red flag. It would have made more sense if he didn't say anything, but of course. And now it's acting like this is a beautiful love story. Holy Spirit brought them together. Little do they. Come on now. And now look at her. She can't even answer a damn simple ass question. What has surprised you about marriage? Let him answer first. So then that way I can answer and match his answer. She's scared to be herself.
Ooh, can you go first? Okay, Lateris. Marriage surprised me by being.
At peace.
Are you even surprised, girl? You may not be surprised. Are you still taking it in?
It surprised me to be with my.
Yes, it is giving Michael Jackson and Lisa Marie. We need to watch old interviews.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know you could. I didn't know that could exist.
Let's go back.
You may not be surprised. Are you still taking it in?
It surprised me to be with my best friend.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know you could. I didn't know that could exist.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where it's really just your.
Yeah, we're friend zone.
Exactly.
And then no, it turned into something more.
Yeah.
What is the tiniest thing that your spouse does that makes you melt?
You gonna answer first?
It's the way he looks at me.
Yeah. I was about to say something about you. Go ahead, finish.
Well, when he looks at me.
Everything is physical, y'all. I have not heard a quality of any type of quality. Like, nothing that's not physical. Nothing of this is, everything is superficial, y'all, the way he looks at me. That's what makes you melt. You want to, oh my gosh, she tearing up that damn couch. The way he looks at you makes you melt. You know what makes me melt? What warms my heart is when I finish a live stream or when I finish doing something and my husband's like, hey, honey, I cleaned the house. Everything's taken care of. Everything's organized. You ain't got to do nothing. I got dinner ready for us. You want to eat together? That will get my panties in a frenzy, wet as hell. That'll get me riled up. That's what gets me riled up. Also, hey, you want to go? Let's go eat somewhere. I want to take you out just on a whim. Hey, honey, you want to go somewhere to eat? Let's go eat at this restaurant. I want to take you there. That'll get my panties dropping. Not the way he looks at me. That was in the beginning of our relationship. We done matured now, but of course they're newlyweds. But still, that was at the beginning, of course, when I didn't know him. But now I know who he is. I know his personality. You don't know your husband. It's because you sitting here trying to fit the role of a perfect wife. You're not being yourself.
Yeah, I can really tell, like I can see the adoration in his eyes. It makes me melt.
I was about to say the exact same thing because that's how I feel.
They don't know each other, y'all. They were friends for how long? They still don't know each other.
That she'll just stare at me or whatnot, or people end up telling me that, and I've said this, I said I love when I interview couples and the way they look at each other, you can see the love that they have for each other.
So that, wrap this right up. You can see the love they have for each other by just how, there have been many couples that have sexual chemistry off the Richter chart. Look at Iman Shumpert and Tiana Taylor. Chemistry on 1,000. Where are they now? He's looking at the wrong things, but then again, what can I expect from this milk dud head of a man?
And that was one of my private prayers. I said, God, I want that. I want a woman that looks at me like that.
That's what you want. That's the virtuous wife?
She'll look at me like that all the time. People are like, ooh, she like him. She love him. I've always wanted that.
I actually remember very distinctly the first time my husband looked at me with those eyes. Like, I vividly remember.
Yes.
Yeah, it is a very specific.
Y'all, please do not fall for this propaganda. I promise you. Will you be sexually attracted to your husband? Yes, you should be. But promise you, this is not going to sustain a marriage. And this is why the people on his podcast are a mess, just like him. Red flag. Sexual chemistry is one component. One of many. You cannot sustain a marriage off of sexual chemistry, but then you got these two dodo birds. Please take heed. I promise you. Everybody, I'm telling you, long term, you're listening to somebody who has an ex-wife. I'm sorry, I gotta say that. He already has a strike. If you want to hear couples who have been in marriage long term, they don't sound like this. Oh, it's the way she looked at me. It's the way. No, they sound very different. Because they know it takes more to sustain a marriage than how you look at each other. That's very superficial and very juvenile and immature, might I add.
It is very specific.
It is.
All right, who takes longer to get ready?
Oh, Lord.
Me.
No.
You got to wake her up an hour early. You already said that one.
Yes.
This is pissing me off, yo.
What are the biggest icks you guys had to get over each other?
That we were, I don't think it's anything specific, but it's more of that you're not dating yourself. You're dating somebody else. And so you got to give the other person grace to be who they are naturally are. Yeah, that's what I would say. What would you say?
No, that's it.
Of course.
That's 1,000%. We're very similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah, you're two Aries. It's going to be the 4th of July. Like I said, you're two Aries.
The ways, in some ways, I think, that's what we have to work on. It's the things about myself that I don't like that we'll be arguing about.
Like her lack of interest in Whataburger.
Yeah, that right there. Yeah, we got to pray about that.
We're going to have to think about that one for sure. Pray a lot about it. Who is the better listener?
I think we both struggle.
Not me thinking Lil Terrace is going to say me. I host the podcast.
I'm about to say I do, but that's only from my vantage point. If she says that I don't, then I don't.
How are you going to communicate if you can't even listen to each other? Lord, wrap this right up. This is over with.
I assume you've told him he doesn't listen sometimes.
I'm going to speed this right up, y'all. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Now. Yeah.
So I think we graduated to that.
Okay. What's one thing you've learned about love through each other this year?
That love takes a lot of bravery. I remember my therapist when I told Love McPherson that I had intentions to pursue Ashley, and I was like, "So what do you think about this? This is my friend, and I want to feel, what do you think?" She said, "Are you scared?" She said, "You always said you want to go from friend to fiance." She said,
"Oh, he actually got therapy. Lord Jesus, thank God. But who knows if this is an enabling therapist?
Why don't you be courageous?" And I was like, "So you trying to say that I'm weak or something?" Okay, I ain't scared of nothing. I'm like, "Hold on, you want to watch out? Don't you be feel, what do you think?" She said, "Are you scared?" She said, "You always said you want to go from friend to fiance." She said, "Why don't you be courageous?" And I was like, "So you trying to say that I'm weak or something?" Okay, I ain't scared of nothing. I'm like, "Hold on, you want to watch out? You have to be loved." But what it was that she told me that the feelings that I had, the minor trepidation that I had, took bravery. And that's the bravery to say that even if it wasn't reciprocated, even if she said, "Yeah, I like you, you're cool, but I just don't see you like that I did the brave thing and asked. And so I realized, and I always understood that love takes bravery. It doesn't have to be reciprocal.
Yeah. I mean, Tiffany. Ashley, what about you? What did you learn about love?
Yeah, I've learned that God answers prayers in ways that so I wrote a letter to myself on my birthday last year, and I wrote to him. But he was just my friend. And so when I opened up the letter, I open up the letter every year on my birthday. This year, I had to read it to him because I had this moment where I literally wrote in the letter that the man that was in front of me was sent by God, and that I should submit to this man, knowing that he submit to the Lord.
I'm going to take you outside.
I had no way of knowing in 2024 that God
come here right
the
now.
manifestation of this would exist on my birthday when I opened up the letter 365 days later. And so what I've learned about love is that God is love, and when you write to him, when you believe on him, when you keep hope first, don't give up on love. Like, God will write the story better than anything you could say.
No, she. Come here. Come here right here. I'm not playing with you. Come. Get over here. You play too dang much. I'm going to put you right. You're going to go to timeout.
That's the first time it really dawned on me.
I'm about to take her outside. Look at her body.
That's why it was imperative for me to act like she was my wife for her birthday. Little did I know, because she ended up telling me, "Yeah, I wrote something, I may read it to you later." And then when she actually read that to me, I was like, oh my God, that's the reason why I needed to do what I did then, to make a power move so that it would confirm the letter that she wrote a year prior.
I'm sorry, but March is y'all's month.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need, if y'all ever have like a convention, a festival, I'm manifesting this for y'all. It needs to be in March.
Yeah, talk about
that
it.
is, that is y'all, it's your birthdays, it's the start of your romance, it is when y'all knew. I mean, you knew in April, but we're gonna say it's March.
Yeah, well, I wanted to know in March, which I started moving forward. I had a keen idea about it. I just was operating in a little fear.
In a little fear.
Yeah.
And I feel like you talk about that here in Student of Love. So for people who are interested in this, especially if they don't know nothing about Laterras R. Whitfield and the Dear Future Wifey, you must listen on any.
No, please do not listen. Wrap this right up. Bye, y'all. Brian, we getting to Brian. We wrapping this right up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rene Garcia, and I'm a divorce and recovery.
Okay, by the way, if you guys don't know, Brian was Rachel Lindsay's ex-husband, and this was around the time they were going through their divorce. She ended up paying him alimony. So this was a big dramatic type of divorce. They met on The Bachelor because she was a bachelorette. So now we're going to hear, because his divorce coach Rene Garcia interviews client Brian Abasalo. Okay, we're going to see what Brian Abasalo was up to a year ago, and then we're going to hear Lindsay's side of the story afterwards. You said, I wrote a poem that got 15 years ago about a shredder. What did you say? I wrote at Miss Blackson. You said I wrote a poem to God 15 years ago about what I wanted. Yup. Found it a few months ago and ran it through the shredder. Happily divorced. Green flag. That's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes you outgrow. That's why I said, do not listen to people talking about, oh, God, God told me this, that God told me that. You don't know who it is. And I'm glad that it worked out for you, sis. Because sometimes you don't know, like, this is the thing, like, when you're in a relationship and when you're making an important life decision, I feel like people who over spiritualize things, they're usually the one. Oh, she's still going after the plants, y'all. Oh, I'm gonna tell her a little behind up. We're gonna go outside soon. I'm gonna wear you out. Okay, yeah. People over spiritualize things, and this is the problem with these two folks. I want to make it very clear that him having an ex-wife is not the issue. The issue is he hasn't moved on from that. And he is still acting and operating in the physical carnal nature of himself. There's nothing about this relationship or union that screams that it was meant to be and orchestrated by the Lord. It sounds like it's what he wanted and what she wanted. And there's nothing wrong with that, but keep it real. Why can't we just keep it real? Trying to over-spiritualize this. And then you hear them talking about what are the qualities that they like in each other? All physical. Come on now. When we have Proverbs 31, go in the Bible. Anything but physical. Everything but physical. They even give you the description of a virtuous wife. You ain't say none of that stuff. Nothing like that. And then they're preaching to the masses. And people are buying it and eating it up because they're a Christian couple. Red flag. Get out of here with that nonsense. Now, let's move on to Brian's side of the story. Let's hear this Dusty. Tonight, I'm having a Dusty overload right now. Let's continue.
A coach for men. Divorce is the third biggest stressor an adult male will undergo. And often when we go through it, we're alone and we cut ourselves off. We don't have a good support system. I became a recovery coach for a litany of reasons, because there's very little out there for men to deal with when it comes to the pain of divorce. Because culture dictates that we should just suck it up, and any expression of grief is weakness. Because there's a lot of misconceptions and prejudgment about divorcing men. Because despite gender roles changing and being redefined, we as men, we're failing one another. We're failing to evolve and to develop as we just stonewall and do nothing. Because it's our responsibility to take care of ourselves and become a better version of our past. Because according to the CDC's National Violent Deaths and Reporting System, divorced men, we're 2.5 times more likely to kill ourselves than married men. And this is often our silent epidemic. In this video, I sit down with my guest and client, Brian Tabasolo. We're going to delve into his experiences and discuss some common challenges encountered during the decision-making process. Many of you might recognize Brian from season 13 of the hit TV show The Bachelorette. He's also the owner of the Beverly Hills Disc and Laser Therapy Center. Check out his practice. He's located in the corner of San Vicente and Wilshire, here in Los Angeles. When Brian reached out, it was a delicate situation as he was the one contemplating the divorce. He sought an unbiased perspective.
Wait. He's the one who filed? Hold on. Wait a minute. So hold up. He filed and then he worried about unaliving himself. Red flag. What a lie. Listen. The divorce attorney, yes, I'm not downplaying men's experience with divorce. Absolutely. It is a very traumatic experience, y'all. It is not for everybody. But why is he acting? He's the one who filed. He should be hunky-dory about him filing.
And Laser Therapy Center. Check out his practice. He's located in the corner of San Vicente and
Wilshire. Trying to do
Wilshire.
the sympathetic introduction and he's the one who filed. Get out of here.
Here in Los Angeles. When Brian reached out, it was a delicate situation as he was the one contemplating the divorce.
No.
He sought an unbiased perspective from someone that specializes in working with divorcing men. While I don't offer marriage advice, nor do I get involved in family matters, I approached our consultation with kid gloves, with utmost care and sensitivity. My goal, it was not to sway this agonizing decision in either direction. I kept the conversation informative and neutral. My strategy, it was to educate and inform him, thereby laying down a roadmap for what he could and should expect throughout this process.
Hold on, y'all. Look at her. She in timeout now. Look at her. Now she quieted down. Look at her laying down over there. Yeah, that's right. Gentle parenting over. I'm going to go play with her afterwards. She needs to be patient.
She needed to be prepared both logistically and emotionally. This will be one of 3 series in discussing the process, the pre, during, and post-divorce. This one in particular was recorded back in February, 1 month after his filing. So if you're
1 month.
Interested in a free consultation, or just click on my link in the comment section underneath, or here in the video and make an appointment. Of course, subscribe to my channel and follow along as we explore Brian's journey and help give clarity to the emotional and confusing
Y'all say he's a fake doctor?
process called divorce. Now,
No, don't say poor BB sis. No, let me tell you something. Like, no, she played all day long. She acted as if, no, don't let her fool you. No, I have to make a PSA because it's going to look like I'm being mean to my dog. No, I'm not being mean to my daughter. I played with her all morning. That's why I started the stream late, playing with her. Even took her out for runs twice. Played with her the whole time. And then she went napping over there. And then now all of a sudden we have to cater to her. That's how she is. She want to bark when she gets attention. I told her to stop barking. I don't like that. And then she be barking at me like she owns this house. No, I'm the owner. Dom's the owner. We're co-owners, not you. Get out of here. Anyway, yeah, she's too much. So she's going to have to wait. We're going to take her out. I'm going to take her for a walk right after this. But she don't want to wait. Now she quiet because I done told her no.
Let's start revving that engine.
Tired of that.
You and I first spoke back in September 2023.
Yeah.
You were under an alias. Do you remember the alias?
I do. Rob A.
You were clearly concerned about your privacy, and it's normal. A lot of guys during this time, we get paranoid. How'd you find me?
To be honest, I was looking for videos on marriage and how separation works on YouTube. And I would say after seeing so many videos on women saying how online content was helping them with this exact situation, I just decided to reach out, and I came across one of your videos. I don't know, man, I connected with you. I really wasn't looking for legal advice, right? Mm-hmm. I was looking for exactly what you offered. Someone that would listen, open communication, and just somebody with an understanding of this tough road, this tough path through divorce. I honestly wanted to be honest with myself and for the sake of our relationship.
Divorce had an emotional intelligence that Brian displayed by just reaching out. It's unique to me because...
You know, men give men credit for the most minimal things. Like, this is just, oh, he has emotional intelligence because he reached out. Where? This is basic as, duh, if I'm looking for information. Do I have emotional intelligence for looking for Popeye's chicken if I want to eat some damn chicken? Do I have emotional intelligence if I want to look at if I want to go get my eyebrows done and then I go, ooh, let me go look for my eyebrows? It's just called research. Always giving the most accolades for bare minimum behavior. Red flag, but of course.
Guys, typically, we tend to want to solve our own problems. So we keep things inside of ourselves, bottled up until shit gets worse. You, for instance, you might be relying on just one or a handful of people. She's building a formidable support team, her empire. So Brian's spot on here. Moreover, Brian's reluctance to involve his loved ones, it shows the maturity he has because he doesn't want to build any walls between him and his wife should the relationship stand. If you're going to talk to someone, make sure that they're both objective and knowledgeable. Avoid those who will just fuel your anger or resentment. From the minute that one of your confidants begins to show resentment against your spouse, you've just burned a bridge. You need to be strategic and intentional about those that you confide in. And that's what Brian did. He was reaching out to me because I haven't been through just 2 divorces. I've been through hundreds of them. Get ahead of the problem. Surround yourself with those 2. And that's what Brian did. He was reaching out to me because I haven't been through just 2 divorces.
Red flag, he's been divorced twice. What's your name? Renee Garcia. We're going to find out about your
I've been through hundreds of them. Get ahead of the problem. Surround yourself with the right, knowledgeable people. So I asked him, when did he know that he was going to file? Did you know that you were going to file?
I was thinking about divorce because I had already asked for a separation a few months back. I was sleeping in a different bedroom. We were already going to marriage counseling. Listen, the therapist was absolutely phenomenal. I love him. Like, I think he's a great guy and he gives great advice. And for a while, it seemed to be working. And I actually set aside my divorce thoughts to give the relationship one last major push. But, you know, as time went on, things just went right back to the way they were before. I needed someone who had absolutely no loyalties to either of us or any type of incentive in the outcome. I needed someone to help me process my feelings. And I needed someone to honestly give me kind of like a reality check on what was to come if I decided to move forward with this.
Brian's search for clarity and authenticity is completely remarkable. What he's experiencing is just textbook. In the dissolution, one's mind, it needs to be made up not just once, but twice. First, the decision to divorce is made subconsciously. You know it, but you don't know you know it. Something's just not right. So there's this dissonance there. I suspect that that's where Brian was at when we first spoke. Never told him. It wouldn't be fair. He had to conclude that on his own. Second's recognizing and validating those feelings. And that's when it's too late, because that's when you made up your mind. And Brian was not there when we spoke. We seek marriage counselors, but our 45-minute weekly sessions, they become bitch sessions, mistaking counselors for referees rather than the therapists that they are. I hear it all the time. The marriage counselor took my side, Renee. But that's a hollow victory.
This man like to hear himself talk. We gonna wrap this right up. Let's get to
Make you
Brian
take
Sparks.
that leap of faith.
I didn't want to alarm my friends or my family by telling them what I was thinking. I also didn't want people that I knew to just tell me what I wanted to hear, because if I was making a mistake, if I was being an idiot, I wanted to hear it. It's not like I've been divorced before, so I had no idea what to do. And I just knew that nothing was working, and I felt I was just existing. And I hadn't felt right in a while. Reaching out to you was tricky because I didn't want this to leak to the press. Like, you know how paranoid I was about that. You know, your respect of my confidentiality was at first doubtful, but I'm glad you have the ethics that you do, you know, because here in LA, it's hard to trust anyone, as you must know. And it was also great that you had personal experience because you also went through a divorce.
Now, a common misconception about divorce is that it's typically the guy that wants to file, but this is complete nonsense. Studies show that 69 to 90% of the time, it's the women that want the divorce.
Yeah, because we're smarter. Next.
Social psychologists, they'll say that men don't recover from divorce as well as women do. The rate of suicide amongst divorced men is 2.5 times higher than that of married men. Let this sink in.
It would be the case if he didn't file first. He was very content in his decision, man, sir. So please stop giving these statistics, acting as if Brian fits this profile. He doesn't. He's the one who filed.
You're a risk factor for suicide and you don't even have a support system.
Okay,
this is
irrelevant.
the shit that no one wants to talk
Irrelevant
about. Now,
in
according
this case.
to Support and Solutions
Irrelevant.
for
We skipping right through this.
right respect my point. He was abso-freaking-lutely prepared. So I asked him, what was the tipping point?
I'll start by paying you a compliment. You didn't try to influence my decision. You respected my family and my vows. You gave me ways to essentially calm the noise and just process my thoughts in a reasonable manner. You also gave me ways to continue fighting for the bond and give me more of an objective view of the situation. And you didn't make me feel like I was a failure. You didn't make me feel like I was weak or being judged. And honestly, I really appreciate it.
What was the reason? I need to hear what was the reason.
But with that being said, now on the other end, there does come a moment when things like this may happen in your life, when you just know in your heart of hearts that you have to make a tough decision. And if I'm honest with myself, I was stonewalling because there were some great moments. Like, I'm never going to deny that fact. And there was genuine, real love there.
Research indicates that men stonewall much. So you said it. How'd that feel?
That was one of the toughest things I ever had to do in my life. How I felt when I did it, I felt like I was being blindfolded, and then suddenly I was able to see sunlight. It was uncomfortable. And then there was the other end of the spectrum. There was all this fear that entered my body. It was just a huge mix of emotions. So on one end, I was in a weird friend zone situation for a while, and we started to live different lives, and our interests and our priorities, they just weren't no longer aligned. And if I look at the other aspect of it, there was this huge admiration for her, and all these amazing times. And
Brian, cut to the chase. Cut to the chase. I still didn't hear the reason. What did she do that was so awful that you couldn't work on your relationship? I need to hear that. I don't need to hear you talking about the good times, the bad. I don't give a damn about that. What the hell happened? Because you talking and yapping a whole lot of nothing. You and the therapist that you, divorce coach that you hired. Red flag, wasting my damn 17 minutes.
Amazing feelings at us both starting with very little and being part of a true team that cared about each other. And I felt that I was doing my part as a husband, and that felt great. there came
Oh, we
time.
gonna hear Lindsay's part because I have a feeling that whatever you know, people like to inflate their grades. If we had to grade people on, what they did in their marriage, of course he's gonna try to give himself an A, and he's probably at a F, 0. Inconclusive. What was the I, the NI? They used to have no, not NI. It used to be like there was something below F. I forgot what it was. We're gonna hear Lindsay's side because whatever you talking nonsense here. I already know it's garbage.
Where I needed to stop letting circumstances and my fear delay what was inevitably going to happen.
So at this point, Brian, just like any other person that's leaving a marriage, he's been plagued by this horrible decision for some time now. So when Brian knew, he was certain. He was not out there to hurt her, and he was certainly not there to waste any kind of her time either. But she was going to be hurt. A lot of people talk about the 5 stages of grief, but
okay, we don't care.
Women have children.
He was very satisfied with his
options for the relationship. And here's what he said.
I wanted kids like anybody else, but other things were made a priority, which put a lot of pressure on the both of us. Women have a different biological clock than us. It was going to be me going along with a plan, but I was under a private kid.
Along with options for the relationship. And here's what he said.
Sorry,
I wanted kids like anybody else, but
you wanted kids. You wanted children. Were you, you see, that's why y'all saw them kids in the motels and hotels. A lot of people like the idea of having kids, but they're not actually ready to have children. You wanted to have children. She didn't? Is that what it is? Or she didn't fit your timeline? He's talking about biological clock. What is going on here?
Other things were made a priority, which put a lot of pressure on the both of us.
What other things?
Women have a different biological clock than us.
Okay.
It was going to be me going along with a plan, but I was under a hell of a lot of stress. And then
Did she try to get IVF or something? Like, why is... hold on. Rachel Lindsay. Did she go into, like, fertility treatment or something? Why is it sounding like she forced him to have a baby? But he said he wanted to have kids. Hold on. Did she go through IVF? Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, boy. We got a lot to go through, y'all. Lord Jesus. Yeah. IVF will do it. That'll do it. It's a lot of money. Okay, so we're gonna pause on this one here. We're gonna circle back when we get to Lindsay's part. I'm gonna take a lot of care, and we might have to do an actual case study on these folks.
that was tough. That was so hard.
Of course, and you couldn't be there to emotionally support her because she has to get injections. She has to go through hormonal changes. You weren't able to be there for her as a husband because, again, he's talking about his discomfort, but not the discomfort of the wife who's going through it. So it seems like he wanted to have kids the more natural way, and then he realized that she couldn't have the babies. Rachel Lindsay, and it does cost a lot to go through IVF, but you wasn't paying for nothing. That's what the word on the street is you a brokey. So I don't understand what you upset about. Oh, you had to be the emotional support person. Hold on, how old is she? Rachel is 40. How old is her husband? Or ex-husband, I'm sorry. Damn, they don't even have his name on Wikipedia. He's really nobody. The Lord Jesus. Okay. How old is this man? How old is this man? How old are they? She's 40. She's not that old. She was born like a year before me. How old is he? Oh God. Okay, whatever. We'll figure out his age after. I don't know why I can't see his age. Maybe I should look him up. When was she born? 85? Yeah, 85. She's a year older than me. Okay. She's an Aries too? Lord Jesus. Is that Aries or Taurus? Okay, we're going to get to sis after. Brian. Chiropractor? Oh, Lord. He's 45. So he's an Aquarius? Say less. Say less. And he's 5 years older than her talking about this. You knew that she was older. Sometimes sometimes I don't understand. Like, did you think that, like, what? Of course she might have to go to fertility treatment. Are you dunce? She's 40. Well, she's 40 now, but she probably met you at 35 around that time. She's older. Some women, they can conceive naturally at that age. Some women can't. Did he not understand that? He doesn't get it?
It felt terrible. Just watching her sadness, it broke my heart. It was like I was failing expectations on all fronts. I just had to go deeper into work to cope with that pressure. And
so basically, they were going through the IVF journey, which could be really, it takes a toll on couples. But instead of being the emotional support that she needed at the time, he chose to bail. So it looks like he couldn't financially keep up his end of the bargain. And it's cost a lot of money. Y'all heard Adrienne Bailon talk about all the money she had to spend on their fertility treatment to have their baby. And yeah, it can cause a toll on a marriage, especially for a broke Dusty. That's what it would happen.
That was creating a unhealthy communication pattern between us. I mean, we didn't spend enough time with each other. I mean, in my estimation, we saw what the other person was doing in the relationship, mainly on Instagram, although we lived in the same house.
You gave it your all. You gave it what you could. You took the route that most men don't take. Bottom line. And sadly, you put things in motion.
Yeah, I put things in motion. The lawyer that I had on hold made his recommendations, and I trusted his choices, and I just went with it. My priority in that moment was to protect my mental health and just relieve the pressure. Unlike you, someone working at the court doesn't care about privacy, and they leaked it. And to be honest,
Brian, you see, that education you got must have not gone to your head. It's public record. Don't you live in the United States? You don't know that? Do you not know that nothing's private? Hell, I was even able to dig up Jeezy and Jeannie's divorce situation. Does he not know that it's public record? Does he not get it? Anybody, her name would have come up. Like, people could look at that. Even if you never told us, we could have still been able to look that up. Red flag, you're stupid.
honestly, I wasn't thinking. I wasn't prepared for the added public pressure. But at the end of the day, that's LA for you, right? It's all public figure gossip is. It's a juicy headline. That's what it is. And I moved to LA with the plan to
he's not from
essentially
LA.
not get in the way and to start
That makes
another
sense.
practice after we had already moved twice before. In actuality, we almost moved to New York last year. I mean, I hate to say it, I'm actually
Where's he from?
glad that TV opportunity decided to move in another direction, because I would have had to have basically made a decision to shut down, park my practice once again, and now this would be to city number 4. You don't want to limit the person that you have vows with. Like, you want to see them grow as much as possible. But to answer your question, I'm just remaining calm as much as possible and just preparing for what happens next and just taking things day to day. That's all you can do.
Thanks for coming, Brian. In there and everything. And
Bye. Whole bunch of crock nonsense. You had to move 4 times. Why? We gonna find out. We're going to find out. All right, y'all. We wrapping this right up tonight.
What's
Thank
the
you
one?
so much. It's getting late, so I'm not gonna hold you. But just wait till next weekend's live stream. We're gonna go through this. We're gonna go through all of their interviews. We're gonna comb through this couple. I might just do a special case study, a live case study for them, because this is a cautionary tale, y'all. There's way more to this than I think Brian is leading on to, and he sounds like he's talking a whole bunch of nonsense. You said, oh dear, sounds like he's complaining though. I want to empathize. I can't. I know I was trying to empathize at one point. Maybe the IVF, I could kind of see it. But then again, like, you knew she was older in age. You even said you wanted to have kids, but I guess he didn't want to have kids as badly as she did. And that's something I'm going to have to hear Lindsay talk about. But I have a feeling that whatever he's selling us, I'm not buying this nonsense. And we going to dig right in through it. So next Saturday is a special case study or live case study. It's only going to be about Rachel and Brian. I'm going to dig through everything, y'all. So be prepared for that. As always, y'all, I want to say good night now because we got to go and take this little girl on a walk. We got to tire her out. I don't want her to wake me up in the middle of the night like she did last night. I only slept for like 3 hours. I am exhausted. But in any case, look out for the case studies coming out this week. Maisley's coming out. I'm so sorry I kept you guys waiting for that one. We'll do a members only live stream the day after Christmas. And then I will pop in on Christmas to say happy Christmas to y'all. Merry Christmas, I meant to say. But anyways, have a good night, y'all. Love you guys a long way. And I shall see you this week on stream. So he got 500,000. Save that for next week. Bye, y'all. Bye. We're going to get into it. We're going to dig into it next week. Lo and behold, we will. Oh, we'll do a special case study on them folks. And I might do that, by the way, before I end. I might do that for other couples, so we'll just dedicate a whole case study to their relationship instead of like doing small stories because I feel like that takes up a lot of time as well. All right, y'all. So have a good night, sweet dreams, and see you on Thursday, Friday.